Alright, hello everyone, morning. I've just been messing with some stuff. I actually watched the VODs yesterday. The first time I watched one of these VODs. And I had a lot of revelations, which we're going to talk about. There's like 3 big topics that I want to go into here. So let's just kick it up and see what we've got. Hello, Rogalicious, Sheeda, Big Mac. I always read your name as BLC. And also, I'm saying it wrong anyway, aren't I? It's Bic. It's not big. Okay, also, real quick, we're going to go to character config, UI, that's not it, chat, log details. We're going to make that transparent. Can I change the color of it? I mean, it's just so hard to read when it's transparent. I do not like it when it looks black. Can I just make the font even bigger? Oh, I can. What would I rather? Big old font or a black background? I suppose either way it looks bad, doesn't it, really? I don't know. It doesn't matter too much because I'm going to be turning it off the majority of the time. So we'll just do it like this. I think that font's probably too big. So, this chat is so bad. It really, I find it so hard to deal with and get in the game. Right, okay, so let's put on the idling cam. Now, first thing I want to ask is, does my microphone sound any different? And hopefully better. So yeah, just to kick off, I watched the VODs. And my mic is like clipping, and it's not loud, and it has no like no EQ on it. It doesn't sound good at all, not really. So like I think the balance of it and the game volume is fine, but I don't know. I didn't like it very much. So I'm just wondering. So I realized that one of the filters I had on it had like gain on it, and that was obviously just causing it to click a bit. Sounds the same. Yeah, so I don't know. But I think over the next... If I'm doing this like more regularly, I think I would like it to sound better. So I'll probably mess with things a bit as time goes forwards now. And anyone that wants to talk about that, let me know. Now, I just want to say, for the Wooden Potatoes 2 viewers, the Wooden Potatoes 2 VOD viewers, I'm assuming you guys are watching at least at the very start when it clicks on this. And then maybe you skip forward to good story bits or something. I just got to say, though, I'm loving the comments on Wooden Potatoes 2. Like, really loving them. And please do keep them coming. Honest to God, at the end of the day last night, went up in bed, got on my laptop, and started looking at comments. And so I went to my main channel, which is about Guild Wars 2 and about the Elite Specializations at the moment. I recorded another video with Boots yesterday, which you guys will see. I haven't got it edited. But I looked at the comments, and it was just miserable, whiny, sort of sour. Like, there was nothing fun about it. And it wasn't just sour about the game and the elite specs, but it was people just being sour about me. People literally the first comment I think I read was a guy saying, if WP interrupts Boots one more time, I'm unsubbing. Like, I've had a million messages that like, oh, you shouldn't interrupt him so much, blah 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 blah, which I don't really take credibly whatsoever. So it just wasn't fun, and I wasn't really enjoying it much, and I was a little bit stressed out, to be honest. And then I just clicked to the Wooden Potatoes 2 channel, look at its comments, and there's all these amazing walls of texts and like just cool shit about Final Fantasy lore and like time-stamped responses to various takes. T.S. Bulmer, my lord, dude. I mean, he left some incredible comments. I mean, it is way too much for me to read out here. But then I had about 25 minutes, maybe more, just really happily and enthusiastically reading all this cool stuff people had to say about Lolorito and about just about everything, honestly. And so yeah, just keep them coming. Honestly, I read them all. I thought they were all really fascinating. I think people are a little bit more contrarian about Final Fantasy 14 over there on the VOD comments as well. I think here, while we're live, people are very, very like happy and what's the word? The people are just enthusiastic because the story's going on in real time. But I think people are a little bit, I feel a little bit more kindred maybe to some of the Wooden Potatoes 2 comments. But in any case, it was just really, really cool. And I've enjoyed them all. So yeah, continue leaving them. And I'm happy to hear it. All right, so next, what else do I have to talk about? Okay, so I was playing the game again last night. And I'm going to talk a little bit slower and a little bit quieter because my throat's sore. My God, please tell me that's a mini. Oh my God. That's the, like, Western girl, isn't it? The South Country girl. That's, the mongrel. Wasn't that the mongrel? Was that a chibi mongrel? Yeah, so I was playing last night. Synergy says, what level is your Black Mage? I wasn't playing Black Mage, though. I was playing Heavensward. Which means you guys miss out a little bit on it on the stream. But it wasn't story. It was side content. I did the Heavensward dungeons. Now, as I was doing them, I was led to believe that they were all Heavensward release dungeons. But I think what I've done is all the Heavensward dungeons that are optional and have nothing to do with the main story. And that actually includes the patches too. I think they filtered some totally optional dungeons in 3.1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think I've done those. So do you guys want to have a look? One of which was really fun. It was the one I finished last night on. So if I go to dungeons, these are all the Realm Reborn ones, which I played many times. And here you see the dungeons. The story ones was Sormal. You saw the Dusk Vigil. This was optional, but I did do it on stream. Sormal, the Aerie, the Vault. The Theochemical Research Facility. That's about it, I think. Maybe the Arboretum. But I've gone back through. Basically, there's a hard version where you sort of just retrace your steps. And also, Heavensward added hard versions of some of the Realm Reborn places. So, like, the Lost City of Amdapor was a core dungeon. I actually went back there in Heavensward. There were just mini stories. You're not missing out on anything major. I mean, you're missing out on gameplay footage. But my review of them all was Hullbreaker Isle Hard was really fun. It felt like going out on holiday or something. It was really, really cool. Let's see. What else was good? The library. The library was good. The Great Gubal Library. I think that was the story version. Yeah, that's the story version. But this one, the hard one, this was really cool. Like, the final boss was like this owl book thing that turned me into a little imp. And it had more of those books going on with it. It had a cool book about, like, Curaga and stuff. And, like, why this game calls it just Cure 1, 2, 3, 4. It also had a book about... It was called The Little Boy and the Dragon Gay. And you read this story, and it's about, like... It's kind of like Lady Iceheart's story. Where, like, a dragon and a man are, like, friendly to each other. But then, it's like a fairy tale. And then later in the dungeon, you read another book called The Boy and the Dragon Gay, a literary analysis. And you read the in-universe literary analysis that's also in this library. And it sort of alludes to a bunch of other stuff. I wanted to enjoy it, but I was playing with friends in Discord. They were watching my stream, and they were all making me feel like an arsehole for reading the lore. So I kind of, like, only skim-read that and just moved on. So I didn't really retain that information too well. So I don't actually know what the story is there. It's referencing White Mage Quest from 1.0. Oh, I didn't know about that, but I did see that, like, obviously in Final Fantasy, there's, like, Cura, Curaga, Curaja, or Curaha, depending on how you pronounce it. Like, they kept expanding it. Basically, it always used to be Cure 1, 2, 3, 4. Then when Final Fantasy X came out, they, like, changed it a bit. And they stuck with the changed variant for a while. But when it comes to an MMO where you're anticipating infinitely expanding, it gets a bit ridiculous. Like, how many weird elements are you going to add to the end? So this book was kind of explaining that in a funny way. It was kind of like a little nod to the audience. So that was quite cool. Oh, the Boy and Dragon story references the White Mage Quest. Oh, well, do you want to teach me a little bit more? This is that moment where I've got an apple, by the way. So I'll be silent for a second. All right, I'm back. Well, sort of. I was never gone. I was just eating. There's a video on YouTube about it. The Speakers Network channel. Well, that sounds cool. I'm guessing it's like in Elder Scrolls where there's little books and people read them all. By the way, WP, what's your thoughts on the music? And did you pay attention to the lyrics for any music which has them? No, I didn't pay any attention to any of the music because I couldn't tell if it was just sort of harmonics and sort of like, you know, guttural noises that are just meant to imply meaning without actually offering any. Oh, that person's got a gunblade. I couldn't tell if that's what it was or if it was actually, you know, meaningful. I'm guessing now that you've asked me that question, it is meaningful. How would I ever hear that in game though? Because the music changes in like, you know, boss fights and stuff. I'd have to go back and analyze with a tooth comb. I don't think I could, because it's very hard to hear, and sometimes I don't even assume it's the right language. But yeah, I like the music. I like how dramatically it changes in a lot of the fights. I really do. They've stopped doing it in the Shadowbringers one of the many content cuts. What have they stopped doing in Shadowbringers? One of many content cuts. What does that mean, content cuts? I know that they stopped doing class quests. People love Shadowbringers anyway, right? Shadowbringers must be really good if it's also an expansion that pulls back on a lot of stuff. Is your character self-portrait? It's miserable out today, my god. Is my character self-portrait? No. Not remotely. You had no idea I picked up 14, pleasant surprise? Yeah, I picked it up about 3-4 months ago, I think. Something like that. Many songs have a really, really deep text. Ravana's one does, the Dragon Song one. You can read the lyric and then you can hear it. It's so hard to hear the lyrics. Have I done coils? I have done coils before my break in this game 3 months ago. And I want to replay it. I'm going to redo the Crystal Tower and I'm going to redo coils. I'm going to do Crystal Tower just normally because I have no choice, I think. But I'm going to do coils minimum eye level because before I did it unsynced. I think that would be really fun. Of course, I'm a monkey cat man. Absolutely, yeah. I look like a chav. Yeah, when you see the tattoos all on my arms. Somehow, Shadowbringers had both Eureka and 2 dungeons per patch. What's Eureka? So it's not a content cut then. Maybe I don't need to know what Eureka is yet. Okay, so another big topic. All right. This is a weird topic. So do you remember yesterday we were talking about weaving? Let's go fight some stuff while I do this. I can demo things. Do you remember weaving? What I was asking people is, should I be double weaving or should I be single weaving? And I kind of got conflicting reports. Generally, people said that, look, if you're doing, like, end game shit and you're, like, parsing. I didn't even really know what parsing meant, by the way. Parsing is an MMO practice whereby people, like, log their damage and their skill orders and shit. And then they post them online. And then say that you want to get into a raiding guild or something. They'll look at your passes. So there's a website called FF Logs. This is my understanding of it. I might be wrong. So they'll look at a website and, like, if you're doing well, you can get in the guild. If not, you can't. So there's, like, this community-created competitivity. And if the community in general is double weaving, you might have to do it kind of thing. So this is what I'm starting to sort of understand a little bit. But for open world, for story, for all of that stuff, it never gets close to it. I read a lot about whether Square Enix tunes for double weave in their hard stuff. They definitely don't tune or expect double weave in general gameplay. But for the harder stuff, and that's what most people become obsessed with, do they do it? And the answer seems to be emphatically yes. Like, I read in multiple threads, and even like an what article was that on? What website was it? That they do expect their players to do it. And someone in chat was saying something yesterday that I thought just looked a bit ridiculous and vaguely xenophobic, but actually seems to be the consensus. And that is that they really do only care about their Japanese user base to a large degree. there's like a long history with Japanese development, game development, and the way they handle netcode, because they get large populations of people playing games on a fairly small island chain, basically. There is an expectation, basically everyone has 30 ping, and they make their games for their audiences in their nation, and other versions of the games are ultimately an afterthought. I mean, they'll cater to them, and especially if they earn the money, they'll cater to them, but they are an afterthought. And so it's a big story in fighting games. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, by the way, guys. But in fighting games, there's this big thing where the way they do netcode, it means there's like it's really good and well balanced if you have low latency, but if you don't, it kind of all falls apart. And for like years, the whole fighting game genre that made in that area of the world has kind of like been really shitty. Like if you play like Capcom games and stuff, and they're just starting to budge on it. They're just starting to change to this other form of netcode that works a bit better. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. So anyway, the dev expectation is that you're double weaving and all of that stuff, and the fact that even just a little bit of ping, I would say 150 ping is a little bit of ping. They sort of don't care if you have that. So I would say it is developer intent to do it. But I can't. I literally can't because of where I live. So I'm like unfairly screwed out of that, basically. Unless I were to go and play on EU, but then I can't play with my friends, and I can't play with my girlfriend, and none of it works, right? So, people have worked around it. So here's another little fact about Final Fantasy XIV. And again, I'm saying all of this to try and like, because if I'm wrong, you guys can correct me. Every button you press, there is a built-in 500 ms delay after every button you press, like baked into the game. There's a 500, which is quite a lot. Which, if you have no like network latency, you don't really feel it. If you're playing at 30 ping, you're not going to feel it. But what that 500 delay does is it kind of allows previous animations to fully execute. It stops you overlapping animations. It keeps things paced out. It means so that you can't like quadruple cast off global cooldowns shit, because there's a 500 second ms delay between everything. So it forces you, even if you had 0 ping, even if you lived in the server room, you would always have that 500, and everyone's on a level playing field because they're thinking about their Japanese audiences. But when you add network latency on top of it, it kind of goes all over the place. Now here's and you can't double weave anymore. So here's the thing that the community's done with with Dalamud, right? Which, as far as I know, everyone who uses Dalamud, anything that's on Dalamud is not, it's not cheating. It's not breaking the game or anything like that. Everything's fine. It's quality of life stuff. And generally, the community endorses it, even though the studio themselves hasn't. There's a plugin on Dalamud, which is called Clippy. It's based on another plugin called Alexander. Now, what these plugins do is they say, well, look, we'll do the maths. We'll see what your latency is, Wooden Potatoes. You have 160 latency, network latency. And we are going to subtract that from the baked-in 500. They don't even do that. They subtract it in minus 30. We will put you to 30 ping because we'll just subtract it from that minus 500. And therefore, it's like you have 30 ping and you are not punished for having network, for having 150 ping. It's how the devs designed it. Basically, that's what these plugins do. Now, everything to me to that sounds completely square. The thing where it gets a bit iffy, and there's a lot of ethical debates about this, this is why I was reading so much about this yesterday, is because the original tool, the Alexander one, which I'm not using, I'm using Clippy. You see here, no Clippy it's called. The ethical side of it is that the original one was configurable by the... Okay, so first of all, in years past, there were a bunch of add-ons that did that, but they were paywalled. They were sneaky paywalled cheat tools. Because what they did is they didn't do the maths. They just said, we'll just take away the whole delay. So what people were doing was like you see all these cooldowns I've got? They'd like press them all at once. And that's cheating. There's no way around that. That's cheating. That's going lower than the 500. That's lower than 30 ping. That's like negative 100 ping or negative 200. And the community were hiding it and cheating and like and actually selling the tool, right? So unquestionably now we're in a cheat world. But in more recent years, and again, I'm saying all of this as though I know. I don't actually. I mean, I read a lot. I feel very confident in what I'm saying. But anyway, if I'm wrong, tell me otherwise. In recent years, now that Dalamud exists, all of the Dalamud plugins are open source and like community, like sanctioned to a degree. You know, there are some purists who won't. But so with with Clippy, you can't. There's no customize. It does it will not ever. It doesn't allow you to cheat, and you can't customize it to allow you to cheat. To go into negative ping is what I should say, because some people might still consider it cheating. So I don't know really, but I mean, from everything I've read and looking at the logic of the situation, it feels to me like putting a quality of life add-on on so that I don't have to suffer because I have network latency doesn't sound like cheating to me. But the way the story unfolded over the years, and when you know technically what the tools do, and when you know the full history of the thing, there become these ethical debates. And I think there are some people who might quite rightly say that's cheating. I mean, the main cheat argument is that I now have an advantage over someone else who lives in the UK and plays on NA and doesn't use the add-on. I have that advantage, right? I have like a mechanical advantage over them. But then the argument against that is, well, everyone who just happens to live in the data center they're playing has that advantage, and I'm screwed. You know, it's unfair. It's either unfair to me or unfair to the other guy. Am I being punished because there is a solution and I've opted into it, and the other guy's seen a solution and opted out of it? Do you get what I mean? And you can say, oh well, some people are ignorant of the solution, but again, like this is something that actually, as far as I can see, and I'm completely out of my wheelhouse here. In Guild Wars, I can talk comfortably about nuanced subjects like this. I can't with this game. But as far as I see, this is something for like parsers and like end game people and shit like that, who obviously are going to know about stuff like that. So I don't know whether the ignorance argument really goes anywhere. The other thing about it is, now you might say, okay, WP, if this is for end game parsers, and it might be a grey area, depending on your stance. Why are you doing it, right? It's because there's a simple fact about it. It makes the game more fun. I'm not doing it to be better or anything. But what the main thing you read when you start looking into this story is people just saying like, the game is so much more fun with this. I would never go back. I would never go back to playing otherwise. If this plugin was removed, or they started penalizing everyone for using Dalamud, I would just quit FF14. That's what people say. And I was reading all that sentiment. I was like, does it really feel that much better? And it does. It feels so much better. The game feels much better now that I don't have this huge delay. Like, I can actually trust my skills. And here's a way I'll put it to my Guild Wars audience. The game feels more like Guild Wars to me now. Guild Wars has its own latency stories and stuff. But I can actually press a fucking button and trust that it's going. And I'm not staring at my skills so much anymore. It feels responsive. The combat feels more active. Obviously, it's a global cooldown, hotkey-based combat. But it feels more responsive. The game is way more fun for me right now. So I'm kind of really enjoying it. So I don't know. I mean, I'm open to turning it off. If there's a part of this story that I'm completely missing, you guys can let me know, and I'll happily turn it off. I'm just a noob playing with stuff at the moment. I'm a monkey in a playpen, ringing bells and pulling levers and seeing what I can do. Oh yeah, someone just mentioned VPNs as well. So VPNs are the other thing. You can accomplish nearly the same thing with the VPN. It's like, okay, so what? I have to pay for a VPN service. Because, I mean, the paying for the VPN service is okay. That, once again, all that argument of ignorance and that argument of one guy having an advantage over the other because he paid for a VPN and the other guy didn't, they all apply, except now they're even worse because there's a paywall involved. And yet, I've seen a few people say, no, that the VPN's okay. And that's because there was a culture for the VPN that established a lot earlier. For many years in FF14, as far as I can see, people were using VPNs, and only dirty cheaters were using add-ons. I don't know what they were called. I don't know what the cheat add-ons were called. The things that predated Alexander. So, I don't know. I mean, what do we make of all of this? I will say, you know, if you followed this story and you thought, yeah, that feels fine. If that's been your take as I've been speaking, I recommend this to you because it is very fun. It's a lot more fun. If you're like, but I know the internet. I know it's got all types, and I know that there is some very prudish and very conservative minds out there, and that they might just be, aghast. I'm especially interested in experts at FF14 to respond on this topic to me. Because what I'm hoping for, the thing is, I don't know how many viewers I have in that case, but what I want is a more sophisticated dialogue than I would read on Reddit, on a more sophisticated dialogue than I'd see in a clickbaity article, a more sophisticated article than I saw on whatever forum that was. Dialogue, sorry. The only add-on that the community can't stomach is Cactbot. Some of its plugins especially. So what's Cactbot? Just out of curiosity. Come on, interrupt it. See, look, that interrupt went through. You might say, oh, he's cheating for that. But it's like, no, it's because I don't have network lag anymore. I think it uniforms it down, not to the 500 ms. I think it uniforms it down to 530, which is the expectation they have of their Japanese player base. And also, if you're North American and you live on the West Coast, you get that as well, by the way. East Coast Americans don't get... even East Coast Americans playing on American data centers use this thing, as far as I can tell. And let's just be clear, I'm even more east than the East Coast. I'm like a whole other America over. It's called the Atlantic Ocean. You live in Australia, how do you think I feel, says Teddy. Well, try the thing out. Well, hold on, don't they have Australian data centers? They might have Australian data centers, might they? I would assume they do. There's very few quests on this map. Have you guys noticed this? I thought I'd be running around getting Aether Crystal quests as this was going on, but no. God damn, it's miserable in game right now. Not yet. Oh, but you do use the add-on. Okay, so what's your testimony to it? Do you use Alexander or do you use Clippy? To me, I went with Clippy because it's... Alexander is not a part of the just Dalamud thing, which people are very warm to. As far as I can tell, people are like, yeah, anything on Dalamud, they curate it. You do have to put a URL in, and I don't know whether that breaks the whole idea. You have to, like, go settings and then put their URI here in experimental. But then it works. And I was using experimental ones anyway, like the enemy listing debuffs and stuff, so... I don't know whether that's another little bit of context that changes it. You use Alexander, but it's fantastic. You can't go back to not using it. They're currently building an Oceanian data center, but the semiconductor shortage has them screwed. Oh my god, I'm ignorant to this. What's the semiconductor shortage? I don't want anyone to listen to that discussion a second ago and think WP's going on a long, rambling rant to try and justify cheating. Because I'm not attached to it particularly. I mean, I am enjoying it, but you know, if people are interpreting me that way, I would like to know like why. I'm just trying to list out as many of the factors I could find, and yeah, I mean, my mind goes to it being totally okay. But then there are debates about online, so I feel like, am I missing something? If Cactbot is anything like DBM, keep out of the game. I don't know. I think I saw that referenced a couple of times, but glossed over it because it wasn't of interest to me. I don't know why it is. So if the devs cared, could they not add all this ping compensation functionality into the games themselves and just set it so it's not cheaty? Well, it makes you wonder. And a lot of people, a lot of the debates about it, I'm saying that in quotes, debates, just devolve into that. Just people being mad at Square Enix. I've started to see some, standard internet behavior. You know how whiny and snobby and snotty and angry everyone is when you're reading about your favorite game? So for me, it's like Guild Wars. I was getting that from these threads. A lot of it's like... And I think people are right to say this. They're saying that the energy we spend on this debate would better be spent on pointing out that Square Enix could fix this, and they don't. And then the conversation always loops the same way. Someone will say that, and then someone else will say, yeah, but they don't care about their international communities. That's how it goes every time, over and over and over again. Which is why I'm lending a little bit more credence to the guy on my stream chat yesterday who said the same thing. Don't forget there's an Aether Current quest in Matoya's Cave. Oh, I should go do that. DBM, Deadly Boss Mods, is an add-on in WoW that tells you all the mechanics of the fight. So you're watching the timers rather than the models, which has made Blizzard design their fights around Deadly Boss Mobs. Ah, I've heard of that before. And I've heard of that situation. I've never experienced it, so I don't know how serious it is. You're strange, you're sneaky. Wait, Blizzard actively designs around community add-ons. At that point, they really should embrace it and put something native in, right? Don't you think? Maybe they don't want to maintain the new thing. And maybe they know they can't keep up with the community. MMOs, the whole add-on MMO thing is really interesting. Like, Guild Wars has always been kind of separate to it. Very domineering, very controlling of what its product is. But it's a really weird dynamic going on, you know? Like modding a server-oriented game where cheating is such a profoundly important... It's not so important in single-player games. It's not important at all. If someone wants to cheat, if they still get kicks out of that, breaking the design... I mean, whatever, right? Or modding it to improve it. But when it's like an actively developed... I mean, it's crazy. In many ways, I think MMOs are the most rich aspect of all of gaming that you can think about and talk about and indulge yourself in. Because everything's so, like, complicated and... You know, when we talk about, like, just big games that have mod scenes, things get complicated enough. There's story enough. But let alone in actively developed games, and where you get all this shit about terms of service agreements and so. You can't take these things? No, they're full to enjoy, but Illuminati always try to steal and hide things. Taplicks must be on constant guard. If you say you're a gobby friend, then prove it. Find Illuminati and defeat them. Okay. Our first little bit of story for today. Right, by the way, guys, there's a lot of messages. I'm missing a ton of them. They're all lengthy. If you really want me to see it, if you think you've got a really good point, please just say it again. Because I'm currently quite insecure that I'm missing stuff. Do we have to kill lots or just the one? Maybe I should have done these as I went along, actually, because they are very simple quests. So Cactbot is deadly boss mobs. Is it a lot worse? Paragraph Andy's lol W. Oh shit, this guy's in the same quest. Something similar happened in 14. UCOB had a mechanic based on text boxes mid-battle. The vast majority of players did the mechanic through a call-out from another tool. Later on, the dev said they would never implement such a mechanic because of this. I understand the idea of, like, angling around. I mean, look, wait, I think that... Just that, the evidence that happens, or has happened, is proof enough of what I was saying a second ago, that if you are in that endgame stuff, if you're doing progression on new content, the devs know that you're in the know about add-ons and shit, and they're thinking about them. You skew Illuminati Flighty Force, you true gobby friend. The things here are for all people of idle share. But Illuminati tried to steal them away. Illuminati is our friend. Illuminati is your enemy. That means you're our friend. Okay, thank you. It's thrilling. But there's another side quest. I kind of think I should do these. Can I abandon? Does abandoning work like in Guild Wars here? Okay, yeah, it does. He has it back. Oh my god, I was going to say something. Yeah, I think looking at it, I think I would be pretty annoyed. If I've been playing this game for 10 years, like I've been playing Guild Wars for 10 years, and they seem to have been, like, lazy about it or non-committal about it, and, like, these are big topics, I think. They are big topics. I think I'd be a little bit frustrated. But again, I've long wondered about what it's like to be fanatical about a game where the developers are not of your culture and are not of your language. I think that insulates them a lot. Like, I think that's why there's a lot of Western fanaticism that persists about Nintendo and persists about Game Freak. People are kind of turning against Game Freak to a certain degree now. But I think that happens when there's a bit of a language barrier. I think people are much more willing and happy to go for the throat and criticize when it's a Western-based developer. and they think that they can discern the mind of the developer much easier. But there's always like that insulation when it comes to someone who doesn't speak your language or might not have your concepts of a good game at all, you know. Not at all, but to a degree. I think it insulates Eastern developers. Not just Eastern developers, but, you know. I don't really... I think it insulates, like, Swedish developers, right? Like, I do see it with Paradox to a certain degree. Oh, Yoshi P has done a handful of interviews where add-ons like ACT have been addressed. What's ACT? I can send you a link. Well, I'm not going to watch it here on the stream, but if you sent a link on WP2, that would be pretty badass. Could you sum it up for me, though? I'd love to have it summed up. What's the gist? What does he say? How do I get here, by the way? Oh my god, the stream right now feels a lot like my Guild Wars content. I'm just rambling and wandering around. Right? It's a little bit more targeted than that, though. I am unfogging shit, and I'm just trying to get the next... I'm trying to get back to Matoya's cave, basically. Let's go back. Okay, you'll notice some changes to the UI as well. Again. Which we're going to talk about in a bit. The TLDR is that they don't want us to use them. Wow, that's interesting. Ooh. Sorry, drinking coffee, eating apple. Alexander is basically mandatory for high ping players if you want to play your job well. That is not the TLDR. Oh. Not quite. The ACT story is a long one. I don't know. Is chat confusing me a little bit? Again, you can link videos, but... Oh, you can't link here anyway, because... Guys, does Twitch still have a bot problem? Where if you allow URL links, bots come in and spam the fuck out of your chat. Maybe I only used to have that problem when I was 1,000+ viewers each stream. Maybe bots wouldn't target me anymore. So maybe I can turn that... Oh, it does still have that problem? Alright, sorry, I'm keeping that on then. I think I have it set up that subs can leave links. I think I have it set that subs can leave links. I got the impression Yoshi P doesn't mind ACT, he just can't say it. Well, okay. According to the latest Q&A with the developers, they stated that they cannot know if you're using add-ons, like a DPS meter. Oh, ACT is a DPS meter. They can't scan your computer. That's what ArenaNet tried, right? That's what Chris Cleary tried. He tried to scan your computer and got owned. It called, what do they call it? Spyware, right? But they do not allow harassment based on numbers from these add-ons. Or, in summary, harass people with the add-ons and feel the ban hammer. Don't mention it and you'll be fine. Right, so they don't like harassment. That sounds... What's that got to do with Cactbot? Can I put a link regarding the animation locker in 14 Alexander? It really explains the problem well. Again, I no. Unless you're a sub, maybe links go through. But you could just tell me, what have I got wrong? Are you just saying that because something about my take a minute ago is wrong? If there's something wrong, you could just tell me the incongruence. Eben Aetherflow. Oh, we get lots of stuff on this one. I trust you. Aetherite of Idleshire needs inspecting. But I don't have the right tools. Can you go to the distributors? Okay. I would read it a little bit more enthusiastically, but these seem like extremely filler. And I want to save my voice for when we're back in the main story soon. To put on a good show. They don't want you to use it, but he made an emphasis that it isn't detectable. So as long as you don't do something with the plugin that is distinguishable than someone without the plugin, you can't be banned. Don't do something distinguishable than someone without. That's a nice that's a nice way of phrasing it. ArenaNet never landed on that phrase. Because this is a topic for Guild Wars as well. You know, macroing for instruments, for example. They don't want it to devolve into a report fest. There's some add-ons that they're okay with, others not so much. Well, what are the not so much? Many well-known streamers who were also invited to media events by Square Enix do stream with ACT in plain sight. Cactbot is an add-on suite with a bunch of plugins. It contains call-out plugins. What's a call-out? Like a target? Like a ping in Guild Wars? Auto markers. Automated scrapers for world bosses. What's a scraper? Scrapper? Automated scrapers for market board. Automated visual cues for mechanics, etc. It basically plays the game for you if you go overboard. Right, it's the World of Warcraft world boss thing. Or whatever it's called. Okay. We're going to climb this building. I'm quite excited to do this. Will this door open for me now then? No. Is this a jumping puzzle? Mechanic call out tells you where to go. So they don't like that one. But if you don't call people out or have names obscured, what does the names obscured bit mean? Oh, it's not a jumping puzzle. It's just like an adventure. Oh, wow. What the fuck? There's an aetheryte in here? That's not a real aetheryte, though. It's the Sharlians making one. Oh, there was a cool message on WP2 where, who was it? It might have been Bulmer. Bulmer left a lot of messages. But they said, you know how this is called Sharlian? And it's like, well, but where they came from is called Sharlian. Why would you call a colony the same name? They had a headcanon explanation for it, which is amazing. Okay, so check this out, guys. What do you think of this? Maybe some of you are familiar with this headcanon concept. The idea is that the Sharlians are really good at aetherytes, and like they mastered like the teleportation with aetheryte crystals and stuff. So what if it's just that they were really good at it, and they had aetherytes set up here, connected back to the island. So it's like you wouldn't really have to distinguish it as a different place if it's like two in one. It's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Really, if it's not like, oh, we got to wait a month across the ocean to get there. It's just our people. You know, you could go to the town square and be interacting with people that were on Eorzea and people that were, you know, across the ocean, and you don't really distinguish between the two. If your culture, if your society has aetheryte transportation ingrained into it to such a degree, so therefore you wouldn't really, you know, culturally, you probably wouldn't name it something else. It would just still be Sharlian. It's all Sharlian. And I think that's brilliant. I think that's really, really clever and very believable. So, so yeah, anyway, that was one of the little... There were so many cool messages over there, man. Nothing stops you from checking someone's log or admitting if you don't have them. That's hypocritical. You don't need to mask anything. Many streamers show it and just use it in play site. They have not been reprimanded. Well, what I'd heard before was that streamers aren't reprimanded, but they're not welcomed into the family. Does that make sense? Like, I saw some post where... They have a partner program. I didn't know that. But I saw some post where people in their partner program are getting sent Endwalker moons that spin. That looks pretty cool. I don't know how high the bar is or what hoops they want you to jump through to be in their partner program. But yeah, apparently you sort of, if you're doing a lot of shady... Is it shady? I don't know. Add-on stuff. They won't be happy with it. I use the word shady there because it kind of is in the shade of the TOS, you know. It is a bit... I do see the weird... the middle ground to it. My immediate impression from Dalamud was, well, look at how fucking sophisticated this thing is. And look at how many devs there are with all the little GitHubs working away, doing a ton of... Like, this is a huge scene. As soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, this is clearly a big deal in this game. Like, you don't get that kind of activity and hustle and bustle and buzz if people are scared that it's all going to fall apart tomorrow. You just don't. Well, you do if you have billions of people playing your game. Well, hundreds of millions of people playing your game. And as big as FF14 has become, it's not there. So, yeah. Highly complex instrument used to gauge the stability of an aetheryte. Someone didn't get invited because he he swore at the devs on Twitter. What's yeah, has anyone got any drama for me like that? What kind of stuff like that's happened in this game? Does anyone want to fill me in? Just out of curiosity. Anything I should know? We haven't even mentioned the Lewd mods. Are you trying to? Do you mean lewd? Oh, that's a picture of Alexander. That's not an aetheryte quest. We'll do that later. We'll do that one later. Or Aether Current quest, I should say. Wondrous Tales. That's that feature you guys were talking about. We'll deal with that later. A striking opportunity. It's got a picture. I don't know what that is. Let's go and look at an unexpected proposal. Everyone's pissed Asmon got invited and long-time small creators weren't. Well, I mean, that's always an interesting subject, isn't it? And I can talk quite openly and freely about it in the context of FF14. Rowena's planning a trip to Revenant's Toll. That's also not a crystal thing. You know, these partner programs, they are just corporate arms. You've got to understand that, right? So the Final Fantasy 14 partner program, what it's interested in doing is marketing the game. It's not really there on your behalf, right? And I think you'll open yourself up a bit if you think, you know, and you might have a bit of an upsetting moment if you think that if it's really a partnership, if they're really there to sort of defend you or, you know, not sort of throw you under the bus or whatever. You might think, but really it's all about the numbers, I would say. So it's like with Guild Wars, they've started paying people with big platforms to cover the game. We've got to go to Matoya's cave. They've started paying people with bigger platforms to cover the game. And like one of the first guys they did it with, like about 2 months ago, did like a horrendous job. And, you know, everyone was talking about how this guy did this bad job with that. But on the other side of it, it's like, you know, it's now more beneficial to not be within that partner program. Do you know what I mean? Like one thing that very much became obvious to me with that little event is, okay, so I spent 10 years. This has been sort of a career for me. And out of a love and enthusiasm for that franchise, I have played that franchise and dedicated all my time and all my understanding and my reading and gameplay, by and large, to that franchise. And I gave pretty much whatever I could have shot with that franchise to build that franchise up. And what that's actually done for me is limited my reach, limited my potential, limited my audience. So now I'm a smaller streamer, I'm a smaller YouTuber, I'm a smaller personality than people who are doing other stuff. And now they're coming into the franchise and getting more out of it. They're being rewarded for going to other stuff, you know. And it's like, you know, that's a real realization, because what you need to realize is probably the Final Fantasy 14 partner program is going to prefer that people spread out, I think. Because then, you know, they don't really get much from like these insular little communities that are just circling around themselves all the time and don't have much outside reach. What they want is variety streamers. What they want is to pull over World of Warcraft players. What they want is to pull over Guild Wars 2 players into Final Fantasy 14. So they're going to pay those people more. And it's just kind of not savvy to... Like, you're not going to be rewarded for dedication or enthusiasm. Being a fan doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is numbers. And those partner programs, they're not your friend. Even though it sort of feels like you're in this nice little club and, oh, we appreciate what you do, blah, blah, blah. What they appreciate is numbers. And, you know, you've got to be a bit cold and pragmatical about that at some point, I think. So I don't think it's right to loop this back to the thing. People are mad that a World of Warcraft guy got priority over small-time streamers. I don't know. I get that you might feel a little bit betrayed by that, but at the same time, I mean, let's be real. What is the Final Fantasy XIV partner program there to do? What is the Guild Wars 2 partner program there to do? I believe Elder Scrolls has one, and the only reason I know Elder Scrolls has one is because I occasionally lurk on Jebro's stream, and he has a thing under his stream saying he's in that one. And, you know, it's become a, like, normal corporate thing as well. When I joined the Guild Wars one, I hadn't heard of partner programs anywhere else. And there were only a couple of us. And, you know, we kind of had actual conversations with the devs through the partner program. The partner program was, like... It felt like that closer thing. It felt like... But now, you know, the programs are kind of there, these by-the-book things. They're trying to swarm themselves with as many creators as possible, as much outreach as possible. They're just mechanisms through which marketing departments can leverage the labor and manpower of their communities. And ill-compensate them for it as well, frankly. So, I don't think they owe you anything. You just need to see what they are. Fuck, I've come to the library. I was supposed to go to Matoya's cave. Is this too rambling of a response? It probably is. I didn't know you played 14 WP. How are you finding it so far? I'm enjoying Heavensward a lot. I think it's a really bad game for a lot of stuff. But you eventually become used to the bad bits and blind to the bad bits. And you can start to celebrate the good bits. And the good bits are really, really, really good. What it wants to be, it's very good at being. And that's all a game really needs. That's a horribly vague, terrible answer. But please understand, people are asking me that constantly on these streams. And... the more tangible answers and rants have probably already come up. Where the hell is that cave? I'm guessing it's the red dot, maybe? Will I get banned if I use the Dump Truck Matoya mod? Dump Truck Matoya? You're talking about giving the old witch lady a fat ass? Is that what you're talking about? You wouldn't even see it in her robe, would you? She's got like a hunchback and she's in a robe. You wouldn't see a fat ass. She could have an amazing ass already and you're not going to know it. See? You're not going to know. I don't care for politics. Too much talk, not enough action. Forget all that racket and have some time for myself. You've earned it. So, Rogo is a picture of nervous energy. Look, WP, I'm going to need you to finish 3.3 tomorrow, not today. I won't be able to watch properly until tomorrow. Yeah, don't worry, man. I'm doing a lot of side stuff. I'm guessing you weren't here for the whole story about Clippy and stuff. I was curious on your take, but I don't think you were there. Also, Cossage, it's great to see you in chat. I think of you very much as a dedicatedly Guild Wars kind of fan, but I really like to see you in these chats. You did like my analysis of Rabon and the Handmaiden cutscene, how they frame shots as a way to indicate things, as ArenaNet's been doing in their recent ones. And what FF14 does better to convey the story and emotions than Guild Wars 2. Yeah, are you watching these as like a comparative exercise to our main game? Thank you, kind adventurer. I'm in your debt. Permit me to introduce myself, Rivet. I am Sarah Rogo, a humble service of Matoya. I'm tasked with picking leaves from her herb garden, where we make tea. Alas, drawn to the medicinal properties bugs have recently taken to ravaging the herbs. I attempted to get rid of the pests, but they are too much for a lone Pirogo to handle. I'd be grateful if you could eliminate them in my stead, Ribbit. The thing about 14 is content's king. It does a very good job of making everything replayable and relevant. I don't know whether I would say it as emphatically as you did there. But yes, its LFG and roulette systems are very, very, very good. And its integration of cooperative gameplay into the main story is very good. These are all things that ArenaNet either accidentally or blatantly turned their back on, and hugely to their cost. Kill that son of a bitch. I'm telling you guys, the combat's way more fun. You had to leave after the dungeon yesterday. Which dungeon was that? The library. That wasn't that at the start. You missed a ton then. Rocket, am I to believe you live EU and play NA as well, right? I'm not going to go into the whole conversation again because it was a long conversation. We've just sort of come out of it. But I guess I'm just curious if you use 14 Alexander or Clippy. We done? Wow, these quests are really basic, really easy. I'm now realizing it's designed that you do them as you go. If there's a similar thing in Stormblood, I'm going to do it as I go. The bugs are no more. Oh, thank you. Not only are you kind, but you're strong as well. Ribbit. Now I can resume my duties again. Harvesting and making tea is all I'm capable of. I'm a failed creation, you see. Unlike my mistress's other children, I'm incompetent and clumsy. For want of a task I could perform, she bade me serve her tea several times a day. But even in this, I need assistance, Ribbit. Oh! Unless I make myself more useful, 'tis only a matter of time before my mistress removes my enchantment. Then I would revert to an ordinary toad, incapable of speech. I cannot bear the thought of that. I must have become a better servant, and I believe I can do so, if only I knew what my mistress desires. Having received of her blessing, the brooms here are bound to possess the knowledge. Alas, they refuse to talk to me. But as you are our guest, they cannot willfully ignore you, even if they are not entirely cooperative or forthright. Please speak with them, Ribbit, and acquire the information I need to survive. Oh shit. It's not even a quest. I'm hopeless in battle, and I can't clean as well as the brooms. I'm good for absolutely nothing, Ribbit. Oh, woe is me. I don't want to go back to being an ordinary toad. The straightforward broom. The self-possessed broom, or the statuesque broom. Should you choose to undertake this quest, you'll receive no guidance from the journal. Oh, shit, it's one of those. Alright, I'll do these later. I do want to do these. I should have done the side quests as I went along. I'll do them when I get my Black Mage here. When I get my Black Mage here, we're gonna do a Heavensward rerun. We're gonna level our Black Mage via side questing. Because that's what the cool kids do. All these other people, yeah, you should be in the dungeons. No, no, no. We're gonna eat apples and read lore. Okay, let's go. I think I got all of these. Wait, don't I have... Oh, we got to do the compass game now. Fuck me, 438. I'm guessing it's over here near the dungeon. Let's go to the dungeon. Side quests give abysmal XP. Look, I know that, but they also give enjoyment. And look, how many streamers come to this game and just grind dungeons? Huh? How many of them have a true heart of a completionist? Do you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I was vaguely looking for this before. For the compass, you search Google for the location. Man, that Alexander thing looks so cool over there. Oh yeah, that happened off stream. On Discord last night, I was running through here and I saw it in the distance. I didn't realise they'd added it to just the... Look at the giant globe thing around it. It's very cool. There's another 128 to the east. So the question is it in that hidden area there? Wait, there's an entrance to the map I've never even walked into. Or is it up by the library? I'm going to go up to the library and then will Aetherite Crystal to the other side. I think that's probably a good idea. You use exit lag, and that allows you to double weave as well. That's the legal method. Tools like Alexander are on the hard brink of being too far. Well, I'm not using Alexander, but I know people use it, and it erases your weaving ping issues. No one's ever been banned. Talking about Black Mage, did you try Palace of the Dead a bit to level it? No, I didn't. I've still never been there. I still don't understand really what it is. It's a dungeon with randomized floors, right? You should play to the Alexander raid. It will change the map. Yeah, I will. I'll do it, though, once I'm... once I'm done with the launch content. I kind of want to do it in order as much as possible, you know? 52 yards southwest. So it should be on this... Oh, there it is. It's on the cliff. Right, yeah, so you notice that some of the nameplates have changed colours. Let's talk about that. I noticed in the settings... Now, I tried to figure this out a bit. Basically, what I wanted... As I said, I was doing dungeons last night. And what I wanted was via nameplate colours. A simple way. 817 northwest. Well, what happens if I go up to here? I didn't realise there was a thing over here. I'll show you the UI in a second. Hold on. Like, you see how his nameplate is red as he's following me? Basically, I realised I can use this to know if I haven't hit an enemy yet. Therefore, got a good amount of enmity, right? Because you want to hit each enemy once, as far as I know. Is that wrong? You want to hit everyone at least once to like, make sure... And I'm not even talking about, like, with an enmity skill, like, unmeant, just anything. So that you don't lose aggro on it later. It's like a DPS will take aggro accidentally. So, like, if it's deep red, I know, oh shit, that's in the area and I haven't hit it yet. So it's probably a bad move. But I'm wondering if I can do better with it. So here, check it out. Display name settings. There is unengaged, which is just when they're wandering around, right? Engaged. So, by the way, when it says, like, this color is not just their nameplate. This color is all the UI associated with them. This color is the giant target ring that you look at to know whether you're rear or flanking, that shows the direction that they're facing, all of that. So, it actually has a more profound impact on the visuals than you'd think. So, like, if I make that deep blue, right, when we start fighting this guy and he's engaged, he's going to look blue now, right? Which to me says he looks like a party member. So I wouldn't ever do it this way. But it does affect a lot. It's not just the nameplate. You might think it is, but it's more. So anyway, I was just trying to mess with the colors and get something like functional and fun and a little bit different. So yeah, I decided to make enemies that I'm just generally fighting. They're like red, but they're not like deep red. It's fine. I don't know what's the difference between engaged and claimed, I guess, is my big question. Claimed is after I've hit it, right? So what is engaged? Unclaimed is when it's trying to fight me, but I haven't hit it yet. What then is engaged? This is the one I don't know what it is. I know what this is. If I walk near it and it aggroes, but I haven't touched it, it's going to be this. Once I've hit it, it's going to be claimed. When does engaged ever appear? Unengaged is they're just wandering around. So the other thing I did was, based on what I just said, I made my own health bar green. Do you remember in chat the other day, someone said, oh, I keep looking at WP's MP and thinking that's his health bar. And people ask where my health bar is. I think having this as a deep green, you can see much clearer what my health is now. Above my head is a big deep green thing. So if you guys have an idea for that. Then I kind of just copied Guild Wars for the other stuff. Party members, alliance members, PCs, they're all blue. Friends are deep orange. I quite enjoy that. NPCs are white. Objects I made yellow, so like treasure chests and stuff, they're really obvious. It's like, oh, here's a big yellow thing. Here's something to interact with. I thought that was better than white. These are all PvP. It's called General, but I think they're all PvP related. I don't know what the feast is. But yeah, so any advice in that arena? Let me have it. Oh, I see. This is like a one-way trip. Well, let's make sure we don't miss a thing as we're going. I don't think we're going to. This is quite cool. This feels like that little jumping puzzle outside Lion's Arch in Gandaren. Against that cliff. Same sort of vibes. Unclaimed, someone else hit it before you, your party, and that person and its party will get its loot. Oh, see, I was curious about the phrasing of claiming. And I figured it was about loot. Because that's kind of a classic MMO issue that since they've... isn't really such a big thing in Final Fantasy anymore. Note that unclaimed doesn't mean you won't get it. So I can ignore the unclaimed, right? Unclaimed is... When will unclaimed ever be relevant to me? I do agree with WP's assessment. The Guild Wars 2 story has all the beats and highlights, but not enough meat between to flesh out the side stories and characters. Whereas FF14 isn't limited by the blockbuster narrative and can take its time with quests and conversations, even if the pace is slower. I'm glad you agree with that, man, because I think that is the prime observation. That is the most relevant observation between the two games. You just said blockbuster narrative in quotes. Are you quoting sort of yourself? Is that a phrase you've heard? I've never heard ArenaNet describe their own story as aiming to be a blockbuster narrative, but is that in like in a Deeg interview or something? I like that phrasing. I can see that that's the mindset. If that's a phrase that's come from ArenaNet themselves, then I have a new talking point. My talking point being they need to get over the blockbuster narrative. It's a nice, concise way of expressing everything we've been talking about. 6:35 northwest. It's so far away. It's northwest, so I'm guessing it's near this fate. If you're completely honest, you think the Guild Wars 2 story is really boring? Well, yeah, because it's not told well. It's not told well. There's another side to the story that I still don't know how I feel about it. And that's the ability to skip. FF14 lets anyone who doesn't want to do the story completely opt out of it. They let you skip the whole fucking thing. You can skip. You can spam click through all the unvoice acted lines. You can totally opt out. Meanwhile, in Guild Wars, if you're not into like, fuck, what's the Ember Bay release called? Rising Flames. If you're not into the story and you're replaying Rising Flames, you have to sit there listening to Timey blab on and on and on, or listen to a Queen Jenna blab on and on and on in the head of the snake and stuff. And I don't know. I want to say there's a de facto answer to one being better than the other. But I just don't know. It does 14 win because it lets people skip? I get that it wins for people who don't care about story, but I'm talking about just on story merits. Which game is more likely to let... here's what I'm trying to wonder. How do I phrase this? Like, I've got a friend, right? Sean. He's been in chat every now and then. Sean never paid attention to Final Fantasy XIV's story at all until the Shadowbringers expansion. So he skip. Shadowbringers came round, and he started paying attention, and he fell in love with it. He skipped all the boring shit. He didn't give a fuck. And then later, he was like, okay, I'm going to... And he swears it's amazing. So I'm thinking about people like that. Do people like that exist in Guild Wars? What I'm wondering is people like that might not exist in Guild Wars because they never had the option to skip. They just always deride it. They always hate on it. And they just like... So they never like have a moment where they choose for themselves to opt back into paying attention. Southwest, so it's over here somewhere. Do you get what I mean? And I wonder if that plays into Final Fantasy's hand. There's another thing that goes on with Guild Wars. Because they don't really let you opt out. And by the way, Guild Wars does let you opt out. This is hard to talk about. Because they don't let you opt out when you're like playing through the actual instances, you have to sit there and listen to the voice acting. I wonder if people never get over it. I wonder if there's a lot of story haters in the Guild Wars community that are just constantly whining about it, and that whining robs the devs of enthusiasm, or like causes resources to be shuffled into the open world instead, or meta events instead, or raid releases instead, and therefore it suffers. I wonder whether that's kind of a subtle thing that's happened over the years. But now let's talk about the other side. You can opt out in Guild Wars. You can just skip the whole expansion, and you can cut straight to POF. You can cut straight to Path of Fire. But you can't really, because you can't follow the story of Path of Fire if you haven't played Season 3. You can't really follow it. You can't follow the story of Heart of Thorns if you didn't play Season 2. And in a way, you can't follow it too well if you didn't play Season 1. The only thing I would say you can genuinely skip is the Zaitan arc. I think you can skip the personal story. But you're not going to be able to follow End of Dragons without playing the Icewood Saga, which you're not really going to be able to follow too. Like, imagine just jumping into the Icewood Saga. You're not going to know who the Crystal Bloom are, what arenas, any of that stuff. So you kind of can't skip. Meanwhile, in Final Fantasy, they do have a skip thing, but it's a paywall thing that the game hides from you. There's a big difference between having to seek out, like, a convoluted, here's a paywall to skip the story thing in Final Fantasy, and, oh, I'll just click ahead in the story journal in Guild Wars. There's a big difference between those two activities. So, I don't know. I don't know what is happening, but there definitely is something happening in the two games' philosophies about story skipping. I wonder if anyone else in chat has any observations about that. Any thoughts? Because there's definitely something there. I just don't know what it is. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to think about it. True, which is why they added the Season 1 recap for those who missed it. Yeah, so then there's the topic of, like, adding abridged shit. Does Final Fantasy do the abridged thing? Does it abridge its previous story? What I have noticed about Final Fantasy, this is sort of a separate topic. I'm guessing it's up here. Final Fantasy repeats the state of its story very regularly. Like, a bunch of plot will happen, and then 10 minutes later, you'll be speaking to Alphino, and he'll spell it back out for you. So, you know, like, if you're losing touch with it a bit, they constantly, like, they hold your hand. And it slows the pace down immensely. And it can even be a bit boring, I suppose, when you're reading the same thing. But, oh, there you go. No nearby currents. Okay, so we're back to questing, right? Let's check if Idleshare has any others. Guild Wars doesn't do that so much, because it's always trying to be a blockbuster. You know, you don't have a moment in Endgame where they all come out of the time machine and they sit around restating the state of play. They don't do that, you know, they keep the pace going. So I think that's probably a big thing as well about that allows people like Sean to get into the story late in the day. And ArenaNet's not good at that, not really. Doesn't really abridge the story, although they deleted some from ARR, but that's not necessarily a plus. And by the way, the one time ArenaNet abridged their story with the Season 1 recap, it's shit, it's terrible, it's too short. I mean, it's not blockbuster. You're telling, like, a long story. You're telling an epic, the epic of Scarlet. And you're telling it in, like, 3 minutes because you don't have the budget for a longer cutscene. I mean, at some point, you have to say, you know, that idea never should have left the room, really. I mean, the poor people had to implement that. You can check what type of current you are missing from the window in the travel menu. Travel menu. Travel. I very rarely come here. Aether currents. Oh. Oh, okay. So I'm missing 3 quests in the Kurthus Western Highlands. A bit of both there. I'm missing 1. I'm missing a quest. There is a quest somewhere. Oh, that's the next expansion, isn't it? Ooh. I like how much space they have to keep adding numbers. Imagine the day that is all the way over here. Okay, so as Isla was free, it was just main quests. We need one quest then. One quest. The question is it here? Is there like a little instance, perhaps, that I'm missing? Is it a sequel quest to one of the current blue quests that we're looking at? Have I done the one in Matoya's Cave? Yeah, I did it just a second ago. On stream. Maybe I just forgot to speak to one of these guys. Maybe I just messed it up. I'm wondering... Oh, here it is. Taking stock. I messed it up. Steam appears to be rising from his bedecked ears. Gods damn it. I've been had. Some twice cursed sons of a mad blind bitch have made off with all my takings and my tradables too. I knew this place was full of treasure hunters. I never reckoned it'd be my treasures they'd be hunting. It ain't just losses that concern me. The gobbies count on the goods I bring to keep this place fed and watered. If I don't get my stock back, this whole town could fall apart. What do you say, adventurer? Will you help me bring these thieving curs to the book? An adventurer coming back from answering the quarter says he bumped into a gang of ill-looking brutes on the front bridge. Nearly knocked the poor kid into the thaliac they did. Anyhow, he says they were heading into the ruins. Meet me there and we'll start the search. Okay. I do like a good little swear word every now and then. Can anyone tell me, what's the age rating difference between this and Guild Wars? Is it the same age rating? Because I'm just thinking, we've made all these comparative points about Guild Wars versus Final Fantasy in the story department. But the one thing I will say is, no matter what Guild Wars ever does, no matter how perfectly they ever start executing it, the fact they don't swear and they don't, you know, chop off people's limbs and stuff means I think I will always prefer Final Fantasy 14 a little bit. Oh, 14 is Peggy 16. And Guild Wars is not 16. I don't think Guild Wars is 16. I think Guild Wars is lower, again, to appeal to a wider user base. Compromising on the capacity to do interesting things to have a wide reach. Guild Wars is 12, yeah. Well, there you go. So I think there will always be that fundamental difference. Well met, lad. Now here's the plan. Considering the weight of the stuff they've stole, they won't get far on foot. Chances they've got a boat hidden somewhere. Get my crew onto it and have them stake out the riverbank. I want you to search the ruins for whatever you can find. Might be bandits lying low there, or maybe they've stashed the loot and moved on. If you should have any chance in my belongings, I'd be obliged to bring them back here. I've got like a little spoiler, by the way. Yesterday on the stream, someone said, this map changes a lot in future story. But because of spoiler, that's what they said. And they didn't list the spoiler. But since I read that, all I can think about, all I'm hoping, is that I actually build Idleshire up. And in a later expansion, we return. And these are all, like, rebuilt. And it's like a bustling town. I think that would be really cool. Because all these side quests are illustrating ways in which this is actually a valid place. Like that quest where they said, that might have been last night. They have a dungeon where you go back to the library. And they basically say in the quest text, yeah, this is a fucking cool place. There's a lot of information here. If this wasn't a wreck, think about the amount of scholars that would come to live here. Like, that would put us on the map. That would make this a real town. And they're right. Oh, I'm a little bit stronger as well, because I got poetics from the dungeons I did yesterday. I'm having a very pre-searing moment opening these stolen items. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? I can't remember what I was saying. I've completely forgotten what I was talking about a second ago. Oh shit, he's big and strong. Is he a fate? But yeah, you see my blue health bar? It's much better, right? Oh, that's going to stick on my tongue and I can't remember. Is there any reason for me to kill this guy? He's a hunt boss. I think he's actually whittling me down. I don't think I'm going to win this. Whoops. Misclicked and pressed 2 things. I think I'd need a party. Yeah, I have to leave. So, will he stay low or what? Oh, I set up this bind as well, so I can identify my mouse at any time. A cool little feature I saw in the game. Any weird features you guys know about that I'm not using, let me know. I wanna get it all, do you know what I mean? I'm waiting for it to turn out there's like an action combat thing. You know how Guild Wars has action combat and it's super buried? But it's genuinely really good for the game. I'm just like hunting for little shit like that in Final Fantasy, basically, constantly. Like, well, this might be good. He'll reset his HP, okay. What was I talking about? Abridged stories? You can show your entire inventory. Yeah, I know. I prefer with the tabs, though. I like seeing this menu here. But yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing I'd like to know. Yes, I'm using legacy controls. How goes the search? Did you find anything? Yes, I did. I found a wooden box filled with various odds and ends, wrongfully taken from Midnight Dew of Idleshire. You can do a quest to get your Chocobo fight alongside you. Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I've got that. I appreciate I could have eaten the Gasol Greens on this stream so far. Oh, there you go. 8th current attunement complete. Cool. So what can I do now with this? Can I go up there? Can I go to that weird little island place? Stone Sky Sea? Do any of the main quests ever require you do this? Shit, I can fly over to Alexander. HUD editor lets you have a simple gauge versions and separate the target information to make castbars use. HUD editor, can you teach me more about that? There's a lot of little things about the HUD that I would still like to tweak. I like a lot of little things. Can you teach me more about that? Holy shit. He's a big boy, eh? Did my question about exit lag just send? I'm having weird internet issues. No, I didn't see it. But I'm missing a lot of messages at the moment. I've only played this for 3 months, but you're actually teaching me stuff now, like the colours of engaged claimed enemies, etc. I'm glad. I don't know whether what I set up is actually really that worthwhile. Basically, there's a thing that's happening in dungeons. Let me try and explain this very clearly for people. There's a thing that's happening in dungeons where an enemy hasn't... I haven't hit an enemy, and it hasn't hit me, so it's not on the enemy list yet. And I look at the enemy list to see who I have aggro on. If it's a green square, then I don't have aggro, and I know I need to provoke it or unmend it or whatever, right? I know I need to get it if there's a green square. But what quite often happens is I'll be sitting there looking at the enemy list. It looks like I have aggro on everything from the enemy list, but I actually don't. And it's because there's a thing that's not even on the enemy list. It's just like a random mob in the area. So what I wanted was a bright red nameplate for enemies like that, so that I can see them and grab them. Like, I would actually have to physically scan the environment and grab them. That's what I was trying to accomplish. And I think it accomplishes it, but it also might not be, so I don't know. So I really don't know right now, but yeah. Well, I came here, and there's an event here, which makes me think I should do the event, but whatever. Let's just go to the Western Highlands and continue our hunt. Will we enter the Western Highlands from a weird place now? A place that I never went to before? This is quite interesting, isn't it? I guess I was supposed to clamber down. So most people either put the target info at the bottom to show the cast bar near the middle of the screen, or split it and put the cast bar at like 200% in the middle, Because cast bars are probably the most important boss-related info. Yeah, I already do that. I have cast bar really big here. It's called progress bar. And I think I had it at 200% for ages. It might not. No, it's still at 200%. So I do already have that. I have it near the enemy list. So in this little area of the screen, I see what enemies are there, how much health they have, what debuffs they have, thanks to a Dalamud plugin. And when my target starts casting stuff, I have that information there as well. The last piece of the puzzle that I really want to do is I want to put my interrupt skills up there as well while I'm in combat. But I don't know how to do that automatically. What I want is the UI to automatically change when I sheath unsheath. Someone said I can do that with macros, but I don't know how that works. I don't want to press a button. I don't want a whole other keybind dedicated to shifting the UI. I want the UI to shift when I unsheath and resheath on a PC, on PC, not on a PlayStation controller. There is options for that only on PlayStation controller. What I want is that for on mouse and keyboard, and I don't know how to do that. Someone said you do it with macros, but I don't know how to set that up. Because as far as I know, macros are just buttons you press that do multiple things at once. I don't know how you would have a sheath unsheath macro. Do you have combat info add-on from Dalamud? It shows magical versus physical versus dark. No. Yeah, that's what I have. That's why you're looking at red versus blue numbers. So I can't fly now. But I'm in some weird high up place. Let's scan this. There's no nearby currents. So wait, what map is this? This is the Dravanian Western Highlands. Aether currents. I'm guessing Kurth's Western Highlands. Okay, so we've got all of them. We're actually looking for quests right now. On this one. So are there any blue quests over here? Nope. Looks like I have one in progress. I think I picked that up last night. And there's 2 over at that Chocobo Keep. So let's just go north. So that's 3 quests. And we're missing 3. Okay, perfect. So we'll have this one done real quick. Sadly, you can't on mouse keyboard without using a key press. See, that seems mental to me. That feels like something there should be an add-on for. Because that's such cool functionality. And it's already in the game, just not for mouse. Surely someone else, at some point over this game's history, has looked at that and said, alright, I'll make a little add-on for it. Macros can switch between HUD layouts, so maybe set up a macro that sheaths, unsheaths the weapon and switches between combat and non-combat. Oh, you're right. I can do it. I currently use the keybind X to sheath and unsheath. And the point is, just bind X to a macro. And the macro opens by saying sheath or unsheath. And then the macro also says swap HUD. You're right, I can do it. For the macro, you can use /BM function to sheath your weapon in a macro. Oh, wait, no, my idea doesn't work, does it? Because what if I engage without pressing unsheath? Hold on, you can use /BM and follow it up with HUD layout 2. You can definitely do that. And okay, this might be boring for you guys to watch, but let's try this. Okay. What's a good icon? What's like a weapon looking icon? There's a way you can just pick, can't you? Oh yeah, here you go. This basically is just going to mean enter combat. Let's go with that. I don't like the 1 on it though. I'm not necessarily going to need to be able to see that either, am I? Okay. So it would be /BM. Is that really the macro thing for sheath? /BM. What does that stand for? Well, here's the thing. I don't want to have it needs to cycle. I don't just want to toggle in. I want it to toggle in on the first press and toggle out on the other one. 1 window, bottom left icon. Oh, nice, yeah. It stands for battle mode. Well, let's just try that first. Let's plug that in somewhere. Control 1 for just argument's sake. Okay, yeah, that's sheath unsheath. That is sheath unsheath. Perfect. So I'll just put that on X. But here's the thing. How do we also now put HUD swapping on it? Because if I just say HUD layout 2, then that's just forever going to move me to HUD layout 2. Try fast blade, someone says. Is that a skill, is it? Or oh, yeah, that looks good as well. That's brilliant. I like that. That looks like a Guild Wars icon, really. Slash HUD layout 2. You would need hotbar swapping too. So let's call this unsheath. And then what we do is copy. We would need to copy a hotbar. Let's say it's hotbar 9 or whatever. Well, let's just get the first part of it done, right? This is going to unsheath me. It's going to swap my UI, and it's going to swap a hotbar. It actually does 3 things at once, doesn't it? So what we would do is we would say HUD layout 2. This is my combat one. This is my combat UI thing, right? So now what happens when I press this? We should swap to a new thing. Ready? There. So we're now on HUD layout 2, and we would customize this to be our combat layout. Now, but what I also need to do is on HUD... Oh, well, no. Maybe the macro doesn't need to change. It's just that on HUD layout 2, unsheath is different. Okay, where would we go from here? What we would do from here is... On this, why not macro the HUD layout to your first opener action? Because it's going to change based on context. It's still the same. Just press it again. It might work. No, because it's going to keep going to HUD layout 2 now. It's going to keep going to HUD layout 2. Yeah, and I'd be pressing it multiple times on a fight. That's not good. There is a way to do this now. What we would have to do is well, first of all, I need to bring back one of the hotbars that I don't use. Okay, let's say it's hotbar 10. This is not for the game. This is not for skills or anything. Let's say it's hotbar 10. So hotbar 10 is where this is going to be hidden, like a hidden little skill. It's going to be hidden off screen, but I'm going to be able to press it. It's going to be bound to X. Okay, so let's do that as well. Let's do that little bit. So we go hotbar, we scroll all the way down, we say hotbar 10 skill 1 is X. Okay, so everything's the same on my mind now. The thing is, what it needs to be is hotbar 10 needs to be a cross hotbar, doesn't it? Or maybe hotbar 11? Or hotbar 9? What I need to do is make the unsheath macro now. I think I'm figuring this out. Hold on. Whoops. So, let's edit macro. Let's get a new macro. This is sheath. And we want an icon putting our sword away. Not that I really want to look at these icons, but whatever. If anyone has a better icon for me, that's fine. So this is just going to be slash battle mode. That's going to be sheath. And then it's going to be HUD layout 1. Right? We're going to go back to our original HUD. So now I can swap back and forth. Now, here's the game. Whoops. I think they need to be on different hotbars. So I think I need to dedicate 2 hotbars to this functionality. Okay, and what's going to happen is unsheath is on this, sheath is on this, which... Oh god, is the keybind going to fuck up? I think... I'm now a little bit worried this won't work. It might work. We go to hotbar... Because I can't double bind, right? You can't double bind. So now this macro, when it triggers, it needs to copy... Fuck. What's the... Here we go. I still have one. It's essentially... It's like this. So when this does this, I need to copy... Hotbar copy 9, but 1. Oh, wait. Copy... Dark Knight 10 onto 9. And then this one needs to be the reverse. It needs to be like that. And then this will copy 9 back over to 10. Alright, let's try it out. Okay, and now we need to actually view it on this HUD layout. This is HUD layout 2. What we want is hotbar 9 to show up. Oh shit, I've messed something up a little bit here. I looked a bit at all the functions. I think you might just need 2, and you could do regular press and then control press. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it is there. It is there. And now I can press X again, and I go back, and I press X again. Oh, fuck. It's close. I've messed it up slightly. What have I done wrong? Oh, don't I need a third one as a buffer? I think I need a fucking third one that never changes as a buffer. Ugh. Okay, hold on. So we just go hards. I'm using 3 hotbars for this. So it's actually, this is never going to change. It's going to be always unsheath is on there. I don't need to bind that or anything. And what I'm actually copying on... Oh, wait, no. It's this one needs to be on there. Or maybe both can be on there. Couldn't both be on there? Okay, so when I press sheath, I need to grab... Oh, no, not both. Both doesn't work. Both obviously doesn't work. Do I need 4 hotbars for this? It works with 4. I just don't know if that's efficient. I don't actually have 4 that I can use that without compromising other stuff. I need this to point to macro 8, I think. I'm copying 8 into 10. Fuck, why aren't you doing it? Now they're both that. I don't think you can single click it since it's going to replace itself. No, it does work. It definitely does work. The question, where it breaks is when I use other skills to engage, and that's what I need to playtest. I'm not smart enough to instantly figure that out. Let's just, for argument's sake here, grab a whole other hotbar. Like hotbar 6. So, oh, I should order it correctly. We'll be out of this in a second, guys. Anyone bored by this, don't worry. We'll be done in a minute. So basically, here, 6 is always sheath. 7 is always unsheath. So when I press unsheath, I want it to swap to sheath. So I'm going to copy 6. And on this one, I'm going to copy 7. And they're always going to the 10th skill bar, which is... Which one's hotbar 10? Oh, it's this one over here. Okay, so when I press that, we go to there. Where is it on screen? And now we press that, we go to there. Fuck! What have I messed up? What have I messed up? Oh, there's a logic to this. Why don't I have a logical mind? When I click this, I am copying 6 into 10. So that should do it. Oh! It does work. It does work. I've bound the wrong thing. It does work. It's that's hotbar 8. I'm doing the wrong hotbars. Hotbar 8 needs to be copied onto hotbar 9. They need to be going to hotbar 9, not 10. Wait, what's 10 for then? Oh my god, now what's happened? You can have BM written as BM on and BN off. Oh, that's probably a little bit cleaner, isn't it? Well, we can do that. BM on. BM off. Look, I've got this, guys. I've got this. Okay, look, check it out. We only need 3 hotbars. Okay, we know the solution now. We only need 3 hotbars. So I'm going to kill hotbar 6. Hotbar 6 goes back down here. We remove this. And what we're going to do is we're going to kill any reference to hotbar 6. We don't need hotbar 6. Okay, that's going to go from 7 to 10. And that's going to go from 8. Wait. 7, 8, 9, and 10. How have I got all of these in use? Basically, the hotbar I'm actually going to be pressing is 9. That's the one that's keybound. So that's fine. Okay. So 9 is the one that we're copying to. Always. We're always copying to 2. So we go here and we make sure we copy to 9 and to 9. There's never any point where we're copying anything else. Now, unsheath is going to be 7 going to 9. Which means it needs to look like this. And sheath is going to be 8 going to 9. Simple. Now where's... So 8 is always that. 9 is always that. Where's 7? Oh, this is hot... No, that's 4. Where's 7? Have I not been using 7? Is that my problem? What? Oh my god, it's up here. Alright, I think we found the bug in our code. Oh, I'm using 7. That's why all this shit appeared. It's in use up there. Okay, so ignore 7. We just need to do 8, 9, 10. Right. So, we're going to always be copying... Okay, here you go. Is anyone following what I'm doing at this point? Trust me, guys. It's going to work. So, we're actually going to do is hotbar 10 that we're going to be pressing the thing on, just to keep it as clean as possible. Okay, so it's slot 1, hotbar 10. So, this, we can just remove all of these. I think you guys can see now what's happening, right? Okay, so I'm currently whatever, we'll fix that later. I don't even know if this will fully work. Okay, so when I press unsheath, we are going to take sheath, which is on 7. No, that's not 7, is it? It's 8. We are going to take sheath, which is on 8, and put it on 10. And then when we are... So let's press it. No, I don't even need to press it. And here we are going to take the shield and put it on 10. Now that works. That definitely works. Ready? This is going to work. There's no way this doesn't work. It works. 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 I knew that was going to work. We've dedicated 3 hotbars to it. And now we just hide all of the icons off screen. And we see how it plays. Also, I've done this all as Dark Knight specific shit, which means that, okay, immediately I can see a problem. If I sheath unsheath too quickly, it desyncs. But whatever. So now if I do this, we have our combat HUD, which is not pretty. Don't get me wrong, I haven't customized the combat HUD. But there you go. Oh, and we can hide the icons on this HUD layout as well. Now, our combat HUD wouldn't necessarily need that. And it wouldn't necessarily need the duty list, as far as I know. And it wouldn't necessarily need any of these buttons, because they're not combat buttons. Well, they kind of are, but... Ah, they are. I'll leave them. And maybe we put the blood gauge there. And maybe we make some shit opaque. How much... What else do we need? We don't need any of that shit when we're in combat. Or those when we're in combat. So it's cleaner. This looks ugly right now, but the idea is it would be cleaner while we're in combat. And now we sheath, and we've got our regular UI back. You could just right-click the hotbars you don't want visible. Do they still work, though? I was assuming they might turn off. I guess that's my bad. Logically, maybe there's not a reason that I should worry about that. Oh. Oh, yeah, it does work. It does work still. Okay. WP, Guild Wars 2 status. What's this? There's a tweet. There are still 3 more elite specializations. Which one are you looking forward to the most? Here's a sneak peek. Oh shit! They've teased the thief, guys. They've just teased the thief. Do you guys want to see that on screen? Yeah, I'll put it up for you all. What folder is that going into? It's going into this one. OBS has a real refreshing issue. It doesn't like sort shit properly. Sort by date modified. I always have such problems just downloading a simple image and then putting it on stream for you guys. Because OBS can't find the fucking thing. I like have to move it arbitrarily to another new folder and then OBS will pick up on it. In fact, it's still not. Maybe it's because I need to create a new image source every time. Add image. Which is also a bunch more clicks than unnecessary. No, it's just not finding it. I don't know, maybe ABS just can't read this file type. I think that might actually be the problem. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I'll probably talk about it in a YouTube video or something. You guys can click that link in chat and you'll see it. Anyone here live has seen the goddamn thing, and anyone watching the VOD has probably seen it as well. So, yeah, I don't know if this is more functional. Right, so now that I have this set up, if anyone has any advice for an even cleaner combat UI or whatever, let me know. The big block of shit in the middle looks gross, I know. I'll probably make it a little bit more transparent or something. But now that we have this tool, any advice that you can give me, let me know and I'll try to improve it even better. Because we can do the reverse as well now. We can take skills off of this screen. Like this block of skills I could just get rid of now. Because they only appear here, you know. You can do a totally different UI. What was I going to say? I can't remember. Oh, yeah. So anyway, for the rest of this stream, I'm not going to use that just because I don't want to spend too long now messing with stuff. So I'm just going to go movement and then draw a sheath. I'm going to rebind to X. And then later, we'll just put X back on that button, the keybind button that we were talking about. By the way, if you take the job crystal from a job like Monk, you can copy from the pugilist's hotbar. Oh, that's genius. I would advise not going too hard on those plugins. That's not a plugin, that's vanilla. Everything you just watched is vanilla. There's nothing plugin going on there. WP, I remember you did a macro for your 1, 2, 3 combo. Did you ever try 14's combo on Dalamud? No, because that was such a huge and lame discussion that came off of the stream on that. Hold on, let me read that. I'll tell you in a second. Want to help out? Do you think there's... well, there's plenty that needs doing and killing besides. I'm sure you've noticed dragons aren't the only thing we have to contend with out here. Take the polar bears, for example. They come out here looking for an easy meal, drawn by the smell of our cook fires, and then raid our stores. Think you could thin their numbers a little? Killing 4 or so of them should suffice. You would compensate for your troubles, of course. I'm going to do that classic MMO thing of grabbing them all. I remember you. How could I forget? You're the lad who was in the Azure Dragoons company. Since you are here anyway, perhaps you'd like to try your hand at a spot of hunting before you depart. See for yourself what life is like for us convictors. By the way, yeah, one of the messages that was so cool on Winter Potatoes 2 was someone told me the story of the Azure Dragoon from Vanilla. And Estinian's original story. And actually where there's some lore incongruences too. And vague retcons they did about it. The Dravanian Horde is stronger than you might expect. Unless you've been at it for years, like I have, I think it's prudent to start with something simple and then work your way up to dragons. I suggest rooms. Slay 3 of those and come back. Consider it a warm-up. Yeah, I should have been doing this parallel. Just bite-sized little tasks that I could have done in tandem. They're written that way, they work that way. Yeah, okay, so here's the story. On a stream a while ago, I had my first Final Fantasy stream, actually. I had already been messing with macros. Because in Guild Wars 2, this thing here, where I'm going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, it's arbitrary. It's not a skill expression. It's nothing. It's bloat. And if anything, it's just a nuisance. Guild Wars has shown that you can actually have interesting stuff going on where these are all just one button. It would just flip, flip, flip. It does it for you. And I was looking at Final Fantasy 4 and I was like, this is just dumb. And I realized that via macros, you can actually do the Guild Wars thing. So that's what I did. Then I went on stream and people said, well, actually, WP, macros for global cooldowns are bad because the macro architecture itself is shittily coded, and you can't queue into them well, so you'll miss little bits of your global cooldown, and missing your global cooldown is like really bad. Blah 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 blah. So like, and I'd already known there was a little bit of that story going on, but I thought what people were complaining about was saying macros were bad because you can't. What was the story? That it like there's a delay after you press a macro, but it's not that. It's actually you just can't queue them at all. So they're just bad in lots of ways. So people are just so it was just kind of a bad time and really unfun. So I got rid of it all. But for 1 or 2 streams, I had it going, and people just wouldn't let it go. So anyway, now I know that there are Dalamud plugins that do everything I wanted. There's a Dalamud plugin that condenses it all onto one button and gets rid of all the delay issues. There is a perfect solution, and it's via one of the Dalamud plugins, which I could turn on in the mere moment, snap of the fingers, and it could be there. But I just sort of think people are going to come to the stream, they're going to look at it all on one slot, and that same irritating conversation is going to come up again and again and again and again and again. And I'm not that interested in explaining over and over and over and over and over again. So I know I could have like a macro that goes in Twitch chat, or I could have a mod. It's just whatever. I'll do it this way. I'll do it as 1, 2, 3, whatever. So that's kind of what I'm thinking with that one. How many polar bears do they want me to kill? But yeah, I do like the idea of having just one skill up here next to the polar bear again, or near the cast bar. So I'm just looking there, generally central to the screen. It's just one button and I'm looking at it the whole time. I prefer that. Right now my eyes are constantly fixated down here. Less than they used to be, but... And it's not very fun about the combat, but... I have to like really actively condition myself to not be staring at the GCD thing. Like right now I'm really trying to train my eyes to not stare at it. I'm probably missing the timing a bit more now, but hey. Alright, we're done with those quests. There's one more. I guess I'll cash them all in at once. Oh shit. People just got mad about the word macro, say it's a plugin and it will ease the ogres. Oh, interesting. Oh, maybe I'll consider it. Maybe I'll consider it. I had the same issue, WP. What I did was I put the 3 or whatever keys from the melee combo, bigger size and higher up. Yeah, that's what I want to do too, but then that means you're like running around, like my HUD layout too, you saw a second ago, which is ugly. I want to do that. I want that to be, because that would be more fun for me in combat. But it's also just ugly. Having skills in the middle of the screen is ugly. And I want the footage to look good. So you see the problem. It's like I want lots of things all at once, which is solved by the HUD swapping. So maybe we'll do a HUD swap and we'll do a plugin macro chain. I mean, that might be quite cool. I don't expect to do it all at once. This will just be a slow progression of my UI over the next few streams. Because the other thing is you could put the skill in the middle, but have it like nearly transparent. You know, you can have like translucence on it. You can make it opaque. Just have a really high alpha channel. Or really low alpha channel. How many other ways can I phrase the same goddamn thing? Do I need to go up there somehow? I've actually never been up there. I don't think. Oh, I think I might have been. But I've fallen down the cliff now. How do I get back up the cliff without using the aetherite? That's a whole section of the map I've never really messed about with. Okay, well, can I cash these in? Then we're going to go up to the aetherite and cross the bridge. You ever play a game on ultra-wide WP? Pretty awesome. No, I don't really have the money. The craziest monitor purchase I made was this year, where I bought a monitor that can do 3D stuff. And then I never even made the video. I still want to make that video. An ultra-wide would just... But that was like I could get a video out of it. An ultra-wide just ruins footage, doesn't it, really? I mean, it means you've got letterboxing. I know people stream with ultra-wides and stuff, but I would rather fill your whole screen with the 16:9 aspect ratio until video players like the YouTube video player and the Twitch media player are a little bit more intelligent about how they do that stuff and give control of the user into how they want to crop or whatever. I'm not gonna mess with it. I'm gonna stay on 16:9 until all the other technology's better. I appreciate that you can use the letterboxing as real estate for your stream. Like if you watch Rocker play FF14, he has like his Final Fantasy add-ons in the pillar box, in the letterboxed areas, the big black at the top and the bottom. And I get that, but I don't want to tamper with all that for now. Basically, it'd be a lot of money that I wouldn't really be able to justify too well, I think. You're more reliable than anyone I've ever met. They only got eyes for dragons, even though I tell them again and again, if no one sees those bears, there will be an area of scrap to eat. But do they listen? I dare say anyone around here could stand to be a little bit more like you. I will, well, I'd say you'd be compensated, and I'm true to my word. I trust you'll consider this fair remuneration for your efforts. Oh, we get some food. I never really do anything with food, by the way. Why is this one's eye level lower? Can you guys teach me about food? I feel like it's kind of a big part of the game I should be doing more. Like, I'll eat this now. Pros, cons, significance, quirks, you know, any of that stuff. My impression of food is that it's a lot like materia. You just don't need it. You don't ever use it. It doesn't matter until maybe the very end game. All food gives 3% XP, so try always being on one. Yeah, but I get enough XP to be level capped anyway. Like, I'm not leveling an ult right now, am I? I sort of should be. I should get Black Mage higher, I think, probably. Think of it like Guild Wars 2. Watch what the food... Well, in Guild Wars 2, I would say food matters. Food is really valuable to eat and to play with. I don't know whether that's true in this game. And if I want to play with food, what do I look out for? Because I don't really know what the attributes mean in this game. If I'm a tank, should I be eating only tank food? Do they have equivalents of, like, you know, seaweed salad back in the day where it's like a big deal? Do they have like equivalents of like lifesteal food like Guild Wars still has? Yeah, Rocker says widescreen's great for your own experience, but shit for content. Using the black boxes is just a way to salvage a disadvantage, not a real one. Yeah, that's exactly how I interpret it too. And you say salvage, I think there's probably some like when I saw your stream and you doing that, I thought that's really creative. I wonder how far you can push it. Like, I do wonder, like, you could probably do a lot of fun stuff there. But I just wonder what it would be and how much would be real-time reflections of the stuff going on in the game. Like, what if you just put all your UI in the black space somehow via add-ons and stuff? Like, the compass was in the black space and shaped differently. I think that would work well. Then you wouldn't have it cluttering the in-game rendering. I don't know. It's tricky. It's not great. And then for YouTube videos too, like Guild Wars, what would I do? Maybe in this game there's a possibility, but what about Guild Wars, my bread and butter? What would I do there? I think there's a way to get arc off screen, so you could have scrolling combat text and stuff off screen. Also, that would force me into OBS for all content creation, when right now I actually use Shadow Play. And I tried OBS for all content creation earlier in the year, and it didn't work out for me, so... Hello, Alt Immortal Moth. Nice name, man. I kind of want to explore over there a bit more. Like, there's huge chunks of this map I've not been on. But I'm guessing the 3.1, 2, 3, 4, 5 patches will have me come here, so whatever. First streamer to get my name right first try. Oh, I'm just a genius, man. Don't worry about it. You won't ever hear me pronounce one of those things wrongs. Wrongs. Fuck. I lifted weights for the first time in about 3 months yesterday. And I can really feel my chest at the moment. It's fucking... Every time I sit in a weird way. I'll like think of something I want to say with Final Fantasy, and then I'll just be thinking, ow. If you get 180 crit from food, that's 5% crit. Wait, are you talking about... You're talking about Guild Wars, aren't you? You have to walk all over the map if you want to unlock flying. Yeah, I feel a little bit bad. I did all the really interesting dungeons last night in private, and now I'm doing wander around maps. I mean, this is not... Shall we just finish the 8th occurrence on this map and then start the story up again? You've already killed 3 of them. Thank you ever so much. You're not injured, are you? Here, please take this. This is your cut of the work. Incidentally, did you happen to see the farm on the far side of the bridge? These myodons have made it difficult to access that area, and the bridge has been left to fall apart. After we repair the bridge, one day we might be able to rebuild that farm. Okay, so we should have it unlocked now, right? Yeah, there you go. I can fly here now. And that'll be useful with the 3-point blah 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 things. What class am I playing? I'm a Dark Knight. I do things with blood and death, and I'm a defender of the weak at the same time. Okay, so travel. So the Dravanian Forelands, the Churning Mists, and the Sea of Clouds, I'm all very spotty on. Yeah, let's change it up. Let's change tack. Let's do something slightly different. I have been wondering about mount speed, by the way, in core. Look at this. Getting the 2nd star is done with what exactly? The starter maps, it's easy, but getting the 2nd star... Oh, look, here's all the other maps. I won't spoil myself with that. But like Thanalan, this is my home. I don't have 2 stars on all of these. You buy it with the currency you earn in hunting. Oh, I haven't done any hunts in this game. I don't know how that works. If you play through the Alexander normal modes, that's basically an awesome side story with some cool but easily puggable bosses. Okay, shall we do Alexander then? Okay, so my understanding of it is this. The game finished, the credits rolled, they did 2 post-credit scene. One was a hint about big story shit with the Warrior of Darkness. The other one was about like a side quest, a really cool side quest, the Alexander story, right? And so in one of the maps, there's a giant boss just sitting there now. And the question is, what do we do about it? So that is not main story. That's a side thing. Okay, that sounds perfect. That sounds like exactly the kind of thing I want to do right now. And did this come in 3.1? So, where we're going to go is we're going to go to Dravania, and we're going to look for Idleshire. Because I remember a guy had a quest about it there. So, some goblins found a big machine, and they woke it up. That's basically what the post-credit cutscene showed, right? You could also do the Warring Triad trials, too. That's those 3 statues I saw near the end of the game, right? A striking opportunity? This guy stands before me wearing a shite-eating grin. Dude, no one says shite-eating. They say shit-eating. And gazing at you in a way that makes you not entirely comfortable. That's Wondrous Tales. That's another side story thing that I don't know anything about. One of the goblins had it. This guy, Slowfix. He was in the cutscene. I guess it's him. Disarmed. Yeah, there you go. There it is. Slowfix looks more agitated than you've ever seen him. Alexander, as all raids, was released in 3 portions called tiers. The first tier usually gets released in 0.0, the second in 0.2, and the last one in 0.4. So it's like how ArenaNet did Forsaken Thicket before Season 3. This is literally the Forsaken Thicket. This is a raid coming in after the Heart of Thorns equivalent, but before the main story kicks up again. Right, this is the perfect thing to do. This is the Forsaken Thicket comparison, isn't it? Sure. Is Uplander seeing it? Giant of Iron rising from river. His Taylor and Sid leave to learn more, but they're not back yet. Great is plight of Gobbyflock. Giant is too big. Can squash Idleshire flat. Where are the Uplanders? Calm yourself, Slowfix. Ah, Macon, 'tis well you're here, for we are of dire need. A colossus of steam and steel has risen from the Thaliac. Sorry, what's the Thaliac? The Thaliac River. It's just a river, right? Yet it's no mere forgotten contrivance of Charlian. The resultant etheric disturbance confirms it is a primal, and it was summoned amidst the ruins left for the river to reclaim. For a mercy, it stopped dead no sooner than it broken the water's surface, but so long as it remains in our realm, it may spring life again at any moment. Yes, yes, what does Uplander find near Idleshire? Is wilderness still heavy with aether? Nay, the aether grows perilously thin, and more swiftly than I could have imagined, so it's eating it. The primal is bleeding the land dry. Should it be suffered to continue, this entire region will become a barren waste in a matter of moons. No! Gobbyfock has only just found a home after long wanderings. Idleshire will not fall. Slowfix will not allow it. And nor will we. I've already spoken with Alphino, and he concurs that the science of the Seventh Dawn must do all in our power to eliminate the threat. Yet, given its size, I deem it wise to attack from two fronts. Our first and most obvious recourse is to keep our foe in check with blade and magic, much as we've done against such other adversaries. Second, I propose we attempt that we cut off the flow of aether which is sustaining it, mayhap by physically separating the primal from the land. If we're to be rid of this colossus, I think the latter course more promising, and I mean to enlist Master Matoya's aid. Oh, Matoya's in this story! We get to go see the Disney Witch Lady, yet such things take time. Thus, I've asked Master Garland to remain here and keep watch over our foe. Given its apparently mechanical nature, its expertise should prove invaluable to you. To you, I say, for I would leave the fate of Idleshire in your hands. Should the primal stir ere my return, you're to join Sid in repelling it. An unenviable task, but one for which you are singularly qualified. Hell yeah, I'm a bad bitch. Rest assured, I did not mean to linger with Master Matoya any longer than necessary. The moment we find a solution, I shall make haste to rejoin you here. Well then, let us be about our duties. I will let you discuss the strategies with Sid. Can I add to my combat macro the possibility of putting my helmet on and off? Is there a command for that? Can I add a line to the macro that turns my helmet on and off? Backrix is keeper of knowings for Idleshire. Can say where Sid has gone. Uplander should start with Backrix. Batrix. Okay. Oh, that's a separate quest that I probably could have done when I first got here. It's probably a story I could have done when I first got here, and now they're all overlapping because I skipped it, so. You think it's /visor? Cool. If that's a thing, I'll add that when I tweak it a little bit later tomorrow. Or tonight, I guess. Whenever the stream's over. It may be display head on off. That's perfect, isn't it? So now I unsheath, put my helmet on. Kick some ass. Sheath. Take it off. I know there's an add-on that does that, by the way. But I figured having a whole add-on just for that seems a bit overkill to me. Oh, I can fly here now. Flying's faster than running, right? So. Whoa. Whoa. Guild Wars never does stuff like this. The edge of Guild Wars' maps are always really boring. They're just walls where they try to not have you look. I don't know why ArenaNet doesn't do this. This is something Final Fantasy does very well. You look out over the edge of the map and there's a vast landscape beyond. In Guild Wars, they've gone with this stupid idea where they give you the impression each map is directly next to each other, and they can never give you a sense of scope. Anyway. Hello, team. Oh, I can fly on my airship now as well. From the X-Pack. Backrix is keeper of knowledges and knowings and data. What does Uplander wish to learn about? Ah, Uplander comes in search of Sid, yes? My thanks for your sharing your knowings, Backrix. Oh, he's trying to speak like them. These Illuminati are indeed most hostile. Ah, make an old friend. You haven't seen a Stola, have you? Yeah, she was back at the camp. She said you've got to sort it out. Drained of all aether in a matter of mere moons. 7 hells. Oh, someone on Wood Potatoes 2 taught me about the 7 hells as well. So the idea is when you die in this universe, their religion is, no one knows if this is confirmed, I think. When you die, you go to like your personal hell, and you suffer there for a bit, and then you like visit all the other hells, seeing how your peers are being punished or for their misdeeds or whatever. And then once you've sort of visited all the other hells, you go to the final 7th hell, and there's a gate in front of each one. And Sid just assumes there might be a keeper of the gate. That nobody really knows that, but Sid's just using it as an expression. I think that's what I was taught. I might be wrong. How much power does that thing need? Too much, plainly. Well, and once you go through the 7th hell, you either go to heaven, you're weighed. It's like Grenth judging you. I think the god is Thal, and he weighs you, and he's like, okay, you're either a good guy or a bad guy, and you either go to heaven or hell, so to speak. Too much, plainly. Well, it sounds as if we have an urgent dismantling job on our hands. From what Backtrix has been telling me, the Illuminati are the most likely culprits. They have the knowledge to summon a primal and the requisite short-sightedness not to think better of it. Fanatical captures their philosophy nicely, I think, their goal being nothing less than the sole ownership of all the world's technology. Needless to say, they're more than willing to kill anyone who stands between them and what they want. A mechanical primal is a really interesting idea. Quite how they managed to coax a primal into the hulk of a Sharlayan defense mechanism, I don't know. But it looks like they've made themselves a tidy little fortress inside the Colossus. We'll need to contend with them if we were to disable the thing. As for the task itself, simply destroying whatever serves as its engine should do the trick, assuming it is in fact mechanical. But before all that, we'll need to find a way in, through yet another bloody barrier. Barrier's not new, rose up 3 years ago after ground made shivery shakes. Rim was freed from riverbed then. Roundrox was there, saw with own 2 eyes. Roundrox? Sorry, who is... Door of Slowfix. Roundrox loves junk more than any other gobbies, was collecting them and is playing now. Look. Shiny junk and sparkly rocks, bitty bobs and whirly cogs. I'm sorry for interrupting Roundrox, but I need to ask you a question. When the ground shook 3 years ago, did something come bobbing up to the river's surface? Bobbing? Nothing bobbed, silly uplander. Ground made shivery shakes with giant whirlycogs stood, and then magic walls came up too. So it wasn't the tremor that freed the Colossus, it was the Colossus which caused the tremor. And are you absolutely certain you saw it rise from the waters, young one? So it's underground. 7 hells. I think someone tried and failed to summon it 3 years ago. But was it the Illuminati back then, or... Braveflox comes to trade tongue flaps, uplander. Ah, just the goblin. Slowfix tells me you're his resident expert on the Illuminati. Pardon me a moment while I consult with my fellow uplander. Macon, if I may make a suggestion, I'll speak with Braveflox and learn what I can of its opponents. In the meantime, could you investigate the Colossus itself? Biggs and Wedge are near where its hand landed on the shore of the Thaliac. Join them and see if you can find a way inside the machine. Oh, and good luck with that barrier. Yeah, I don't know what I can do with a barrier there. Who the fuck is that? Eh? Do you guys see that? Some blue-haired woman. Am I supposed to know who that is? I don't think I do know. I've never met that person, right? Did you try to summon it 3 years ago? Mayhaps, my lady? Oh, here you go. This is the hand. Biggs. What's up, bros? Macon, come to see the Colossus, eh? The chief is looking for a way in. Of course, there'd be a bleeding barrier around the thing. Aye, another one. Luckily for us, when the big fella came down, its hand clamped onto the shore here, punching a hole in its own defences, and leaving that round portal there unprotected. Only trouble is, it's locked. Don't seem to have a key. For want of a better idea, Wedge has listened to the Illuminati link pearl communications in the hopes that they have a trick to opening it. Dee-da, dee-da, dee-dee. There's only one signal coming from inside the giant, and it's always the same pattern. I'm certain it's a code. The Illuminati use these coded messages. From what I hear, they've developed a special kind of crystal, specifically for transmitting link pearl waveforms. If we could get our hands on one, the chief's decoding machine here could theoretically be able to use it to untangle the meaning. Quite where we'd find such a crystal is another matter. Does Uplander know Round Rock? She makes great collection of junk and things. Maybe keeping it? Wouldn't that be a stroke of luck? And it just so happens I've been working on a means of identifying the crystal in question. Sprinkle that powder over this so-called collection and look for something that glimmers. It should contain the material we need. You may have to borrow one of Round Rock's treasures, but I'm sure she won't mind if it's for a good cause. Okay. So we've got to get in the door somehow, assuming it is a door. Do you think we're going to accidentally rouse the thing? Pandemonium is the capital of hell in some book. Is it really now? I wish I could get your voice acting for all the non-V8 bit in the regular game. Well, I'm not really trying with it, am I, to be honest? Sorry, what? Here is treasure trove. Amongst a jumble of bits and bobs, you spy a faintly glimmering stone. It's a glowstone. What is Uplander doing, sneaky taker? Treasure belongs to Round Rocks. It's for a good cause. Uplander needs it for a giant of whirlycogs, but glowstone is most favourite is treasure of Round Rocks. Alright, but Uplander must promise to bring it back or Round Rocks is getting very angry. Okay. All busy work so far. Oh yeah, hold on. We're not going to be on Chocobo for a bit. We're going to fly on the Manakata, because I've just not done it. I got this, and I haven't even done it. Hell yeah. Macon, no burns, I see. Oh, no reason. Tell me. Wait, what? Did it reveal anything? Well, unsure of its origin, Round Rocks is given this light-emitting rock compound a name, a linguistic convention common in the goblin tongue. Glowstone. Thank you. And you have my word that I'll give it back to Round Rocks when I've finished it. Now, let's take a listen to what the Illuminati are really saying. Goodness, all that infernal beeping is gone. Now it's a message, clear as day. Let's see. Today's schedule for Gordias. Registration at 7th bell. Stop. Louse the curl cubs at 3rd bell. Stop. Rest and recuperation at 2nd bell. Repeat. Today's schedule for Gordias. Curl lousing. But I'm sure that was the only message. This has to be some sort of jest. Don't be daft, Wedge. It's just another code. You need the proper crystal and the proper knowledge to understand it. Bleeding Illuminati. You should have known it wouldn't be so easy. Quite the conundrum you have it. Is it the blue-haired lady? Yes. Oh, it's an Aura. It's a dragon lady. But it's your lucky day. I'll crack the code, assuming we come into a little arrangement. I'm a treasure hunter by trade, and there's a certain something I want inside the giant. I help you get inside, you help me get out with it. A fair deal, no? My name's Mead, by the way. Mead? Charmed, I'm sure. You are aware that the interior is almost certainly swarming with Illuminati, yes? Why do you think I came to you? There's strength in numbers, friend. Best we join forces, eh? I guess she probably tried to wake up 3 years ago. Now, the words you intercepted are largely gibberish, but paired with the numbers, well, you'll see 7, stop, 3, stop, 2. Wasn't it? You, the big one. See the pipes atop the hatch? There ought to be a valve up there with a hand wheel. Imagine it's a clock, and try turning it right to the 7, left to the 3, and back to the 2. Up you get, Biggs. Wait, is Biggs the big guy? He is, actually. That's funny. They could have swapped it. It's pronounced Me Day. Oh, okay. Aha. We did it. We did it. So, the Illuminati have been announcing the way to enter the Colossus all along. Strange. Well done for cracking the code in a way. I had less success, sadly. I'm afraid Brayflox knows little more than we do about the plan or the primal. Come, things aren't as bad as all that. We found a way inside the machine. We'll just have to learn about it as we go. It's only a massive mammoth, after all. Stopping it should be as simple as destroying its core. If we send in a suitably intrepid team of surveyors, I don't see why we can't trace the machine's power back to the source via the struts and piping. Wedge, more like a doorstep. The wooden individual is live. Yeah, welcome. And I know just the man to lead the party. What say you, Macon? And what of me, pray tell? I opened the way for this great expedition of yours. Surely that's only a place in your little band to hunt for my treasure. You did as promised, and you may do as you will now. But only so long as your treasure hunt doesn't endanger the mission. Can we not ask her what she wants? I mean, really, it's obviously going to be relevant. Or a problem. Sid says, I'd join you if I could. But there's something I need to see first. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge here in case of emergencies. Good luck, my friends. Oh shit, we get a proper dungeon straight away, do we? You now have access to the Fist of the Father. Gordias can be accessed via the entrance in the Maker's Quarter. Sorry, what's the Maker's Quarter? What's Gordias? You needn't worry unduly about me. Once I have what I'm searching for, I'll leave. Simple as that. Right. I'll keep checking their communications. If there's any change, you'll be the first to know. If there's anything we can do to help, you need but ask. Right. Gordias is the first raid tier. Maker's Quarter is where you're currently standing. Oh, okay. So, here we go. We're going to do a raid. So, just to be clear, Alliance raids are filled with loads of people. They're spectacle. They're not that hard. The raids are hard, or were, but I've beaten this. This is about the Binding Coil of Bahamut. It had like 3 wings. But these... I did unsynced. There's also an extremely difficult version of one of these. I don't know where it would be listed. Why is it not listed? Oh, there you go. It's called Savage. That's what it's called. And I've done this as well, but also unsynced. So I've sort of beat these on easy mode. We're going to go back and play through these once we're done with Heavensward. Anyway, so this is the Heavensward raid. Since the Charlian Exodus, a structure has stood steady against the flow of the Thaliac River. Now, the Illuminati have summoned a primal around the rusting ruin. A terrible colossus of steam and metal. Steel screamed against steel when it rose from the waters, and it drank deep of the land's aether before grinding again to a halt. The voices of Idleshire cry out, asking for aid ere their homes are crushed under the weight of iron. You must lead a band of valiant adventurers into the Machina and discover how to destroy the core, lest the giant screeches again to life and bleeds all the realm dry. Alright, well, I'll join it. Why not? You guys can join with me if you want. I have no qualms with that. From Heavenwards on, the 8-man raids aren't hard much, especially not when downscaled. The real hardcore players enjoy is Savage. Oh, so this is just like a an 8-man dungeon then, really. It's called a raid, but it's not really hard. It's just an 8-man dungeon. Is that right? In what patch is WP? Sam says I'm in 3.1, but I think I'm actually in 3.0, aren't I? This is 3.0. This I haven't actually started yet. This just got added to the game 2 weeks after Heavensward. We're actually still technically before Heart of Thorns. Now, if we're going to compare that to the Forsaken Thicket, that's pretty mind-blowing, don't you think? Heart of Thorns isn't even out yet. We're still in the pre-Heart of Thorns content drought. We're somewhere around that Mordrum event. It's like an 8-man trial. Aren't all trials 8-man? Like when I fought Ravena, that was 8-man, wasn't it? They can be rather tricky, even in normal for casual players, in the most recent content, but you'll not have any difficulty doing the Alexander normal. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm doing the 3.0 content, but I actually accepted the 3.1 quest. Yeah. At the end of yesterday's stream, right? It's worth going back to Idleshire and doing the Aliaphos side quest before doing too many dungeons and raids, etc. It unlocks a weekly journal system that gets you extra rewards for completing different content. Really? Oh, I should have done that yesterday then, before I did all the dungeons. Raids are literally harder than the 8-man trials, starting from Shadowbringers, and nearly all of Heavensward is that. Sorry, Stormblood. The abbreviations for Shadowbringers and Stormbloods keep tricking me up in this game. Because I read SB and I think Shadowbringer, but you all say it as SHB, don't you? Confusing. I'm sure Guild Wars has its fair share of that stuff. Not necessarily at the expansion name schemes, but Endwalker of Dragons, that's quite funny, yeah. This guy's trying to fly into the thing. That's funny. Normal mode trials and raids are both really easy, no use arguing about that, which of the two is harder. Okay. I like these little bug things. I really want a bestiary mob viewer in this game. Don't you guys think that would be so good? One of the best things about Final Fantasy is mob variety and like this. I feel like I can't dig into it enough. My perfect MMO has a really robust mini pet, tonic, and idle camp feature, so that you get as much value and like detail and opportunity to enjoy and observe all the different shit in the game. My perfect MMO also has really clean combat so that I can really enjoy the enemies while I'm fighting them, which is possibly one of the most important things. No, that's dumb. There are pretty hard raids in Shadowbringers in normal mode. I love the anecdote by some dev at some point, which was that Path of Fire had the abbreviation DTF. Really? I don't remember that. DTF meaning what exactly? Whoops. I'm quite excited about this. These are pretty good, usually. Oh shit, this is like that WoW dungeon in Gnome Regards. DTF, down to fuck. Yeah, it clearly isn't down to fuck. It looks good. I quite like this. This looks quite pretty. Oh, they're all going to run on ahead, though. I'm not going to be able to enjoy it. Holy shit. What the fuck? Dude, what is this music as well? Engine room 262. Holy shit. Oh my god, they're already in the boss fight. Oh, I'm missing shit. Okay. I'm going to turn tank stance off. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, thanks very much for the sub there, man. I really appreciate that. Should I aggro that? I mean, why not, right? I'm going to turn the music up. Ah, fuck.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Oh, we had another sub. Yeah, to the two of you. Thank you so much for that. That's Big Freaking Gun and Langdus. All the subs and support on these streams I really, really value. Oh, it's another Obliterator. People farm these for the relic step right now. Oh, not that one. Oh, shit. Whoa. Oh, they waited. It's called the Oppressor. I thought it was called the Depressor. Is there anything I should do? Photon Spazer. Oh, Salted Earth didn't quite work there. Yeah, the Depressor feels bad, man. You just see where my mind goes. Oh yeah, you also notice my health bar is green, everyone else's is blue. So I quite specifically set that up so that hopefully as you guys watch, like let's say there's a ton of DPS all stacked on top of one another, you can always sense which one's my health. Oppressor, there's two of them now. I can't target one of them though. What the fuck is going on? Oh, there it is. Did we mess something up, which meant that a new one spawned? Self-detonate. Alright, we got it. 80% of the fight skipped. Oh, really? Wait, is that it? That's the whole thing? Oh, that is the Depressor. Because it's not minimum eye level. Ah, really? A uniquely crafted chain discovered in Alexander's Gordius sector. One chain can be traded for a special belt. A uniquely crafted pedal. 2 pedals for footgear. 1 bolt for an accessory. Oh, one thing I learned last night in Discord is that earrings and shit actually appear on your character in game. I didn't realize that, but that earring, that's actually, there's models for that shit. I had no idea. So Fashion Wars in this game actually involves having pretty looking earrings and shit. Yeah, and bracelets and stuff too, apparently. I can't see those under my armor though. Apparently belts are the only thing that don't show up. No, they don't have models in Guild Wars. Absolutely not. Expertly done, adventurer. Yeah, okay, so Mide. Aren't there like 4 of those that I get to do though? Well, what have we here? Sorry, Round Rocks could not stay away. So many new treasures here. Treasures? Oh, you mean the odd bits and bobs? Well, little one, these machina are yours to take, and some of them are rather beautiful, I must admit. Uplander can tell pretty machines from ugly, just like Round Rocks. No harm in adding one more to our company, is there? I'll keep an eye on him. I don't trust her. Damn, I was so sure. Uplanders are unwise to come. This is question mark, question mark, question mark. But most of all, is treasure hunter. What she seeks here is not here, not in all of Gordias. Yeah, it's 4 per tier. Yeah, exactly. So it's not. We're only doing tier 1 though, and then we got to wait till 3.2 to do the next one, don't we? What the fuck? He's got a cat on him. As a live and breathe, quick thinks all thoughts, master of the Illuminati. If you want to space it out, sure, but it is a self-contained storyline. Maybe we'll do it all in one then. Goobies are backstrapped with boom dust. Uplander shoots. Everybody kabooms. Uplander ear catches tongue flaps of master. These guys are so tedious to read. Enigma Codex for plans making is gone. Illuminati are already undertaking an Alexander initiative. Is it going to turn out that cat on his head is the mastermind? Foolish Gobby. Secrets are kept silent. Tongue flaps never traded with outsiders. As quick things not ordered so many times. Master, forgive noisy making of empty head. Gobby did not think. Please, Gobby will not take any punishment. Just worst one. Is this raid gear I just greeded on better than the Shire gear? I'm guessing not, because Shire was 3.5 and this is 3.0. So I should probably just delete that shit, right? Unless it looks good. Keep it for glamour. How does that work? Do I have like a whole unlocked wardrobe like in Guild Wars or not? Like, could I do a Final Fantasy XIV Master? I know that works for, like, mounts and minis, but I don't know about for skins. You can store only 400 total. Ah, they have a capacity. Face to face with the head of the Illuminati, eh? No sign on the core, though. Can't say I ever thought of junk as pretty, but each to their own. Big seems eager to forge further into the machine. Ah, you want to go in and find the core? Wedge, could you... Oi, Wedge, stop listening to that bloody link pearl. We barged through the Illuminati's front door. They know that we've broken their code. But I've just this moment intercepted a new communication. If you'll give me a moment to... There, it says, oh, death to the Uplanders, death to the Uplanders. I think we may have started a war. You now have access to the cuff of the father. Okay. Wait, you're not going to make me walk there, are you? No. In your last foray into the giant's mighty arm, you narrowly escaped quick think to all thoughts and the Illuminati with your life. Yet in doing so, you won a cryptic name. Alexander. Whatever this may be. Oh, yeah, because the Warrior of Light hadn't even heard that word yet, right? Whatever this may be, your path leads into the gloom of Gordias. March onwards with courage, for it is only in the darkness that you can learn how to stop the Iron Colossus. Okay. We get to skip the night time as well, because we'll be in an instance. All right, while we're in queue on this one, I'm not gonna be gone for long. I'm not even gonna be out of earshot really. Is that a player doing emotes, or is that an NPC doing squats? It must be a player because Vieira aren't in the story yet. I'm just gonna boil the kettle and get some coffee. Don't you want to do a min eye level for the rest of it? I thought I needed a party and all that shit for that. I would love to. I would rather do it that way. I would rather see the content and play the game. But how long's the matchmaking going to take? To do minimum eye level, I would love to do it, but I would need 7 of you guys to be on this data center and willing to play it with me. And one of you needs to make the initiative to make the party and invite me and get everyone else in. Now, if someone in this chat is thinking, yeah, I'm a god, I can do that, then brilliant. You will improve this stream and my experience of the game tenfold. But if not, we're just going to do it this way. Because this is the game, ultimately. I'm in the Aether data center. Yeah, I'm on Primal, Tato sad. Man, people don't really use my emotes much anymore. Should I touch them up or change them or something? What is Primal? Yeah, so many of you guys are on Europe because I play at these hours and it's a lot of European channels, viewers. By the way, I can control the camera ever so slightly in this as well. Not much, but a little bit. NA is Aether, Primal, and Crystal. Why do they have multiple data centers within the same region, by the way? Just because the population's that high? I mean, why not just spin up more servers within the data center? Do you get what I mean? Get the music back. I'm getting some, like, Crash vibes from this. Just imagine the camera pull back and now I'm playing Crash and I'm going to run through. Steam spouting contract. Whoa. Yeah, it looks a bit like the sewer levels. Yeah, it's kind of that long sort of corridor feel. And they get pretty sci-fi with some of them. Oh my god, are we going underwater? But what, you can't swim yet. Swimming is a later expansion, right? Oh, that's the river. That's literally the river that we were looking at. That's quite interesting. Again, I don't have tank stance on, so I'll just let this guy do all this shit, right? The data centers can barely keep up with all the increased players. It's for stability. I mean, it's weird because Guild Wars doesn't even have an equivalent to that, right? But Guild Wars is very different at network level to most online games, right? That's why it doesn't have patch downtime and shit like that. Oh, I have a weird buff on me. I have a strange buff. I didn't mouse over it. I only saw it right as the cutscene triggered. Godwalkers stand firm. In the next X-Pack, you'll be able to travel between the data centers. Oh, really? No. Oh! Oh, I'm locked out. Because I dared to watch the cutscene. Oh. Why do I have an epic loading screen to move forward 2 steps? Oh, there's a tank. What the fuck? I should put them all together, right? Probably? Or away from the bomb, maybe? Oh, that thing's called a Yokt doll. I'm sure I'm doing something wrong here. Should I be hitting that bomb or what? Well, it blew up. Oh yeah, what's this debuff? Dance partner, sharing the effects of certain actions executed by your dance partner companion. That's not a raid thing, right? That's one of the classes, dancer. Holy shit. He's so big. Is this the whole raid? It's just like a wave assault. Fire resistance down. What's this expansion's alliance raid? You know, the really big ones. Like, what's the Crystal Tower equivalent story? Oh, this is just a trash encounter, okay. They just zerg through everything. That's why Duty Finder for Raid isn't that fun. If you want to experience it properly to when they're released on. The tanks are handling the bombs. I am a tank and I didn't know. It says it's complete! What do you mean? Have fun, Nemesis 6. So should I not be picking any of this shit up? Tarnished Gordian Lens. 2 can be traded for a head. Fuck that. I'd rather play this all in one long sequence. Not broken into 4 tiny little... Uplander's amazing. Uplander is stronger than 10 gobbies. There were operatable tanks in this fight for players to ride in that can control the bombs via claws. Whoa, that's awesome. There you are, old friend. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever find you. Big's account left something to be desired, so I thought I'd find it with my own eyes. A treasure hunter through and through. What are you trying to find? Did you ever hear of the Enigma Codex? It's a book of ideas written some 100 years past. The life's work of one of the greatest technologists ever to draw breath. Within its pages are found myriad wonders, from designs for machina that could operate ceaselessly for centuries, to novel ways of culturing cheese. Even a fragment of the book could bring a king's ransom. But most remarkable of all are the plans for a walking citadel. It was to be a beacon of logic and reason for all the world. A walking citadel. 7 hells, we're standing in it, aren't we? The Illuminati's primal took the form of that idea. But I guess that none of this is news to you. You've read it then, this Enigma Codex? The design catered... Well, how has she read it if she doesn't have it and she's still looking for it? The design catered for every needful thing, from warm beds to crops of grain. Its occupants would never have had to have leave. And it's all on a fortress on feet, impenetrable and ready to move at a moment's notice. The citadel was meant to bear the most brilliant scholars and artificers of the age to all 4 corners of the world, that they might set about unravelling the mysteries of creation. And this utopia, this shining seat of erudition, was to be called Alexander. If Roundrocks lived in Walking Castle, Roundrocks could collect treasure from everywhere! Indeed you could, little one. And anything you found, be it junk, forgotten teachings, or lost secrets, would be yours for the taking. And what exactly would the Illuminati do with all this knowledge? They would use it to take control, most likely. Create a world ruled by a few chosen scholars. Unless I'm mistaken, that's why they exist. Bloody fanatics. Take a perfectly good idea and make it into an object of faith. What could possibly go wrong? I like that he says that as a man from Garlemoldian. I can well imagine how a people who have spent decades carrying their homes on their backs might crave a home that could carry them. How such a place could seem like a utopia. But we're not talking about a machine here, we're talking about a primal. And primals will be the death of us all. I trust you'll be ready when things come to a head, Macon. Utopia is a happy place? Where is the junk aplenty? Roundrocks is happy. Where is the very happy place of Mead? Or Midi? Wherever he is. So she's not looking for the codex, she's looking for a man. He's Garlemolding. Well, how do I phrase that? What? He is a man from... He is a Garlemoldian? The Enigma Codex sounds amazing. A walking citadel is one thing, but a self-sustaining walking citadel. Genius. It's a pity the Illuminati had to go and make a bleeding primal out of it. From what I understand, this Alexander was active for no more than a few seconds. That's seconds. And it drained the hinterlands of Aether. Imagine what it would do if it wandered the whole bleeding world. I don't think Roundrocks realises how much danger we're in here. Too busy hunting for new treasures. Probably the best, though, eh? What the fuck? Is that's a Ronso, innit? That's who I want to be. He's looking good, right? Is he actually wearing armor, though, or is he just naked? Man, that's what I want my monk to look like. Beat the shit out of people. As a Hrothgar. He's nude aside from pants. Oh, they're all driving. That's funny. That's actually quite funny to see. Are you guys stream viewers? What is this? If you guys want to do this unsynced, you've got to send me an invite to your party. You've got to make the party, send an invite, all that stuff. There might just be random players. They're saying need a ride. Oh, L doesn't work. There's a customization menu that makes you look like Kamari. Yeah, I know, because they're not just Hrothgar. They're literally called Ronso, aren't they? Isn't one of their tribes the Ronso tribe or some shit? I don't know, because I don't own the product. We got ourselves a problem making, but don't worry, the chief has a plan. There are invisible skins for every slot, so you can wear armor but look naked. Nice. Is that hard to do or easy to do? Speaking of whom... All present and correct, I see. Good. Something has been nagging at me for a while. Macon, and I've finally realised what it is. It concerns the communications wedge intercepted. So we know the Illuminati have managed to establish a base inside the Colossus, meaning they must also have found a way to pierce the magic of the barrier. Assuming that's the case, what need have they to only use the hatch when the barrier, which the barrier doesn't protect? And why go to the trouble of sending coded messages on how to unlock it? The answer? Spies. I believe the Illuminati have an agent outside the Colossus, most likely in Idleshire itself, who is using the hatch as a back door. Now, this agent will know we've broken their code, and that the hatch is constantly watched, so we won't be able to use it for some time. As such, he'll doubtless be desperate to re-establish contact with the inside. And that's why I've cleared the area around the giant's hand. All we need to do is watch and wait, and follow whoever makes a dash for the hatch. Chief, link pearl call from Red Bricks. He says, Brayflox went inside. But she can't be. No, it must be an impersonator. Chief, whomever you met earlier was a spy. Quick, you've got to go after her. WP, Ronso as a race or tribe doesn't exist. Hrothgar is just based on them, and they're a nation that's far more technologically advanced than Ronso tribes. I was so sure. Someone was very much confirming to me that the word Ronso does appear in FF14. Now you have access to the Arm of the Father. Okay. Are we doing this mid-eye level? I'm guessing not. Right, let's go. It says in the Enigma Codex, the writ the designs for a walking citadel. It was known as Alexander, a self-sufficient bastion for logic and reason, a beacon of knowledge of the world adrift. So says the treasure hunter. The Illuminati dreamed of this century-old dream, and in doing so gave form to their primal. Yet no matter how beautiful and ideal, the reality of fanatics with such power is tarnished and ugly thing. By your hand must this threat be stopped. Okay. My big kettle's boiled, so let me go grab the coffee now. All right. Second apple of the day as well. Hey WP, have you seen the Benchmark app? You get access to all character customization. Oh, we're looking at a cat. And it lets you watch an Endwalker trailer with the character you create. I don't really know what that means. In Shadowbringers, you visit a place so far away from the main continent, they have culturally different names for all the races, so it must be that. Oh, the Ronso Shadowbringers. They're in the Shadowbringers world. Yeah, I do already know that Shadowbringers happens in like another world or another reality or so. I don't know any context about it or why it happens, and I'm happy to be left in the dark on that. I'm interested in that. So if there's any spoiler I kind of don't want, it's the circumstance of all of that. I'm interested to just follow it along and see what happens. But I do know that it's in like another reality or some shit. My current going theory is that moon we saw at the end of Heavensward was a nice world and it got destroyed in favor of making this world or some shit, and the Ascians are from there and they want to bring it back, and I'm wondering if Shadowbringers puts me on the moon, but it's like it's like the moon in the past or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, that thing about the app thing, what is that? Let me read it again. Have you seen the Benchmark app? You get access to all character customization, and it lets you watch Endwalker trailer. Is that made by the devs? Is it like a beta branch thing that you can benchmark shit? Is it like a training thing? Why are we constantly looking at this cat? I really do mean constantly. It's focused on it every time. Also, I thought Matoya was going to be in this story. She's totally not. It's a benchmark for PC performance. It's just a benchmark tool. Okay. It's not like a skill rotation thing though. It's a technology thing. The benchmark is spoilery. Try to avoid it. Okay. Oh, I see. It's a system benchmark for Endwalker, but you get to create the character that's in the cutscenes. I see. So you can make your character that you would play on the live servers and enjoy it a bit more. Or I guess it's also promotional to get you excited about whatever new races are available, like Male Vieira or whatever. Spoiler Andes are the worst. There aren't any meaningful spoilers in the bench. Oh, really? Nothing in the benchmark is even canon, so it's not really spoilery. Okay. It's not a spoiler if there's no context to it. Well, yeah, you're right, but then there is also the reality that if I remember it, I will gain the context as I go along. Like someone said apparently a massive spoiler the other day, and I've forgotten most of the details, but I do remember that they said it came from a character called Elidibus, who I now know from the end of this is the White Asian guy. So now I'm getting that context, and the spoiler will come. It's just on a fuse, you know. People consider location name spoilers. Yeah, I mean, look, the reality is that I think people on the internet, or just media consumers in general today, they're obsessed with spoilers way more than they should be. There is a very purist approach of saying you shouldn't contaminate any part of someone's appreciation for a thing, but that works much better for movies, which you can hide from, and then it's over in one session. For video games, it's different, and I think it's... I'm hoping over the next 10, 20 years we'll see the pendulum swing back the other way. To a place that I consider to be a lot more logical, but hey. If anything, I think I've seen people become more hysterical as the years have gone by. Right, here we go. This boss, back when it was current, was the guild killer in Savage. This here was a guild killer. As in so hard people couldn't handle it. I really like exploring and looking at it, but it feels a bit empty because it's too easy. We're obviously not in Savage, but... I mean, look, if I can get people together for it, I would love to do that. Why isn't it full of shit now? I'm guessing I can't stand on the yellow. Oh, I can. I'm leaden, though. I can slow down. Oh, wow, they have a might equivalent. I'm emboldened. In general, the raid tier you are in now killed raiding in the 14 on release. Well, we're not at the release, though. We're at Heavensward. What do you mean? Living liquid. I'm going to turn off tank stance because I'm kind of taking aggro from that guy, I think, right now, and I don't want to be. Wow. Oh, he became a hand. What the fuck? Stunned and paralyzed. Did I, was I standing in the wrong place there? The fluid is assumed the form of a hand. What does paralyzed do? Sometimes fails actions. Oh, he's got two hands now. Back. Oh, I fucked up my combo. I fucked up 1, 2, 3. What are these tethers? Do I have them? No. I'm assuming stay out of the waterfalls. What the fuck is this? Ferro fluid. I genuinely think I found the dungeons more fun than this. The dungeons were more fun than these. These are too short and like simple. The music's cool and the environments are nice, but I still don't understand why they had to give his ass that much detail. Wow, look at the people jumping to defend the game there. Yeah, I know it's because it's easy. I appreciate there was probably something much more fun when it was new. And I appreciate that the Savage version of one of these is probably really good. And I appreciate that minimum eye level is probably really good, but that's not what I'm doing, is it? On the Savage and minimum eye level, the fights will take 10 to 15 minutes with a lot of mechanics and puzzle solving. You are skipping over... Yeah, I know. I mean, I did Garuda... What was it? Extreme? Or whatever it was. And it was a totally different fight. It was amazing. It was really fun. It's why I want to do it. I want to do the minimum eye level. I mean, but I can't. Someone step up. We'll do it. Sorry, I'm just reading this in my head. I'm not reading it out loud. Sorry, everyone. Don't you see? You summoned a primal. It will devour the aether of every land you visit until Heidel and everything on it is dead. Inside Fortress of Illuminati, Chosen will live on. If inferior on outside die for progress, then so be it. This is the cost of seeking knowing things. Wow, they're happy to just let it destroy the world because they'll be okay on the inside of it. Hell's take you in your damn seeking. We Uplanders find happiness. Wise Uplanders find happiness in Illuminati rule. Unwise Uplanders, Utopia does not need. So it's a buy or die then? The whole concept's grotesque. No, Sid, like the rest of the ideas set out by the Enigma Codex, Alexander is wonderful in itself, perfect even. But in the rush to realize its ideals, even the best of us can be led astray. Oh, so once upon a time, these Illuminati were starry-eyed philanthropists. Is that it? And it was only after they got their hands on your perfect bloody codex that they turned into vicious killers. Tell me, was there any passage in particular that convinced them to abandon their last shred of empathy? I cannot speak to the precise contents of the codex. Not anymore, but I haven't forgotten everything I read. I think I can stop the core if you can get me close enough. You think you can or you know you can? And what of its location? It's somewhere in the trunk. How close we are to that, I can't say. Roundrox can say, 2 paces of Roundrox are 1 yarm. So by count of Roundrox, chest of Whirly Cook Giant is only a little further. Ah, clever girl. You've measured how far we've come from the start. That's quite a cute little dance. Alright, I propose we withdraw for the time being. I don't know what will happen when we reach the core, but I do know that we'll be better equipped to deal with it when we're rested and ready for anything. All should be well enough. No one should have the power to choose who lives and who dies. The idea is too vile, too insidious to be left unchallenged. We have to act. I got the double click bug there, sorry. It's happening on right click sometimes, I'm noticing. I think I have knowledge required to shut down the Giant's core, but if I'm to reach it, I'll need you to lend me your strength. Well, really? The Illuminati's last message is, well... Where are you, Wedge? Well, let's just say it's unsuitable for polite company. I should be much obliged if you teach those privy-mouthed savages some manners, Macon. Alright. The burden of the father. These are weird raid names. Okay. The Illuminati would see the lofty ideals of the Enigma Codex turned into warped elitism and have their primal play host to their chosen few. From within its walls, they would control the world with cold logic and crush opposition with the fist of iron. With your eyes open to the Goblin Scholar's true ambitions, you must make your way further past the pumping pistons and grinding gears of the Colossus. Can you and your comrades destroy the core therein, or will you fall and so allow your foes to wreak ruin across the realm? Thank you so much for the sub to the Crusader Knight. I think that was. Thank you very much. If it wasn't, thank you to you anyway. And the other person I'll thank in a second. Raid now available. Grandma's ass cake. Gotta love cake. There was something I was asking in Discord the other day, and we had a whole discussion about it. And that's your favourite pudding, your favourite dessert. So I'm going to do a poll, okay, guys? So here's the question. You can only have one. Which one do you pick? Which is your favourite? Cake, pie, and I'm assuming that's sweet, American style, sugary pie. What else was on the list? I think we had ice cream. I think we had donuts on the list as well for some reason. And that can be any kind of donut you like. It can be a Dunkin' Donut thing. It can be, you know, like an artisan thing with icing on it. It can be like one of the ones we have in the UK where it's covered in granulated sugar and injected with jam in the middle, or apple in the middle, or toffee in the middle, or whatever. What was there was another thing as well. There was a final... What's another, like, archetype of dessert? I really can't remember what the other one was. Donuts look so out of place there. Vanilla ice cream is simply the best. Well, here you go. So you guys vote. Which is the best dessert? See, to me, cake is unquestionably on the top. There is no chance anything else ever gets any close to that. So there's a poll on Twitch right now. There's a poll. You guys can vote. So alt tab back, click it on. Let's see what you say. Oh my goodness, there are not many votes coming in. Okay, slowly they're coming up. Ice cream is at 52, and I think that's people trolling me. Does pudding have a different meaning in the UK? Yeah, just like dessert. Just, you know, the sweet thing you eat after your main meal. They're all pudding. Well, I'd say donuts aren't really pudding, but hey. Tough, but apple pie with custard. That's a good one. That's a very British one as well. Brownies are your favourite. Oh, I think brownies was on the list before. Donut pudding sounds both good and horrible. I don't think it sounds horrible. It's just not normal. If I had a dinner and someone said to me, alright, here's some jam donuts for pudding, I'd be like, yeah, alright. What do we call pudding? Pudding? I don't know what that is. That's like sloppy, wet food, isn't it? So yogurt or mousse, chocolate mousse. Sainsbury's jam donuts are the bomb. Who has the best jam donuts? I haven't had Sainsbury's ones for a very long time. The Sainsbury's ones are quite hard, aren't they? And you can always like the sugar is always very, very like solid feeling. You think Sainsbury's are the best? I quite like the Morrison's ones. Greg's? I haven't had a Greg's donut. Well, I probably had Greg's Yum Yums like years ago. Genuinely like a decade since I probably had a Greg's Yum Yums. I haven't had Greg's for a long time, and I think that's probably a good thing. Oh, is he? He's not taking damage anymore. See, I can't hear these lyrics. I can hear someone singing, but I don't really know what they're saying. Walk into it? I don't know what I'm doing. I think I just let my friend get nuked there, didn't I? Whoa! What? Whoa! Oh, that's cool as fuck. Quarantine. You are separated from your allies. Holy shit. This is cool. Whoa. Yeah, it's like the marionette, but with like flashier animations and stuff. This game looks more complicated than Guild 2. It's not. Not what I've experienced so far. A lot of the skill you can see on screen is like clutter that doesn't need to be there. Like that whole block of skills on the bottom right kind of doesn't need to be there. If you notice, I'm never pressing them. It's just the way that this game's UI works and kind of the way they give you the skills and stuff, it's very easy to make the UI look really bad. And it's just overly bloated. Like, I'm just doing 1, 2, 3. I'm like auto attack chaining. This would be, if this was the experience in Guild Wars, you'd be bored silly. What I'm actually doing right now. You actually break it apart. It's just auto, and a random skill every now and then. That's it. Yeah, and all the skills are a lot more basic. It's more about the boss in this game. My opinions are not valid yet because I haven't played enough classes and I haven't played them late enough to experience it when it gets really good. But so far, and I'm coming up on 200 hours in the game now, it's not as bad as it looks. Okay, so you guys did, the poll ended, 47% said ice cream. I'm very disappointed. Not many people voted in that poll. So we never had an accurate base. We need the numbers to offset the trolls. Are these players doing this? Wow. I feel like the whole side of like emoting and RP, I need to get good with. Did I see the new Elite Spec teaser? Yeah, I mean, it looks like a thief. What else do I say, really? It looks very blood ready, which is quite exciting to me. We're here, none the worse for wear. If you need another pair of hands, just say the word. So this is the heart of the machine, eh? I knew I should have brought a bigger hammer. Not that I'll be needing it, of course. Is that right, Mead? I hope we get more emotes as future rewards in Guild Wars. The few added during the Ice Speed Saga were fun. Yeah, people seem to sneer on it a bit, though. I don't know. I feel like the community never really clicked into it well enough. Look, says Wedge. So this is the end of the first patch, by the way. Should we do the next? Should we complete the whole Alexander story, or should we do something else? Perhaps we judged you early. Is it playing dead would be nice? You know what? I watched a Sea of Thieves video. Someone was like showing a pro tip, a pro way to play Sea of Thieves the other day. And I'll tell you what, that game, if you want immersion and role-playing shit, like, oh, it's so good. This clip was a guy doing like this really flashy thing to sink someone's boat, and knowing he would be attacked afterwards, he washed up on shore and hid as a barrel. He did an emote where he would appear as a barrel on the shore, and his enemies literally couldn't find him because he was a barrel hiding in plain sight. And I saw that and I was like, fuck, man. That sums up Sea of Thieves to me. That's how immersive and how tightly connected like its mechanics are with its gameplay. It's so good. End of Gobby's long wanderings is close. Imagine if they give the original human female idol emote back. Instant goodwill from players. Such a shame that they had to remove it for story emotion reasons. Well, I did a whole analysis of that, and there have been various dev comments at various times that seem contradictory to each other. And to be honest, after I looked at that, I didn't really know anything about that situation because I don't care about it that much. But when I went to look at it about a year ago, the impression I came out of it, after looking at all the statements over the years and like the little excuses they'd made and stuff, it honestly to me does look like in the early days one of the devs thought it was offensive or sexist or something, or overly sexualized, so they just removed it on a whim impulse. And ever since then, a lot of the other statements have been like odd defenses of it that don't quite line up. That was my honest gut impression, looking at every quote and like the timestamps of them and when the patch actually happened and stuff. I think they could put it back in though, for sure. Oh, and also looking at all the hysterical losers online who were freaking out about it. Let me clarify. Freaking out about the concept that it was removed because it was overly sexualized. Like that, even just the prospect of that, which had been put on from very early on. And some of the dev comments outright dispute. That really gets some people's backs up. I don't care either way. I really don't. I think it's a bit prudish, but I don't care if someone's a bit of a prude. I mean, if that's someone's greatest sin, who cares really, you know? Right, I'm missing important story here. Yeah, one of the weird excuses was immersion in cutscenes. That was quite late in the day, I think, that one. What if Quick thinks his honor guard? Two dolts who are ever at his side? Why aren't they here? The Illuminati must surely have known they were coming. What could be more important than protecting their leader? Oh, the sexualized thing is new to me. I remember the player commentary on the forum Season 2 about how it was disrespectful for the female character to stretch idly during the serious Zephyrite's death scene. Well, you got to remember, I mean, with ArenaNet, they were always very careful with that, and they built an audience for that. It's not a bad thing. Like, there was a big thing about, you know, MMOs, booba girls, and showing too much skin and stuff. And ArenaNet were always very careful to sort of provide a mix and provide, you know, more realistic and desexualized clothing options for female characters in the game. And they marketed the game on that principle. So in the early days afterwards, you know, if someone's like, oh, she's just gratuitously pushing her tits out, let's get rid of it. I can definitely see that and it really does feel like that's probably what happened. No one knows for sure, though. Meanwhile, you can get naked Lord Farron minis in the cutscene where Keith kills that other Savari. Yeah, I mean, the cutscene immersion comment just doesn't make any sense. And I think it didn't make sense to the person who said it either. What my little guess at it is possibly a player or a friend of the studio had made the observation, and so they pulled it out on that basis. Like a dev plays the game with a friend, a cousin or something, you go, I mean, and then they laugh at a cutscene, and the dev's like, oh, that shouldn't be there, I'll get rid of that, don't worry. And then they just put it out. You gotta remember, they were a bit faster and looser with stuff like that in the early releases. Like, when Kai Dream, who... Does anyone in chat know who Kai Dream is? She's, like, got a reference, a really substantial reference in the game. And it's because she played the dungeon with the dev. And the dev was like, yeah, I'll put you in. And they, like, there's basically a double boss at the end of COE Sorry, Sorrow's Embrace Path 1. There's a double boss at the end because they just on a whim added Kai as a character because they played with the YouTuber at the time. And like lots of little things like that happened, you know, and so. How does Uplander know? Many Illuminati come to take stuffs of Gobbyflock. Great was chaos, but suddenly Illuminati go and take only junk worthy not of Jingleyshire. They came barging, ready to start a war, and then scarped with a handful of bleeding junk? Hold on a minute. When were they last seen? Rare brick things. Near Shortstop. Oh, there you go. You joined our guild back at launch. What was that like? Was that because you watched her on YouTube? I'll go and find the chief. He'll know what to do. Let me have a slightly little Asura twink if I so desire. I'm sure there's an outfit. Isn't the Alonian Elementalist outfit like really revealing? I mean, things change, you know. Boundaries get pushed. They might have had a much stricter idea about things in the early days than they do now. Uplanders have gone for too long for comfort. Shortstop is place of crashings with Illuminati. Illuminati are up to no good. Maybe using confusion will do foul things. Uplander must go and see. Make sure all is well. I'm still never really doing duties. I feel like... Oh, yeah, we're on the airship now. I feel like I should be doing more duties. There's bonus achievements to get, right, with them? Is everything still as we found it? They haven't come back, have they? No, they've gone for now, and everyone seems to be fine, physically at least, but Roundtrox. All gone. Poor thing, the Illuminati took everything. I'm just glad she was off collecting trinkets with Backtricks when they came. I don't think what might have happened had she been here. I'm sort of losing the plot with this story. I think I've tuned and zoned it out a little bit. Come on, little one, dry your tears. It's just like with a really, like, almost aggravating race to me. These guys are, like, aggravating in all the ways that the script are aggravating. One thing. One thief, unconscious. We found him lurking near the edge of town, not far from your treasure, Roundrox. Yeah, we're doing Alexander right now. Anyone new to the stream, if you have an account, if you're an Aether, if you want to make a party and invite me and do this min-eye level, let me know. Thanks, Uplander. Many, many thanks. It was all Big's little one. He had a feeling a few soldiers might be lurking around waiting to ambush us, and this is what we stumbled into when we went out to look. But why did the Illuminati take Roundrox's collection in the first place? Surely that can't have been their goal. I wouldn't be so sure. Were I to guess, I'd say the Illuminati believed something they wanted was hidden amongst Roundrox's pile of trinkets. Rather than waste time sorting through them, they decided to take the lot out. But when they subsequently realised that they didn't have what they were looking for, they crept back into town to wait for a chance to seize whatever it was that they actually wanted. What if Bad Gobby's most favourite treasure of Roundrox? One that is safe with Uplanders? This is our decoder machine, right? Oh, the glowstone. The glowstone the Macon borrowed? But of course, it's been sitting in the decoding machine all along. Yes, yes. Roundrox would be sad without pretty glowstone. It is special treasure from near Old Castle. Rusty one that was left by Uplanders from before. What? Do you mean before? Roundrox, were you near the Charlian ruins when the metal giant first appeared? Yes, yes. Roundrox saw a welly-cooked giant stand 3 years ago. But it was only for a little bit, and big gobbies did not believe Roundrox. 3 years ago, when someone tried and failed to summon the Primal. Was it you? Me-Day? Fragment of the Codex, of all the places in the realm. Only a fragment of the original. So that crystal must be the Illuminati's missing piece. We may have stopped their primal and taken their prize, but our foes are not about to admit defeat. They'll be back and out for blood, like as not. But we've got you, Macon, and I'm sure you'll be ready for the onslaught when it comes. Might I suggest you make merry till then? Oh, that Hrothgar guy was dancing in a suit now. Did you guys see that very briefly? Roundrocks is happy. Many friends worry. Think of Roundrocks. Uplander is one. Roundrocks, thanks, kind Uplander. Let me chime in as well, Macon. Roundrocks' home needed protection, and you provided it. Not many would do that, and certainly not in the face of a primal. You have my thanks also. Mide helped Roundrocks too. Uplanders have good hearts. Only so many of us find Machina pretty, my dear. We have to stick together, don't we? Did Mide always like whirlycogs and bitty bobs? Not like you, Roundrocks. My love, he adored the things. Oh, here we go. My love, he adored the things, inventing, building, and tinkering with them. So her boyfriend was here 3 years ago? Mide always touches hurt mark when remembering. Do I? Well, I suppose I do. I always do this anime stance when I'm reminiscing. Those times were something else, little one. My friends and I, we were lost in our dream. We thought to put back the pieces of the broken world with logic, with reason and technology, and we were certain we could do it too. I hadn't much skill when thinking up things for making them, but I helped in my own small way, and that feeling of aiding someone else's dream, sharing it, washes over you like a wave of happiness. I've never felt that way since. Now it all seems so far away. Even the memories feel like I dreamed them rather than lived them. Well, enough of that. Roundrocks is right, adventurer. You're a kindly soul. Keep an eye out for our girl. How old do the Aurora get? They're not immortal, are they, or whatever? She didn't write the... Her boyfriend didn't write the codex, did he? Roundrock seeks a loyal friend to entrust with an important task. Roundrock thinks long and hard on what to do with precious glowstone. Its most favouriteest treasure of Roundrock's, but glowstone is also what make Mide seeks all this time, and has already brought Roundrock's 3 whole years of joy. So Roundrock decides to give it to Mide so she can be happy too. For now, Roundrock entrusts his treasure to Uplander to give to Mide at the next meeting. Even meanest gobbies dare not try and take glowstone from mighty Uplander. Okay. Roundrock does not know where Mide is now, but she often gazes out at the giant whirlycogs from Broken Watercross. Maybe Uplander finds her there? Yeah, look at this guy. Looking good. Sorry, I appreciate the game provides its own sound effects. Aura's lifespans are comparable to humans, okay? There she is, she's looking out at it. From afar, that massive steel has a certain majesty, does it not? But something tells me you didn't come here to share the view. What is it? Roundrocks means to give me the codex fragment? I couldn't possibly accept. She values the stone over the rest of her treasures combined. And yet, it may be safer in the hands of one more capable of defending it. Safe for all concerned. Gods know the Illuminati will stop at nothing to get it. Very well, if she feels I should have it, I will hold on to it, safekeep it for her. An important section broken from the Roundrock's prized treasure and entrusted to none other than you to entrust to her. To be fair, 14 can get away with sexualizing both genders because they are Japanese devs. Western devs tend to be fearful of that because of the cancel culture. I don't know whether I agree with either. Oh, well, your reasoning, I would say. I don't know whether I agree with your reason. There is a cultural difference, for sure. You doubtless recall the moment where Roundrocks first revealed the codex fragments to us. When she took the stone in her hands, a piece of the Enigma codex burst forth with unbidden in a brilliant flash of light. Yet it had been handled many times by others, yourself included, without ever betraying a hint of the secret contained within. Do you not find that strange? I myself was surprised, albeit for a different reason. The codex is protected by arcane mechanism, you see. Only those who share its fundamental principles are able to view its contents. It's rare indeed to find an individual with the qualities required to read it. So why do you have the qualities to read it? That Roundrocks possesses such qualities is an unexpected blessing, to be sure, But if the Illuminati were to learn of her secret, she would be placed in grave danger. Even as we speak, they scour the hinterlands in search of their elusive missing piece. But as far as I know, they still view our friend as a mere collector of misplaced items. For her sake, we must do our utmost to draw their attention away from the Big West shortstop before they take it into their heads to return. And it is for that reason I mean to leave this place. When the Illuminati learn that I have the fragment, it's hoped that they'll focus their efforts on ascertaining my whereabouts. Needless to say, I may not return to Big West shortstop for some time. While I'm gone, I would ask that you watch over Round Rocks, see that she does not come to harm. So you're taking the codex and leaving? You have my thanks, adventurer. I feel like she sort of manipulated us all. She came here looking for treasure, she's got it, and now she's out. As I thought, I'm no longer worthy. Oh, she can't read it. So there's an enchantment that stops just anyone reading from the codex. There's something that makes someone worthy. What makes you worthy? Pure ambition? Wedge searches for Uplander with much urgency. Uplander must return to the shortstop at once. Okay. Why is a goblin worthy and she's not? What are they called? They're not called goblins, are they? They're called gobbos? Oh, they are goblins. Okay. They're goblins, but they call themselves gobbies. Right, so what should I call them? What? I should use their preferred pronoun, shouldn't I? Or just noun. There you are, Macon. And not a moment too soon, the Illuminati are getting ready for something big. Ishtola reports that Alexander has started drawing massive amounts of aether from the surrounding land, which can only mean one thing. The Illuminati have resumed all their attempts to revive it. And what's more, Backrix reports that goblins are amassing substantial quantities of explosives and supplies. By all indications, they're building another weapon. In short, it's bad. But it's nothing a bit of strategic thinking can't fix. They say, he who strikes first strikes last, and that's exactly what I intend to do. I've devised a plan, which should allow us to take the Illuminati unawares, and I'd like you to spearhead the assault. Our rendezvous point is to the south, on the cliffs overlooking the Thaliak. Biggs is going to head to scout the area, and we'll await your arrival there. I don't like these big mounts. I'm realizing I don't like the big mount. It feels a lot clunkier than getting on a chocobo. I mean, it looks alright once you're in the sky, but... Do you think the average Final Fantasy XIV player understands just how much they're missing out on with the Guild Wars mounts? Do you think they have any clue just how bad their game is as far as mounts are concerned? Macon, good to see you. I take it Wedge told you the situation. You ready to hit the Illuminati where it hurts? That's what I like to hear. The chief will be here soon, and then we can get things underway. No, I don't think they know. I can't imagine that they know. I think a lot of the Guild Wars doesn't... It's not as successful as it should be just because of ignorance. Bloody hells, if it ain't Ishtola. No one told me you were coming. An etheric disturbance of this scale demands my personal attention. Judging by the marked fall in ambient aether concentrations, the situation is far greater than previously assumed. And you are certain that that steel monstrosity is to blame? I can see no other explanation. The giant's innards are well nigh saturated with aether already. Yet I sense something else, an irregular energy coming from within the barrier. Be that as may, I'm afraid we have more pressing concerns. The Illuminati are up to something, and we mean to hit them before they can put whatever it is they're planning into action. God, this story is like 2 times longer than it needs to be. To which end, allow me to introduce my newest and perhaps most astounding invention, the Electrojammer 3, first of its kind. I'm getting some A Realm Reborn vibes from this. We're not all the way back to A Realm Reborn, but we're slipping. Speechless with astonishment, I see. As well you should be. The high-frequency waves emitted by this device will interfere with any and all enemy communications, making it impossible for them to coordinate an effective defense. With it working in our favor, victory is all but assured. I see. So, assuming I've understood correctly, you need only activate this electro jammer of yours, and the Illuminati will be plunged into disarray, affording Macon and his friends ample opportunity to take them unawares. Very well, proceed. Wedge, is this supposed to happen? Guild Wars 2 mounts feel better, however, other games have more skins and variety. Yeah, that's true. That's true. This is where the business, the marketing model, the business model actually does affect Guild Wars. It's like they're sitting on a gold mine, or worse, sitting on. Well, that's a bad phrase to use. They had lightning in a bottle with how they did mounts. They had lightning in a bottle, and the only problem is what you just said. They didn't have the variety and so on. So if there had been like legendary mounts and epic mounts and shit, and it's all questing and it's all actually earned in game and it's all done through story and all that kind of shit, they would have unquestionably won. But instead it was all sold through the gem store. So they have lightning in the bottle and then they throw it on the ground and it escapes. For probably the 5th or 6th time over the game's life. Not only the variety, you never got the flying mounts because the grind was dumb. Saying X was dumb isn't really a real observation or criticism, is it? I think the Sky Scale and the Griffin were done really well. Shit, mate, he's moving big time right now. So we have a second hand now that we can enter. Guild Wars 2 mounts made the game worse. They forever destroyed map exploration, which was actually a good part of the game before. Well, that's different, though. The feel and the look and the flow and the functionality and all of that is different to how they destroyed the game. They could have had their cake and eaten it too. And then they could have eaten a second cake if they wanted. If they hadn't sold on the gem store, if it had been hooked into the game in other more meaningful ways, if legendary mounts were things that you could have earned, all of that would have been fine. And also, I've said this before, I'll say it a million times. The Guild Wars 2 community won't listen because they're coddled. But I'm telling you, there needed to be a resource on mounts. It needed to be like, okay, if you're going to bring a mount... If you're going to bring a raptor into the Maguma jungle... Sorry, but it's acclimated for the desert climate. And this raptor isn't going to be able to... You know, you have a limited amount you can use it per reset. Or unless you spend money on mount food or blah, blah, blah. There needed to be sinks. And it doesn't even need to be a punishing sink. It's not really about the sink. It's about how it changes your mindset. Because now there's like, oh, do I want to spend that? I won't spend it. I'll play the game properly. I won't spend it. Same for Corteria. You take the mounts out of the region of their expansion. There needs to be counterbalance to it. And then it doesn't invalidate or destroy the whole game in any way. And it's a question that wouldn't be on our minds for End of Dragons either. And then you get to itemize the mounts more as well. You get to do more meaningful heart rewards because maybe there are different mount foods and shit that last different lengths of time or do different... There's a lot more they could and should have done with it. But that's like, oh, it's not Guild Wars. That takes things away from people. That's not all access all the time. I mean, I don't know why the Guild Wars community doesn't just ask for fly hacks. I mean, really. Look, I think that, you know in Guild Wars there's like those buttons on the top left and it's got like options and PvP and World vs. World. I think that there should be a button there called Dev Mode. And when I click it, I can just move everywhere. No waypoint freeze. I think I should just be able to go faster all the time. No holds barred. It's not a game if you're holding me back. Do you understand what I mean? Like, I'm already at Ember Bay, and I want to be at that heart. Why are you making me walk to the heart? Just let me teleport there. So I really think they should do the dev... That, and now, look, you can't argue against that. That's in line with the Guild Wars 2 philosophy. I mean, I don't know why I haven't seen a Reddit thread asking for that yet. I really don't. Make an old friend, it's time for your customary heroics. The Illuminati are likely still scrambling to work out what just happened. Before they do, I suggest you hop across the river and show it for them. The point I'm making is it's a game. The idea is there are counterbalances to this shit. All movement, all access, all everything, all the time is not a pursuit that ArenaNet should ever have indulged in, or the community should ever have indulged in. And yet, when I make a suggestion like, okay, there should be some kind of like resource that counterbalances mounts outside of their native habitat, people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to look at it. Oh, they're taking things away. It's like they don't realize that if it had been implemented at the offset, you never would have known any better. Do you get what I mean? Like, no one would complain or question it if when Path of Fire came out, that mechanic already existed. It's just now that they've experienced a freer world, they think, oh no, any other world is worse. And that's not true. They're just obsessed with their own efficiency. That's all it is. It's very simple, 100% map completion. You can use mount. No, but that's not account bound, dude. I don't want character bound progression. What are you talking about? I already did Heart of Thorns. In 2015, I did Heart of Thorns. Why are you making me do it again? I already played. It's not a job. It's a game, dude. How do you argue with that? How do you argue with that? You can tell I'm a little bit pent up on the whole account-bound, character-bound thing. I don't know, resources are stressful. Well, that's the point. At least you have a bit of freedom. That's the point. Okay, and these guys are scheming away. Oh, do I actually have to fly to this island? What if I don't have flying yet? Would I now be forced to do it? I think they would force me to do it, right? The minimap... Oh, that's text. I think they'd force me to fly at this point, right? Because we're now on 3.2, so Heavensward is quite old at this point. Well, not old. We're still before Christmas, I think. Oh, no, we're February, aren't we? I think this is February. So this is like... This is when Forsaken Thicket's coming out. Right, here we go. The Fist of the Sun. Hey? Oh, there you go. Oh, I'm quite impressed that it refreshed there. Alright, so, summary. Although you've succeeded in destroying the core, it seems it was only a temporary measure. The walking fortress is stirred once more, and his left arm now rests on the banks of the Thaliak. The entrance lies open and unguarded, suggesting the goblins inside as surprised as you. Take advantage of your enemy's unreadiness and face the threat once more. Hopefully for the last time. Except we know it won't be because the raids have 3 patches. It's Power Ranger time? What does that mean? It's why I stuck to 14 so much, because everything on one character is so liberating. That's not an adequate comparison. That's not an adequate comparison at all. First of all, 14 is a superior game because when you make a new character, you actually get to reset the progression. You actually get to go back to blank slate. Guild Wars completely removes that opportunity from you. Second of all, it's such a disingenuous, like, cheaty way to make that comparison, because Final Fantasy 14, one character is loads of characters. When I go back to my Black Mage, my progression's reset. It's still class-based progression, which is essentially why you have different characters in Guild Wars, because of the class. So it's very cheaty and insincere to suggest for a second that Guild Wars needs to be as account-bound as possible, because that's how Final Fantasy is. That's not adequate. Final Fantasy isn't what you're pretending it to be with that comparison. Why are we talking about Power Rangers? Is there a Power Ranger boss? You'll see in a bit. Alright. Man, it's getting dark. I must have started the stream quite late today. Or it's the winter coming. You love the music in this one, especially the Power Rangers bit? It's only combat levels that change. Aetheryte attunement, MSQ is character based. Yeah, and that's like nothing. That's who gives a fuck. It's not like that's content anyway. And we're not even talking about New Game Plus either. I mean, Guild Wars is kind of okay. It has replayable story journals in that way. They're probably there's parity on that one. Oh, that guy's wearing the Chocobo helmet. Imagine having to do the MSQ again for each class. Well, I mean, when you're skipping all the dialogue, you know, what are we comparing that to? Dungeon grind? I'm too much of a noob to be able to talk about all the ways in which you might adequately level a new character in this game. But as far as I understand, it's sort of get to level 15, 16, somewhere around there, and just dungeon grind, right? As far as I know. I've read that in the past, people did like lev quests to grind, but that's not relevant anymore. People don't do side quests to level in this game anymore, but that used to be like a fundamental kind of idea. Guild Wars 2 annoyed me with limited inventory a lot more than 14 ever will. Yeah, 14's a better game for that. If you don't like inventory management, 14 is an excellent game. I'll tell you what, inventory management is actually what ended my last Skyrim run many years ago now, because I spent so long fucking about with throwing items around and not sure what I wanted to keep and stuff. I just found the game tedious in the end. So that game actually was really bad for me, but Guild Wars is definitely like it too. I have the benefit of being a veteran of that game that knows quite a lot about it, so I can sort of work around it. I was going to do that new player guide on the concept, but I didn't in the end. Guild Wars 2 has excellent bank storage though. If you're not spending on the gem store, it doesn't. Not really. And it floods you with a lot more items. Guild Wars is much more involved with the items it floods you with. One of the biggest messes about Guild Wars is that it doesn't know how to incentivize you to go anywhere or do anything. So it floods you with items, desperate to make you feel rewarded. And what that's done at this point is it's just made that whole element of the game tedious. And many patches over the Path of Fire era have been about getting rid of that. I mean, it was at its worst at the start of POF, but then, you know, like the whole unidentified gear system and all that shit. A lot of the little tweaks that they've added, UI and deposit and salvage methods and use all and all that shit, is all just been to try and go back on that. But it's a consequence of the game not knowing how to get you to keep playing. That's what it's all looping back to. That's why Guild Wars has that crazy shit. Meanwhile, Final Fantasy XIV just very coolly and comfortably says, you're going to do this quest because it will unlock flying on the map with this Aetheryte crystal thing, and that's all I need to do. And they know that's all that they need to do, and they do it. Also, this game has a rat race gear treadmill, which has its own problems. Some of which you're looking at right here, all this power creep I have to go through. But ArenaNet never avoided that either, so... The problem I have with Guild Wars 2 is not the mechanics, but the items themselves. The bag and the bag and the bag. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that... You see how that is just... It's like, oh... You can follow... If you played the game as it went along, you knew you could see the progression as it was coming. Like with the first Champ Bag update, where it's like, oh, this feels really rewarding. But then it's like not rewarding enough. So, oh, look, we'll give you a little bag of karma in there. Oh, okay, so now I get to get more karma. It's like, it's just... They're desperately grabbing at anything they can to make you feel like this is rewarding. And clicking and receiving loot. But it happens so much, and it's so all over the place, and it's so in your face all the time. It's just not fun, really. Is mini frame rate just really low or what? Because it feels like am I actually queued, by the way? Yeah, I am queued. Oh my god, I'm the only one though. I'm the only one who wants to do this Power Ranger thing. Here, I've got an idea for chat. Totally open field. You can say any topic you like. Any point, any thought of comparison. What do you think is an interesting comparison between Guild Wars and this? Does anyone have any takes? Any, like, areas that I haven't even begun to think about yet? I'm not allowed to use Party Finder on a free trial. Gold Saucer would be great right now? In what way? Comparing gear would be interesting. No Fractal-like content? Mob density? Oh, I can join but not create. Oh, okay. You'd compare Guild Wars to BDO. BDO is a totally different type of game. I feel like that's even crazier to me. BDO is much more sandboxy. BDO is a very different game. Oh shit. Whoa, what? Whoa. I really like this. It's just a shame the fights aren't. So with that animation there, is that an animation where I would take more the closer I stand? How exactly does that work? I'll turn tank stance off since that guy has it and... Can I fall down? No. Proximity based, the closer you are, the more it hurts. So when I see like cascading like rings, like concentric circles again and again and again, is that always proximity based? Oh, I think I miss a cool animation of going up that slope. Oh. I mean, it looks so good, doesn't it? He looked awesome when he slammed that thing. Whoa, he's tiny. Must have more Goblixer. The reason I don't want to stand in that. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh my god, I'm a bird. Oh shit. Smart bomb. Holy fuck. I'm a bird for 4 minutes. So I can walk in this? Oh, he spashed the thing on me and I'm back. Oh shit, he's big again. I feel like I'm missing out on something really cool here and I just have no idea what's going on. Boost. Big bulge, bigger brain. Gobbly Groper. Pulled them both together. What is this? Vulnerability up. Shock therapy. What the fuck? Those bombs back there. Are they just going to blow? Is that like an enrage mechanic? Are they going to blow up, are they? God, we're all dying. I'm putting tank stance on, because if that guy dies... Oh, he's at 100% health now. Never mind. Boost equals you want to be a bird, to fly and not take damage from the shockwaves. When there are bombs, a player needs to turn into a gorilla to push them. Oh yeah, I can see. Players were gorillas. I'm looking at the VOD right now. You had some actions on your screen when you were a bird or an ape. Oh, did I? I didn't even realise. That looked like it would have been cool. I mean, I don't know, what else do I say? In this raid tier, FF14 devs started to experiment with encounter design as a response to first tier killing the scene with obscure random mechanics that made no sense. Right. Well done, lad. Right, we're going to have a meeting between Mide and the enemy. And then she handed the Codex fragment over, just like that. The way she sauntered back into Alexander with the Illuminati, you'd think this was their plan all along. It certainly looks that way, aye, but we can't rule out the possibility of coercion, considering the parties involved. Foolish uplanders, Treasure Hunter was happy to give the Codex, and why not? She makes busy deals with the Illuminati since the very beginning. And now the Illuminati hold all the fragments of the Enigma Codex. Treasure Hunter betrays Uplanders' trust and forfeits their future in doing so. In so doing. What a load of old bollocks. How daft does he think we are? Now, Biggs. If the Grand Master of the Illuminati said it, it must be true. Everything is written as it must be. If the Illuminati is to guide chosen to perfect world, not one piece can be out of place. With this, another page becomes reality. With the Illuminati find the missing piece, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Did we ever get any lore about that cat following him around? Goodness me, that goblin hasn't the faintest idea how Uplanders' minds work. I would have been prepared to believe Mida was a traitor, if not bothered to come here and confirm it. Now I'm inclined to think she isn't. There may be truth to what QuickThink says. Backtrick scours over data looking for knowings of what happened 3 years ago. Bactrix finds mention of Ori treasure hunters. 3 years ago, group went to investigate the ruins near the river, only to perish in sudden shivery shakes. So she was there 3 years ago. That wouldn't be the earthquake that accompanied the failed summoning of the primal, would it? Bugger me. Are you saying it was one of the treasure hunters doing the summoning, and that Mide was one of them? Now hold on a moment. I'm willing to accept that Mide may have been a member of this doomed expedition, she being an Ori treasure hunter and all, but I failed to see what interest such a group would have the ideals of the Enigma Codex, let alone a primal. Such was a question Bactrix asked himself, so he spends much time gathering knowings and finds answering book lent to him by Charlie and Uplander. Genius technologist who writes Enigma Codex 100 years ago is Ori Zayla with blue hair, exactly like Mide. No, Mide would never make busy deals with bad gobbies. Roundrox searches for Mide. Here's truth from her. Roundrox, wait. Right. If you're ever worried about Roundrox, don't be. Wedge won't let her come to any harm. Truth be told, I'm more worried about this business with Mead. Still, we should be careful of making any rash decisions, as you can bet that's what the Illuminati want. For now, I reckon we should give her the benefit of the doubt, innocent till proven guilty and all that. And anyway, we've got more pressing matters to deal with, namely taking back that Codex fragment and pushing on into Alexander before the Illuminati have a chance to shore up their defenses. You ready for another round? Good. The sooner you get going, the better, I reckon. Oh, and when you're in the belly of the beast, be sure and break something for me, eh? Okay, good. So they're coming in rapidly again now, though. The Cuff of the Sun. Upon returning from Midas, you learn that Mide surrendered the precious fragment of the Enigma Codex to the Illuminati, and that she was in fact a surviving member of a group of Aura that failed to summon Alexander 3 years ago. Although there's certainly more to the apparent treachery than meets the eye, there's no time for doubt. Your offensive against the Illuminati must continue. I mean, I'll do this. Oh. Oh man, I pressed Salted Earth so many times in a row there and it just didn't go. Maybe what I need to do is press the button first. If I'm trying to like double cast, or double weave, whatever they call it, I should press Salted Earth as the first of the two. Unfortunately, I don't really have floating text on for Salted Earth, which is a bit of a shame, really. I don't know how to get it there. You see how it says, like, carve and spit, plunge, all that shit? My Salted Earth ticks of damage don't appear, they don't float up, and I don't know why. So I'm getting the impression it doesn't do much damage, because I'm never seeing the damage it does. Which is probably wrong. I bet it's some of the best damage I have. Alright. Oh, there's another one? Wait, does it just keep going? Oh, he's like one big boss. I can KD him though. So here, look, we Salted Earth. And there's no numbers there really. There's my main attacks and my auto attacks are appearing. I don't know what that blue is. I feel like I need to max melee him or something. Oh, it popped. I'm going to delay this as long as possible, just in case. This is a very Guild Wars experience here. I don't know whether we're going to beat it in this time, though. 30 seconds to get 2/3 of his health. I think I'm doing everything I can to do damage. No, there's no way we're not going to get it. The blue ring means there's a friendly NPC of some kind using a skill. Ah, okay. Raid tiers were released 4 at a time over multiple patches. That's why you get 4 rapid fights and a lot of story. Yeah, I understand that. Oh, we're all in the tube things. Salted Earth is like a conditioning Guild Wars. You can compare your attacks, so textures, different settings. So do you know which setting it would appear under? I kind of like that it's not there though, because if I use that in an AoE context and it's pulsing constantly, it's just going to explode my screen with text and numbers. I'm going to be brave enough to be the main tank this time. Is this even a full boss? I don't even know whether it's a full boss. I guess not, no. I always misclick that. And that. What is this? Magic Volna. What the fuck? Oh, I'm dead. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that mechanic was. He doesn't have a cast bar, right? That other guy's taking tank now. He's realised I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I ate. I didn't see him casting anything. Shit. I'll let the other tank aggro. A mechanic, probably. Please taunt him next time. Oh shit, what the fuck is this? what this is. Did he... I think someone moved over to me. I think it was like a kiss mechanic. I don't know if it was a kiss mechanic and move away. Is there a profession in this game, a class in this game that has tons of gap closes? Because the only button I really have a lot of fun pressing is lunge. I really like the movement of it. Is there a class that has lots of it? Dragoon, really? Is that true? But look at that. That's cool, isn't it? Does Dragoon do that as a matter of course of the gameplay, though? Is it like tedious and annoying, or is it fun? Oh. Sadly, the cooldown lined up a bit crappily there. I wish I could have jumped in again. I know that Monk has one, and this class has got one. Oh, Monk in the rework will also get dashes instead of mini gap closer, allowing for more freedom of movement. Oh, that's cool. This class will get 2 at a higher level. From watching other classes, Red Mage seems to move around the most. Because Red Mage has like the melee phase and the range phase, right? Ah, you haven't seen Round Rocks, have you? I was looking for... Oh, here she is. I feel like I'm missing cutscenes or something. I see. Well, I will not lie to you. Some of it is true. I did meet with the Illuminati, but that's not the whole story. Allow me to explain. No, I'm not missing cutscenes. It was just that we're doing a little thing there. You're saying you handed over the Codex fragment to stop the Illuminati from coming here and taking it? Yes, but the fragment I handed over was naught but a stone picked from a pile of rubble. The true Codex is here, safe and sound. You actually like teleporting around as a black mage? Oh, you get a TP there, do you? I bloody knew Quick Thinks was lying. The way he told it, you'd been working with the Illuminati all along. Load of old bilge, bilge, the load of it. I'm afraid not. Quick Thinks told you true. In fact, it was I who first taught the goblins how to summon the primal. I meant only to use them for my own ends, of course, much as I did you. The author of the Enigma Codex was an ancestor of mine. The creation of the so-called perfect world proposed within it has long been the goal of the certain members of our tribe, myself included. For years, we strove in secret to realize its high ideals, free of the twisted elitism which seems to have infected the Illuminati. During that time, there was one who'd served as our leader, a man who made us believe our perfect world was within reach, a man with whom I fell in love. I wish nothing more than to see his dreams come to fruition. This isn't quite an echo flashback, though. This is weird. So blind was my devotion. I agreed to help him summon a primal without a second thought. The danger to our lives never even crossed my mind. But on that day, 3 years ago, I came to know the folly of our mission. Who are all these characters? I wonder if we'll meet them. In an instant, the infernal machine laid waste to our hopes, snuffing out the lives of my companions, and the man I loved was dragged into its core. In a last desperate attempt to make right our mistake, I called forth a barrier with which to seal Alexander. At that moment, however, the codex shattered and the Colossus vanished without a trace. When the dust settled, I found myself surrounded by the broken fragments of the codex, the cold, accusing remnants of our dream of a perfect world. My god, it's so haunted and Halloweeny and miserable out right now. It's now raining, cloudy, and it's like twilight. So it is just, and it's cold in here. It's miserable out right now. Leaves still on the trees, at least. We were fools to only think of the future. I did not realise it until my friends were gone, but the time we spent on our journey together, pursuing a shared dream, those moments were as precious as any paradise we could have hoped to build. It's a sad old tale, I'll give you that, but it doesn't explain why you had the Illuminati summon the Primal, or why you had us help you infiltrate it. After everything you've been through, you can't seriously think any good will come of reviving Alexander. You said all but as much yourself. She's looking for her boyfriend who's inside it. Good has nothing to do with it. Understand, I didn't act out of any lingering adherence to my old ideals. I simply wanted to see him again, and perhaps to walk to the end of the world with him. Him? Yeah, keep up, Biggs. Jesus. Oh, is the Primal that's with Alexander him? Mine cannot mean Alexander. Because it's a building and a Primal, right? So it's like morphed together. Not Alexander itself, but the soul, I believe, still resides within. Soul of Uplander sleeps in giant machine. Never has Bactrix heard such unsense. Now's not the time. I've got one more question to ask you. What happens when all the codex fragments are brought together? Alexander was born from hearts that yearned for a perfect world. The writings of the Enigma Codex inspired such a desire, but they are more than just a collection of texts. The codex can also be used to control the Primal. To be precise, 2 elements are required, a complete Enigma Codex and one capable of reading it. When both are present, Alexander can be commanded to transport its residents wherever they choose. But she can't read it anymore. I myself was once able to read the Codex, but those days are now long gone. Now the fragments are as dead to me as the stones beneath my feet. There is another, however, to whom the Codex still responds. One we all know quite well. As we saw last patch. Wait, round rocks. Are you saying that little girl is the key to controlling a bleeding Primal? Round rocks. Round rocks has been captured. Curse me for a fool. I should have known better than to underestimate the Illuminati. I assumed the missing piece in their plan was the Codex fragment, but they were talking about round rocks all along. We must mount a rescue, now, without delay. To the Illuminati, she's no better than a cog in that monstrous machine. It's like that she's being held somewhere in or close to Alexander's upper body. Continue your push through the left arm, and while the Illuminati are distracted, I will search for a way forwards. The arm of the sun now accessible. Okay. You press further into the depths of the Primal and return to be greeted by Mead, who confessed that while the story of her past is true, the fragment she handed over was nothing more than a useless rock. Not all is well, however, as Wedge informs you of Round Rock's capture by the Illuminati, and your objective's clear. Press further into Midas, rescue the innocent goblin from her captors. Okay. Lady, just get a new boyfriend. Yeah, I know. I agree. It's like, I don't know. But, it's quite a sweet story. It's nice to see sort of like, you know, a really strong love driving someone's ambition and actions. It sounds like the guy was like this, you know, really talented visionary. You don't just, apples like that don't just fall from the tree. Wait, does that metaphor work? Gonna have to put on my house light here, BRB. Oh, I had a Q pop. Okay, cool. Sorry, I put the kettle on as well. Yeah, it did go fast, didn't it? Went fast is North America waking up? I suppose that might be it, yeah. Oh, wow, this place looks different. Oh, no, that's still, like, iron, isn't it? I thought it was wood for a second. The trick to getting the Q to pop is to go do something else for a second. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Do something that will pull your eyes away from the screen, and boom, you'll get the pop. Can't wait to see how they continue using phasing tech in End of Dragons. Bureau March has already used a clever way of phasing story NPCs on top of it. Yeah, I've noticed Final Fantasy XIV does that very well and very regularly. Wow, what is this? You're stuck alpha or beta? Let's go in alpha. Whoa. Nice. Shit, it's not important that we split properly there, right? Wow, this is cool. Exhaust duct alphas again. Oh, everyone's here. I'm gonna go in this one. What the fuck? What? Whoa. It's like a city in here. This does not look big enough on the outside, the kind of thing that they've shown it to be on the inside. Oh my god, look at my damage. So good. Oh, I like these grind rails a lot. Oh, we like... What is going on with this cat? This should be what Korra sounds like if we ever go to, assume I should say, if we go to the depths of Tyria. Imagine a city hidden inside a huge Asuran machine. I've sort of given up on thinking they might do a depth story. I hope they do. This is great. Look at this. If I was going to do like a Beauty of Eorzea montage, I think I'd put this raid in it. Alright, ready everyone? Ready check. How do ready checks work in this game? Got my eyes on you, Mikote. Is that me? Oh, this guy looks cool. He looks like Vivi. That's the first Lalafell that I've seen that I really like the look of. Wait, do I have aggro? Shit, I do. Why do I have aggro? Oh, I have tank stance on, that's why. Sorry. Oh my god. Dude, this is Sonic! It's Eggman! This is Sonic! What is this? Jump on him. Release the bunnies and squirrels. Padlock. Oh, someone's in that cage over there. Alright, we're back to a DPS phase. Man, the target lines are so subtle. Holy shit, I'm dying. I've just realised through any of this content I've not even been remotely close to dying through normal means. I just missed the mechanic earlier. I think that's why I find the dungeons a lot more fun. The dungeons are way more fun actually than what I've been doing today, I think. Based on how the balance has gone and blah 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 blah. I know if it was tuned differently it'd be really good, but it's not because it's not tuned differently. But just doing casual duty finder dungeons is better than doing casual duty finder story raids. As a tank anyway. I wonder if it's a DPS or before working. But that library one was really good. I hope I'm doing the right thing still. The weight of the world. What? Look at that ball. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did. Was it a healer not healing me? Was it? I must have been standing something. I always assume if I've died, it's because I was standing in something. I was doing something wrong. Sturmdoll. What is this? Tactician. Damage taken is reduced. Oh shit, did that guy get killed in the cage because no one released him? Oh no, he has to 1v1 in there. How many more bosses were there to this by the way, we got to compare this to the Forsaken Thicket too. It's hard because all the mechanics are invalid, but so there's going to be 12 bosses in this game, right? Meanwhile, Guild Wars did 3, 2.5. I think it's fair to say there were 3. Is it fair? What do you think? Wing 2? Matthias, Slothazor, what do you count? Do you count the Bandit for? I mean, it was tuned not well, but it is a full encounter. Oh shit, I've been grabbed this time. Alright, whatever. I'll do what I want. Maybe I don't do whatever I want. Am I taking damage every second? Oh, I need to plug that, do I? Is that right? I guess the question is Bandit Treehouse comparable to like this? How many bosses have I done already on this? Wait, what's the number? Guild Wars did like 10 encounters. This game's set for 12, right? I mean, it's pretty comparable. Do you think they just literally looked at this game and possibly WoW and said, okay, that's what they're doing, we're not going further than them? Bug the whole tank swap. You'd say Bandit is comparable to that encounter you did at the start. Wait, when? Bandit's a lot more sophisticated than people give it credit for. With power creep and with everything solved now, you wouldn't think it, but Bandit is more sophisticated than people give it credit for, I think. Yeah, I know Bandit gives regular boss rewards. I don't care about that. I'm talking about developer intent and effort and so on. Look how good this guy looks. Very cool. I like that hat a lot. Alright, final fight of the tier coming up next. So we've seen 7 fights, have we? Right, hopefully they think twice. Now go into the inner parts and save round rocks. Oh, okay, good. So there's not a long drawn-out story bit. We're just straight in there again, are we? Oh, we do get a cutscene. Next tier is where power creep is minimal and mechanics start to matter. Okay, that's cool. Wait, why is that so, though? Anyway, congratulations on your victory. While you were busy dismantling his flying machine, I finished charting the interior. The chamber you reach is situated in the innermost part of the left sector, which means your next aim should be... Bactrix does not trust Treasure Hunter. 3 years ago, she summoned Metal Giant. Bactrix wonders if she still wishes to finish Mission of Dead Comrades. Keep in mind there's Savage too, and there the fights are significantly different from normal mode. Yeah, so Final Fantasy's actually got 16. But when did Savage come out? Does it come out... Is that like 3.5 or whatever? I don't blame you for doubting me. Truth be told, my former mentors often stressed... Truth be told, my former mentors often stressed that were the unthinkable to happen, it would be my burden, as the youngest, to carry on their work. But building the Codex's perfect world was their dream, not mine. I only borrowed it. As long as I was within, as long as I was with those who I held dear, I could happily have devoted myself to any cause. Seeing their passion, their joy, that was what filled me with resolve, and it was that which drove me to collect the pieces of the Codex. All their talk of learning and reason, of justice and imperfection, meant little to me in itself. Oh, I feel quite bad for her. She's just looking for friends and something to do in life. I sometimes wonder why I was able to read... Oh! I see the story. It's people who have no ambition for the... You can only read the Codex if you do not intend to use what you learn in it. It's something like that. Which is why the Gobby can read it now. And she no longer can. It's something like that. Maybe it's because my youthful mind was a blank state, receptive to any idea, if I put it convincingly enough. No, it's that you had no intent to use it for whatever, your own ends. In the end, of course, it didn't matter. The Primal took my friends' passion, their joy, their idealism, and ground them to dust. Though I survived, my commitment to the cause did not. Put simply, I had no need for a perfect world without them to share it. So believe me when I tell you that I did not seek Alexander's return to realize the dreams of the dead. I only wished to see him again. Meaning your leader. Okay, it came out at the same time, 2 weeks after. Hold on though, Savage is only one wing, isn't it? The section of Alexander you've been exploring is called Midas, after a king from Legend Eld. Midas entreated the gods for a finger that would turn all he touched into gold, and the gods duly obliged. I like how they literally borrow real RL mythology a lot of the time. But in his carelessness, he transformed the one he loved most in the world into a lifeless golden statue, and thus the thing he coveted became his undoing. So it was me and mine. So it was with me and mine. How do we but pause for a moment to consider... I always wonder with stuff like that, if that's just a localization thing. Like, does your average Japanese fan know the legend of King Midas? Does it only look obvious now that we play it in the West? Anyway, mayhap... And does the vice versa happen very often too? Mayhap my friends would still be alive, but we did not, and they're gone. My one remaining wish is simple, to speak with the man I loved once more. If I could do that, I'd be satisfied. Oh, every wing has a Savage version. Oh, so they only did it for one in A Realm Reborn. The Binding Coil of Bahamut's the only one that kind of got screwed, so to speak. There, I've told you everything. Assuming no one else wishes to question my motives, I would speak of Roundrox's rescue, as was my original intent. Now listen well. Alexandria is divided into 3 main sections, each powered by an independent core. You've already fought your way through the innermost part of Midas, the left arm. The core only lies a little way beyond, but you may be sure that the Illuminati will deploy the bulk of their forces to defend it. Hold on a minute, why would they choose to keep Roundrox there? The cores are just power sources. You are correct, and the answer is they wouldn't. Roundrox is most likely being held with the Alexander's upper body, but the Illuminati have locked the entrances from either arm, making it impossible to enter. Our only choice is stop the core, and in so doing, stop Alexander. I see. Why, that's actually rather clever. The Illuminati need Roundrox to control the Primal, but it can't move. They'd have no need for her. At the very least, they'll have no choice but to keep her safe until the Primal is in working order again. Activating those cores would have used up every crystal the Illuminati had. If we destroy the second one, I doubt they'll be able to get them operational again. They split the later ones into a normal version for people who just want story experience, not the difficulty. Yeah, okay. Do Uplanders truly think Metal Giant can be toppled? Treasure Hunter truly believes the soul of long lost love sleeps in Metal Giant. Madness. Go deep into it and bring me back something cool. WoW already noticed that LFR was needed to justify the cost of making raids. Seems weird that ArenaNet didn't anticipate their issue. Well, I don't know what was happening really, but ArenaNet did try to do like a matchmaking party finder thing. They did their LFG, but they never. It's just not sophisticated in any way, is it? If that game's going to go into a new era and is going to actually grow and shit, I do think Final Fantasy XIV has taught me that you really do need a matchmaking system for that stuff. I mean, fractals. If you look at Guild Wars 2 fractals, what they are is a clumsy answer to that. Really. I know I do mean very clumsy, but if you look at like what they're trying to do with it, so yeah, you've delved into the deepest parts of Midas, and its power source lies but a short distance ahead. For the sake of Idleshire and Roundrocks, you may have disabled the core before Alexander awakes to wreak havoc on the realm. Your allies stand at the ready. It sucks. People are too afraid to make their own groups in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, they are. Yeah. I mean, Guild Wars 2 looks a lot more dead than it is. Guild Wars 2 is not as dead as LFG would make you believe. Like, when you play that game, you open up, like, look at Ascon Catacombs. You don't see anyone doing it. But what you don't realise is that if you make a party in LFG, it gets, like, filled instantly. And, well, not instantly, okay? If you've got a friend, if you've got 2 out of 5, if you have one buddy, one guildie, one guy, it will fill super fucking fast. And then it will clear from LFG, so it gives the impression that no one's playing Ascalon Catacombs. But they are. It's just they didn't appear on LFG for very long, and they're in there now. And people don't... Yeah, it's like you say, people are scared of making their own groups. And so they kind of just sit there looking, and then they decide not to do it. Like, it's not fun to browse LFG in Guild Wars. It's not like I log into Guild Wars and I pop up LFG and it's like, oh, what are people doing? Oh, I'm going to click through the categories. It would be a really utopian, lovely world to be in for that to be the case. But that's not what happens, is it? That's a generally unsatisfying way of finding an objective. I was one of those people scared to do fractals. I just made my own and it feels so fast. Yeah. And especially if you're doing it around reset and stuff. I think fractals are great, but the update content's way too infrequent compared to 3-month patch release of FF pre-COVID. See, now, cadence is an interesting thing that we can talk about. If Final Fantasy does it every 3 months, they basically get 4 patches a year, right? Is that fair? They do every 3 months. Guild Wars actually beat that schedule for Season 3. Guild Wars was every 2 months. But they've only ever done it in bursts, you know. Season 4 didn't maintain that schedule. It kicked back on it. And then there was gaps, and then Icebreed Saga, and they didn't juggle it with expansions. And then you've got to consider the fact, and this is a very simple fact, Guild Wars didn't add a dungeon every patch. Guild Wars didn't add a raid every patch. Guild Wars didn't add a fractal every patch. It was higgledy-piggledy. It's all over the place. They never committed to endgame being a core pillar. And it's not endgame. I don't want to phrase it that way. It's not endgame, and it's not elitist content, and it's not difficult content. It's co-op content. See, a lot of people will say that's a mistake of ArenaNet's. It's the mistake that they never put dungeons in. It's a mistake, blah, blah, blah. But I think that everyone's wrong about that. I think the actual smartest way that ArenaNet should have done this, through Season 3, through Season 4, through the Icebrood Saga. I'm talking about years of Guild Wars content, right? I'm talking about a fuck ton of patches right now. All of that. Even Season 2 counts as well. We can put Season 2 in there. I think what the big mistake was, the lowest hanging fruit, the solution, is that the instances... Like, let's look at what the structure of a story release is. It's running around in the open world, doing open world hearts, or speaking to Zephyrite, or pressing F on things. It's the open world phase. And then there are instanced phases, aren't they? The instances. Those can be played 5-man. They can be played 2-man. They can be played... They will let you do it. But they don't design for it. And they don't scale them. And they don't... There's no additional incentive for playing them co-op. I think ArenaNet's mistake is all of those little instances. Those should be analogous to a Final Fantasy XIV dungeon. You know, if you watch my Heavensward playthroughs here, where, you know, we climb Somal and that's a dungeon, or we fight Ravina and that's a trial, they're co-op. That's what it is. They're co-op moments. And they don't all have to look like dungeons. And the thing with Guild Wars is they reuse open world areas. And I think that's a thing that you can get away with. But I think that's the lowest hanging fruit solution. Through all of the patches that I'm talking about here in Guild Wars, it should have been co-op first, single player second. But they didn't do that. And I think that... People will say, oh, they should have done a fractal every patch. They should have done a raid every patch. And I get that. That's a great solution. They never should have abandoned dungeons. But what you're looking for there is co-op, team-based shit integrated through the story. And ArenaNet's actually much closer to that than you probably realize. They just had to embrace the idea of it being co-op. All those instances that they painstakingly made. I think that would have been the quickest, most effective route through for them. And they should have realized they could have done that in Season 2. But they never did. So it feels like the Guild Wars patches are missing all this shit. And they didn't have to be missing all this shit. It's not as easy as I'm making it sound. There's repeat incentive we've got to talk about. There is the fact that it doesn't really work if you're just in the open world but with a party, I think. But you kind of do want to go to a mini instance and stuff. But then they've pulled that off. Like, look at Farron of the First City. That shit should be co-op. That's why I think DRMs are very good. I'll stand by DRMs for a very, very long time. I think DRMs actually start to get the right balance. I think ArenaNet started to figure shit out with DRMs in the Icebrood Saga. A lot of good it came from the Icebrood Saga. I don't know what's going on. I have aggro. I'll point him away. If that other guy wants aggro, fine. Fuck me. I'll do a proper defensive real early. So since I can't double weave a plunge, I wonder how early I should aim for it. Maybe it should be the last cooldown I use. Holy shit. Should I be moving? I'm dead. I think I should have been moving. I was just looking at my buttons. Usually the open, I can push my buttons and not get in too much danger, but... Watch what that other tank does. Mega Beam. Do I need to keep these two targets apart from each other, the Brawler and the Vortexer? I'm going to provoke the Brawler. It feels like the kind of thing where I'd want to keep them apart. I'm in a nice field. Holy shit, I'm dead. Papega Plunge is cool though. What's a Papega Plunge though? I don't know what's bad about it. My assumption is you can't double weave. That's the only problem with it, right? So you just have to time it a little bit differently. Like if I do that, I'm gonna miss. I'm gonna clip. I don't know what is going on. I don't know what's going on. Are the squares with the mini squares in the middle bad for some reason? What the fuck is this? Brink of death. What the fuck? All my shit sucks. Oh wow. Whoa, the music. I'm not gonna aggro it. I guess I don't know what I'm doing. Oh fuck. Do we want to be standing in here? Apocalyptic Ray. I'm not standing in front of that. Super jump. Did he jump on me? I'm turning tank stance off because I think I'm grabbing it from him. Double rocket punch. Like that plunge right there, there's nothing wrong with that, right? I didn't clip or anything. I don't know what that fight was. That seemed like really involved and like a lot was happening, and then it just became like nothing. Right, yeah, what is this? Leave him some slack for plunge, or only matter once he does ultimates. Yeah, but I mean, I still want to know what the principle is. Once you get to Bosja, you'll realize another flaw of Guild Wars 2 map-wide events like Dragon's Den or the PF ones. Will I really? You guys all seem to be massive fans of these fights, and I just haven't. I have no idea what I'm doing in them, and they're just ending. Papega plunge is when you do a plunge at the start of the fight. It's opening with it, since it doesn't move the boss towards the team. And it forces your DPS to move and lose up time. Oh, I understand. I could do it from range. I could aggro him from range and he's going to instantly start walking. But if I plunge, he's just going to stand on me. Oh, is that a common thing then? You have to move. You want the boss to walk into you. Farewell, my love. Yeah, so you guys having nostalgia. Alright, well, I mean, I'm glad you guys are having fun watching it. It's weird to me to imagine a Guild Wars 2 player watching a Forsaken Thicket raid run and saying, oh, I'm so nostalgic. Do you know what I mean? I guess that's just a sign of how much new content Final Fantasy's added since then, and how little people play this. Meanwhile, in Guild Wars, it's like, all right, back to the Forsaken Thicket every week for the past 4 years. Oh my god, I've started just reading it in my head again. Crick thinks knows all. For example, Crick thinks knows, among other Uplanders, carries true fragment of the Enigma Codex. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out why, but watching Guild Wars is a plain snooze. Wait, what? Guild Wars fractals and raids and stuff, or Guild Wars story and open world? Because I think there's a difference. That dang boy says, well, hold on, isn't it just because it was never outdated? I mean, I would say that the Forsaken Thicket stuff is outdated. It is majorly power crept. But its rewards and stuff never got outdated. So I think you've got a fair point in that respect. Watching Guild Wars 2 open world and raids is a snooze. Well, world boss trains would be a snooze, I think. But someone actually playing through an expansion the first time and like doing hearts for the first time and all that, I don't think that would be a snooze to watch. I think that's about the best thing you could watch in a Guild Wars stream, isn't it? A veteran can't give you that content without, you know, lying and faking blindness, but he's coming for me. Long ago was outcome decided. Uplanders think they're victorious, but luck is no friend to them today. What? And now Enigma Codex belongs to the Illuminati. All pieces fall into our hands. God, these guys are so cocky. In FF, people are already nostalgic about raids from 2019. When was Kadim 2 added to Guild Wars? Isn't that our most recent one? Was that 2019? As far as this is not really equivalent to what Guild Wars does with raids, though, I think, in a lot of ways. Bad luck. You're saying it was pure chance the platform stopped at that exact moment? Then what about Quick Thinks? There's no way he could have predicted something like that. The odds would be infinitesimal. Kadim 2 was 2019, yeah. Yeah, it was. Well, however he did it, the fact remains that he did. But that doesn't mean we have to stand for it. When someone takes something from you, you just have to take it back. June or July 2019 as well. So it's not even the end of the year, like, so we can say it's not really been 2 years. It's been over it now. Alright. So, the last one now, right? Do Uplanders forget something? Matters are too urgent for such foolish doings. What? Tongue flaps of Uplander make back tricks almost a laugh. Uplander claims already to have stopped core and lost fragment to Quick Thinks. Ah, look here, Uplander backtricks as brain case like steel trap. Catching all heard things, all seen things. He saw Uplanders leave but a few moments ago. Backtricks feels something is amiss. Behind his impassive mask, you sense the Backrix is eyeing you and your comrades with no small amount of suspicion. Backrix is certain that Uplanders left for Metal Giant only moments before returning. He watches Uplanders disappear over horizon with own two eyes, but it's impossible to return so soon. What is the story doing now? It's impossible to return so soon if Uplanders' tale is true. Why Treasure Hunter also makes such claims, Backrix does not know. Go Uplander, trade tongue flaps with Mead, and think together of explanation. What is going on? Have you been able to make any sense of Backrix's account? According to his version of events, we would scarcely have had the time to reach the core, much less shut it down. But we were all there, we all know what happened. Are you sure he's not just confused? Maybe he got lost in all that data of his and forgot the time. I'm afraid not, that is, unless the goblin standing watch near Alexander was also confused. His reports corroborate Backrix's. No, something else is going on here, I'm certain of it. The question is what? If we assume for a moment that the goblin's accounts are true, then hardly any time has passed since we entered the barrier around Alexander. So it's stuck in time. Right, so the barrier, so it's stuck in time, so... Oh, this could go in a million ways. Impossible? You mean like Quick Things predicting exactly what was going to happen in the... Oh, yeah, and Quick Things has been saying the whole time like he knows exactly what's happening. So are there loads of versions of us in there all at once? This is interesting. This is quite cool. But maybe he wasn't talking out of his arse. If time doesn't work the same in there, maybe he saw the future. There can be another explanation for that. There is a device deep within Alexander capable of performing complex mathematical calculations. It's not outside the realm of possibility that it could be used to predict the outcome of simple events. Using mathematics to predict the future, now even if I could believe that, it wouldn't explain this business with Backrix. Biggs is right, perhaps the presence of the primals somehow disrupted the flow of time within the barrier. It's only a theory, of course, and a far-fetched one, but it might go a way to explaining recent events. To be clear, you're implying that the Illuminati are aware of this temporal disruption and have been using it to somehow gaze into the future. Very well, if you're willing to accept that, why not go further? Might it not be the case that they found a way to bend time to their will? By moving back and forth in time, the Illuminati could effectively manipulate the present however they saw it. There would ever be one step ahead of us, our every effort doomed to fail from the first. Now that is a sobering theory, but it's still only a theory, right? There's no point panicking us just yet. Wedge, give the chief a call on your link pole, why don't you? If anyone knows how to untangle this knot, it's him. We could do a thing like on Lost, where we have someone try to call us from inside while we're outside. And you detect there's a difference. Chief, it's me. It's about Alexander. We've noticed something strange about the time inside the primal. What? No, not our time inside the primal. The time. I mean time itself. Chief, it might be best if you just came here. Aye, we'll await your arrival. Ah, weird. Oh, sorry. Just wait for It's here. It's literally here. We don't move anywhere. So all these players that are here with me, do you think they're all just doing the same thing? They're all doing this raid storyline? I don't know about other people, but like I've said on and off about Guild Wars 2 since launch and tried FF14 3 months ago, I was honestly mind blown the entire thing with the amount of content. Quality dungeons and raids and trials, yeah. Is that a heated debate I hear? Boys, you started without me. Now, what was that you were saying over the link pearl? Something about running out of time? All the content in this game is a lot more basic. Well, not all the content. Most of the content in this game is a lot more basic, but there's just so much more of it, and it's more varied. Sid insisted that I accompany him, though I would have come even had he not. Matters have taken a turn for the worse, I gather. You can say that again. The etheric fluctuations are akin to those I observed shortly before the Primal's awakening. In the absence of a functioning core, its form is dissipating, albeit slowly. Ishtola, would you mind lending me your goggles for a moment? It can't hurt to have a second opinion. That was a Splinter Cell sound effect right there. Except without the fluttering thing. What in the seven hells? The aether pouring from the primal was flowing backwards, as if time were passing in reverse. There cannot be. Such a phenomenon is wholly without precedent. Knowing so little of the Primal's capabilities, however, it would be remiss to discount the possibility outright. If it's as we fear, then at this very moment, Alexander could be undoing our efforts to shut down its core. All our labours will have been for naught. Ah, the treasure hunter of whom we've heard so much. You seem unperturbed by our outlandish speculations. Was this perchance the subject of Wedge's communication? Gods help us. If there's any truth to this, it won't matter how many cores we disable, the Illuminati will simply undo any damage we caused. Then what do we do, Chief? How do we even begin to fight something like that? To erase the past, to return to a clean slate. Could Diane have known? Because it's kind of doing what he wanted it to do, right? Okay, so that's the codex with one chunk missing. Preparations for restoration of the Enigma Codex are complete. Calculations show margin of error for future readings is 0.03%. Foolish Gobby. When future is decided, there is no error. There is no failure. Listen well, chosen of the Illuminati. At last, all pieces are in place. No longer must wise suffer foolishness of unwise. Time has come to backstrike. Inferiors will make way for perfect world or die. Now restore the Enigma Codex. Man, WP, your comments are full of Final Fantasy XIV blind fans. What do you mean by blind? I would assume that the people watching this are Guild Wars players. I know some of you have played this game. There's no way. I doubt I have a single person watching me right now who hasn't played Guild Wars. Is there anyone in chat who's only played Final Fantasy and is just watching this out of curiosity? I doubt I have a single person on planet Earth that's watching me for that reason. Pushko. Now is Alexander Illuminati's time to control. Soon cores will be disabled by the Uplanders, will be disabled no longer. Reverse time. They're either going to be Guild Wars 2 players or 50-50 players. They're not going to be... I have 3,000 hours in Guild Wars 2, and I can say I like 14 more. Once power flows to the third core, Alexander will be fully operational, and with the third core will its true potential awaken. Wings of time will unfurl, and all of history will be at the mercy of the Illuminati. Chosen ones will amend mistakes of past and reshape world into perfection. At last, prophecies of the Enigma Codex will be fulfilled. And Quick thinks all thoughts will rule as king of new world, of correct world, chosen ones, menders of history. Be proud to serve as builders of this paradise. Then again, I'm the kind of MMO player who's into the lore, narrative, etc. So 14 appeals to me more than Guild Wars 2. I played both for years. I enjoy the combat and exploration of Guild Wars 2, but I enjoy everything else about Final Fantasy and the amount of content you can do. That's a good summary of my take on the game as well. Ishtola and the Chief have returned to Matoya's cave. Don't worry, between them, I'm sure they'll find the answer to our problems. If it isn't waiting on a shelf in the Shard in Annals, it'll be in some forgotten corner of the Chief's brain, you mark my words. And the next time we meet Quick Thinks, we'll be ready for him. Adventurer, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, but mayhap it'd be best if we wait until we're safely back at the shortstop. I'll see you there. You mean 2 inches away? That's very weird. She basically just teleported behind a wall. I suppose I should start by apologising for everything. Were it not for me, the Illuminati would never have the means to summon that infernal machine, or gain the means to control it. And now Quick Thinks possesses the power to manipulate time, to foresee the future and erase the past. I dare not think how we will use it. Returning the course to their former state was but a foretaste. When all three are active, and Alexander can travel both time and space, nothing will stand... This is crazy. Nothing will stand between the Illuminati and their twisted utopia. We cannot let it come to that, Macon. Somehow we must find a way to stop them. But first we must rescue Round Rocks. Of all the innocent victims of this sorry tale, her plight pains me the most. The shortstop just isn't the same without her. I hope someone will keep her treasures safe until she returns. Ah, adventurer, you come to me in an opportune moment. It would seem we have a visitor. I was pacing about, thinking about Round Rocks, when something in the shadows drew my eye. I caught only a brief glimpse, but it bore an uncanny resemblance to Quick Thinks' constant companion. Shanoa, was it? If the Curl's here, then there's a good chance her Illuminati keepers are close by. We best track her down and follow her quickly. Is it really far away? No, it's still pretty close. I've been thinking I keep mounting and then they don't even want me to go very far. I think that right there that I just did is the best opener for me, I think. Minus the plunge, obviously. But getting a Edge of Darkness, Salted Earth straight away. And then a Carven Split Blood Weapon maybe straight away, something like that. Seems like a smart. You forgot Blood Bath. Do I have that yet? Just as I thought, it is Shanoa, or is it? One curl kitten looks much the same as another, and she doesn't seem to have brought any of her friends. Over there. Yeah, no, I know that plunge is fine in solo. I was talking about if I was actually fighting a boss. That was my perspective there. Whoa! An Illuminati spy sent by Quick Thinks to observe our movements. Like as not. Given the sizable disadvantage at which we find ourselves, we thought it best to relive him with duty. We're playing Final Fantasy XIV, the Tenet expansion. He spent his final moments babbling on about all the Illuminati's deranged schemes, claimed that once the final core was activated and Alexander fully operational, the fortress would gain the power to travel through time, taking them along with it. He seemed quite convinced that Quick Thinks was a prophet of sorts, a traveller from the future come to the present to return history to its proper state. Aye, and that's not the half of it. According to him, it was the battle with history has already been won, and not by us. For the future is writ in the Enigma Codex, and we but play out our roles in it. Quick Thinks, a traveller from the future. That would certainly explain how he's able to anticipate our every move, but could it be that he's already conquered the world of tomorrow? Have all of our efforts been in vain? This is just unravelled. I don't even know how to predict or conceptualise what's going on. Bad tongue flaps of crazy. I get the facts of it, but what it could mean and like the idea of anticipating where this story goes or how you break it, I couldn't do. Tongue flaps of crazed Illuminati make brain case hurt. Backtricks would speak of different subject. What brings up Landers back here? Having settled on a plan of action, Sid and I were in the process of making our final preparations with Master Matoya when this kitten scampered in, mewing as if to beckon us. We duly followed her, and she led us here, much to the dismay of the fellow at her feet. So this is the thing's cat. I'm not one to look a gift curl in the mouth, but something about all of this doesn't sit right with me. She's been at Quick Thinks' side, on that his bloody head every step of the way, and now she decides to betray her keepers? If the cat could speak our tongue, I would have a question or two for her, maybe even 3. Ugh, I can't even believe I'm considering this, but then it wouldn't be the strangest thing I've heard today. You there, cat. You're Shanoa, Quick Thinks' little familiar, aren't you? 2 mews for yeah, 1 for nay. Mew, mew. Wait, isn't that a no? Did she truly... Do you want to go home? Mew, yes. 7 hours. I think the bloody furball might actually understand us. But that doesn't mean we can trust her. For all we know, she could be here to do her master's dirty work. A moment, Uplanders. Tongue flaps of Round Rocks come to Backrix's brain case. 3 years ago, when Round Rocks found Codex Splinterstone, Round Rocks says Black Curlchild is there, on looking. Backrix thinks nothing of this then, but now... You mean to imply that Shanoa here was present when we attempted the summoning? I very much doubt that. If she were a kitten 3 years ago, she'd be fully grown by now. Yeah, but she's been stuck in time. Unless that is she took a shortcut through time, an implausible theory, I grant, but one we cannot well diminish in the light of recent events. If true, it would still raise a more troubling possibility that Round Rocks' discovery of the Codex was no mere coincidence, but an event orchestrated by quick things to further his own ends. Oh, this just gets better and better. Look, whatever's going on here, we're not like to find that out by standing around talking. We need to delve deeper into that fortress, and as luck would have it, Wedge claims his latest invention will allow us to do just that. I've sent him and Biggs in on the inside to the Maker's Quarter to perform their final tests. To travel back in time and set past wrongs or right. Who could resist such temptation? How grievous the consequences of surrendering to it. For in allowing our past to consume us and making our every choice, our every action the correct one, would we not cease to live in the present and in turn lose sight of the future? 'Tis a path not to redemption but to madness. I like Yashola a lot. She rarely bores me. In a game that gets a bit too slow sometimes, and there's always a risk someone's about to bore the shit out of you, she never does. So I like her. Macon, all fired up and ready to go, are we? Then I'd best hurry up and brief you on the task. In a nutshell, we'll be attacking the Primal on 2 fronts. Our job will be to head to the belly of the beast and rescue young Round Rocks. Without her to view the Enigma Codex for him, the Illuminati... I'm guessing it's not going to be a coincidence she's a little girl. The Chief reckons the shortest path to the Giant's great fat noggin. The only problem is being that it's inside the barrier. Not to worry, though. Wedge's latest wonder will take care of that. He's dubbed it the BBG-2. The barrier be gone too. Of course, the barrier doesn't just serve to keep folk out, it also keeps the primal in. And it also stops time getting too fucked up. That being why Mead and her mates raised the bleeding thing in the first place. So, the moment it goes down, there'll be nothing to stop the Colossus from running rampant, if it has a mind to. Which means we're going to need to move fast. The Chief will take the Excelsior in as close as we can to the head. You'll jump off and secure us away in. Wasting no time, you can climb back on board. This thing needs to look bigger. Yeah. Let's go. The eyes of the Creator. Raised from the waters by the thrice-mad Illuminati, the steel Colossus Alexander yet towers over the Thaliac, bleeding the hinterlands dry with a thirst for aether that shall not be slaked. The time has come for action. As Y'shtola and Master Matoya seek to magically sever the Primal's death grip on the land. Matoya has been mentioned so much, but she's not been in a single scene. You will take to the skies with Sid in the hopes of securing an ingress to the Colossus' mighty pate. The realm itself cries out for succor. Will you rise to answer its call? I don't know whether I'm going to stream any more of these raids, guys. Like, when we get to the Stormblood one, I think it's a bit too slow. And the gameplay is completely uninteresting. I think I would have rather spent today doing 3.1 story stuff. It's not that I'm not having fun, it's just that I feel like I could put on a more entertaining show if I did other content. The Stormblood one's really good. Yeah, but you guys were all saying this one's really good as well. And I don't think, as a side story, I think it's just a little bit slow. We've been streaming this all day. You realise I'm nearly 6 hours of just Alexander's story here. And we're still only 2/3 done in terms of actually the raids. I mean, we're nearly at the end in all reality. So I don't know. You're enjoying yourself? Okay, alright. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my instinct's wrong. See, I wonder if what I would rather have done if I had hindsight, I would have played this off screen and tried to do a min-eye level stream with you guys of just the fights, and I would have done a min-eye level thing. I think that would have been more entertaining to stream. Don't you guys think? Maybe? I don't know, but a part of me kind of wants to divulge all of the story to you guys from this point forwards. I kind of want to share. I want to stream every moment of me experiencing the story. So I kind of like also showing the way that today's gone. It's tricky. And I guess in Stormblood it will be a full account and I can use Party Finder and stuff, so maybe I can do min-eye level a bit more. But, you know, if our community isn't growing or whatever, you know, if I can't get a team today, I don't know why I'd be able to get a team in, like, 3 weeks. Or whenever I'd get to that. You chose to do 3 patches worth of content in this stream, and now you're complaining there's 3 patches worth of content. No, that's not what's happening at all. I would much rather do it all today than fucking spread it out over 3 days. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine me spending Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or whatever, 3 days of a week on this? That would exacerbate the issue. Are you crazy? Alright, here we go. That was a cool intro, by the way. Oh my god, they died so fast. I couldn't use Abyssal Drain. Whoa, this is cool. See, I really like this. I think I would be having so much fun if this was min-eye level. I mean, look at how good this looks. The cranial plate. Faust. Oh, I pressed the button, it never triggered. Goddamn macro. Gonna watch closely what he might be doing. I'm probably just eating unnecessary animations there, aren't I? What do you guys think of the green health bar, by the way? It looks good, right? In the context of all this team-based stuff? I'm green there, blue. Alright, he's dead. Is that okay if you put the OST volume up? It's on max, man. It's as loud as it will go. I could turn the whole game up. If you guys think me turning the whole game up is a good idea. But I don't, it might start drowning my voice out, you know. This looks so cool. Wait, BGM was only 85? Was it? I thought I put it to 100. Alright, well, if I've got space. Oh yeah, you're right. There you go. I mean, personally, I can't hit too much of a difference there, but... What is this thing? I can't even really see what I'm looking at. Oh, is that a guy's arm? Is that what that is? Oh yeah, it is. It's like a giant robot. Moments like this are interesting because it just makes me think about the Iron Forgeman. And then when I think about the Iron Forgeman, I think about how rare it is for ArenaNet to show you a cool, big, unique enemy like this. Yeah, Final Fantasy does it constantly. I truly mean constantly. I mean, is that just a budgetary difference between the games, or is there something sort of deeper about the way that they make and design and animate their enemies? What's the idea with the squares here? I don't really know if there's anything for me to do. Double scrap. Shall I move away? Oh, so like we're stuck now in front of him. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, we wiped. What did we do wrong? Was it something I did wrong? Needed to kill the ad. Right, okay. You did everything wrong. You were doing almost no damage on the main boss. Me particularly. I was using all my cooldowns. And I wasn't missing the GCD. What else can I do? I can actually look at him this time. It had a defense bonus. This guy says he doesn't know. I'm going to say kill ads. Repairing main hull, repairing left arm, repairing right arm. As an off tank here, your job is to make sure the robot dead bodies get plunged into the lava. Are we fighting? What are we doing? Okay, so robot bodies being these things. Power generator. Should I hit them? Okay, so... I don't know how to drop this. Is it in that? Oh, middle left of your screen. Yeah, I saw it. Middle right, you mean? What are these rocks? Pick up one of these? Oh, that guy got it. Let's see what he does. Let's watch him. Oh, he dropped it on that. Where's this guy taking it? And there are rocks landing on them? And there's a red hot fence back there. Is he waking this robot up? Okay, these robots... Oh no, no. Reassembling left arm. He just 100% healed. Double scrap line. If we don't kill ads, he gets a buff. Well, I haven't even seen... I saw one ad while I was holding the thing. I haven't seen any other ads. What's going on over there? Yeah, I can grab that. You're saying to put it into the lava. There is no lava though right now. I'm just going to keep it over here. Kill him in this glowing platform. Oh. I've lost aggro. Let me put on tank stance. I've got aggro. Come here. The lava doesn't really hurt me. He's not coming in. I'm dead. The indicated area is the one that's gonna become the lava. Oh, that's what all of the arrows are. It needs to be dead and then drop in. How's it gonna get to the lava if it's dead? On the glowing platform, not the lava platform. The highlighted area. Oh, so you want me to move it there before it's lava? So, before it's lava, pull him over, kill him in that area. I'm guessing when he dies, he's like rubble that's going to stand back up or some shit, but then the lava lands on it and finishes it off. If he falls into lava while alive, it's an instant wipe. Okay. And he's tanky. The whole DPS team needs to help the kill. Okay. So I take it to the right place and then we blow up. Also, use the power generator to wake up the robots. Scrap also goes into the glowing platform. Right. Could I living dead when that global blows everyone up? Would I be alright? Someone else in the party said they'll handle them. Okay. Well, I'm glad to have a real fight. Okay, so it's here. There's a power generator. Right, okay. So look, we got the enemy. We got a power generator. He's going to throw it at this and wake it up. And then I'm gonna provoke it and kill it. Oh, I started Earth really early. Alright. I got it. No. What the fuck, bro? I just threw everything I had to get enmity on that, and it didn't come to me. It died over there. Someone took it away. That one didn't need to be woken up. It was dead on the right tile. It's going to target the one who wakes it up. Oh, so then I need to wake him up, don't I then? What are these boulders that are coming down? Alright, let me go to this power generator. How the fuck do I pick it up? Alright, and now I press this. Someone else did it. He's at least doing it right though. We gotta kill him though, don't we? So that's fine, right? So there's scrap there. The lava's gonna come and destroy the scrap, right? Let's watch that in action. Yeah, look. Scrap line. Oh, is that going to drop? Oh, I bet the boulders become the mobs. Superior materials detected. I think that means we failed a mechanic, doesn't it? Alright, we've got to kill this thing in here, right? Someone else wake it up, though. It's going to tether... Oh, no, it's tethering to the boss. Oh, shit. Oh, right. Right, I understand. You need to, like... You need to move it out. Because we weren't going to get the kill in time there, were we? So I had to move it out. I understand. I understand how to do that. I just need to move it away. Yeah. And then we kill him. The timing looks like it might be kind of hard, but maybe I'm wrong. Because like someone just said in chat, it's an instant wipe if... Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I understand that. I'm ready. So I don't really... If someone else is doing the bomb things, I don't really need to do much except DPS at the start here. Why the fuck isn't Salted Earth going? I just need to, who's waking the thing up? This guy's waking him up? He's trying. So I do need to help kill this, though, don't I? Is it the same thing? He's got to get away from that, doesn't he? He'll move it on the new area. Or are we going to try and kill it first? We're going to try and kill it? Is that in there? I think he's in there. Alright, I get this. This works. I understand this fight now. So when we see some more scrap, we'll just do it again. Oh, there's one. Is that Mega Faust or whatever the fuck? No. What's the diamond thing? I don't know what the diamond is. Okay, so the rocks come down. I'm guessing that these break into... Oh no, I don't know what they are. I don't understand that bit. Okay, giant robot. Someone else will do this, I assume. Damage done with a blunt weapon alert. What the fuck? So, we kill these here because lava's coming. Do I have an indication of how far away the lava is, or... Oh, I should have salted it. Oh no, there you go. I got it. I can salt it. Okay, so the higher priority model. This is the big bit, right? There he is. So I've got to get him out. I provoked. I've got him away. Okay, so we just get him a bit low. I'll do it on the next lava drop. Oh, he's losing aggro. What? He's not coming to me. Bro, get him away. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying. I think the other tank's taking him. Oh, God. We got to kill it now, don't we? Oh, God. Oh, I just got to dive in. Or we're going to miss it. The other tank took it. Am I reading that wrong? Someone quit, right? What do they call it? MT, main tank? Yeah, but you had enough time to kill it instead of standing away trying to pull aggro. Really, do you think? Do you think now that we have that hindsight, I didn't observe that? There was no need to do a high volatility race through that when the team clearly didn't know the mechanic very well. The other tank bailed. There's no point trying to kill it the second the tile lights up. Yeah, I agree. There's no point. So how long does this take to fill? How does this work now? Opposite corner always works. So the lava always goes opposite corners. Doesn't that just mean it bounces back and forwards though? How does it ever? It must go. It must tweak a little bit sometimes. Even if it doesn't, you can see that if the DPS is a little risky and move up to the next tile. Yeah, exactly. Like I saw that it might be possible, but I also saw it was a bit of a risk. So I was like, we should definitely move it. Alright, there you go. We got another person. You can enable target of target, so you can see who has the attention of your target. What, is like another keybind? That's a good point. I could also focus target the boss, right? So there he is, the refurbisher, 2 million health. On the first phase, 2 ads spawn, but you only have to move 1 because the other is already in the lava. Yeah. Does that make sense? What I just typed there? Hi, you are main tank. You spent a good few seconds saying who has aggro. Yeah, I think there's a way that you can see it on the party list as well, isn't there? He says he can do both, but I'll do forced. Oh shit, are we fighting? Oh my god, we are. Okay. So they did that one just fine. I didn't have to do anything. And we still have a spare power generator. I don't know why I popped a defensive there. There's no need right there. Oh shit, that thing landed on me. Is that bad? Should I be standing away from these? Oh, he blew them up real quick. This is the 3 mobs, right? And he's going for it already, so I'm gonna unleash spam. Flood of darkness. Why can't I flood of darkness? Okay. Right, now where does Faust spawn? I guess where they put the marker, right? I'm gonna get out of the lava. Oh, we're hitting it way harder this time. Look at that. The refurbisher's a lot lower health. Isn't it? Maybe I should have saved Solid Earth there for Faust. Scrap line. Oh, scrap line is actually a frontal cone. I didn't even realize. I thought it was the whole arena. Superior metals detected. Okay, where is he spawning? Over there. Fuck me. Okay, I got him. I'm pulling him over to this corner, and then we just kill him over here, right? Because we don't have to go very fast here either. Oh, no, it's over here, right? Well, I can just wait for the timing, can't I? How do I know how long till it goes? No, let's not. Let's just wait here, Oh my god, I'm almost dead. I am dead. But we're all alive. I don't know what it was that hit me. I guess I should have been popping defensives. I was too busy focused. I wasn't sure about the plan on his positioning. Hopefully they can kill it now and I don't need to... Because nobody seems to want to res me. I didn't hide behind the rocks. Oh, the rocks are there to hide behind? There's no need, just kill it. All the tiles will burn at some point. Oh, okay. I think what I was under the misapprehension about is the concept that Faust would stand back up soon if he didn't die too quickly. If he didn't get incinerated too quickly. Does that make sense? So, but yeah, I just imagined that jeopardy exists. I guess it doesn't. Fuck me, I need to... Well, he's dead. So it was just the one Faust thing. If that other tank didn't provoke on that other run, I think we would have beat it on that other run. But he did it, and then, therefore, we wiped. No, once Force is dead, he'll stay down. Well, there you go. Alright, cool. That was an actual fight we had that time. Very happy. Oh, somebody here knows me. Rin? Oh, maybe not. He might just be saying well played. Wait, well, I feel like I recognize that name. I'll check my friends list in a minute. Nobody knows me in this game. Fine work, old friend. Thanks to you, we have our way in. Stay where you are, we're coming. But first, now that you're clear, we'd best get that barrier back up before the big fellow gets restless. Wedge, ready the BBBG and reactivate the barrier on my mark. Mark? Exit timing is stolen. Making us done it. We have a clear path into the heart of the beast. Good. It's a relief to hear that at least one side of the operation proceeded according to plan. The same might not be said of the other. Our efforts to cut off the primal source of Aether proved wholly ineffective. Quite why, I cannot say, though I'm hopeful that one among us can. What, me? What, me, Day? On the basis that she summoned the damn thing, you mean? I think you better explain. Like all primals, Alexander constantly draws Aether from its surroundings, both to sustain itself and to gain in strength. Master Matoya and I believe we could disrupt or at the very least inhibit this process by means of Arcanima. By creating a vast, impassable etheric membrane between the primal and the land with its drinks, aye. Which is why the old witch had me place these infernal devices of hers in every nook and cranny of this place. Are you telling me they don't work? Yes and no. As far as we can tell, the Arcanima are functioning precisely as intended, and yet, for reasons we can't ascertain, they have no measurable effect on the primal. Alright, out with the meal. Is there something you haven't told us? We need to hear it now. We're running out of options. I fear it will not avail us, but very well. It began with a curious encounter in my younger days. I was out playing on my own one day when a stranger appeared before me. He told me anything my heart wished for could be mine, but if I but heeded his words. In my youth, I did not fully comprehend what the man was proposing at the time. Nevertheless, his words seemed to burn themselves into my very soul. Reunite the scattered shards of the Enigma Codex, he said, and perform the sacred rite before the ruins that yet stand strong against the river's flow. Then and only then shall your hopes and dreams become reality. With that, he handed me a relic, a horn with a tip of metal which seemed so foreign as to hail from another world. It would serve as a catalyst for the summoning, he explained. A gift from your friend Travanchet. And then he was gone. Travanchet. I know the man. Our paths crossed during my time in Limsa in the days before the calamity. I would have guessed that the Asians had a hand in this. The horn of which you speak was once rumored to reside on Seal Rock. It's a lost relic of the ancients with power to manipulate the etheric energy in the very air around us. The Scions have long since pursued the horn, fearing the devastation that might ensue were such an artifact of power fall into the wrong hands. Finally, I do begin to see it. If I have the right of it, Alexander's third core is using the horn to draw Aether from far and wide. 'Tis little wonder our plan failed. Even without moving on an ilm, the primal possesses the means to drain not just this land of Aether, but our very star. Then our course is clear. If the old witch's magics won't avail us, we shall just have to get inside and dismantle it the old-fashioned way. Indeed, and yet we must be wary. We've seen that the course of time reversed once before. We may see it again. Even should we succeed in destroying our target, there's naught to prevent the Illuminati from simply returning the stricken core to its previous state. Aye, they are free to turn back the clock again and again, the primal growing stronger all the while. So what do we do then? No, we press on, lest we forget controlling Alexander requires the Codex, and the Codex is but a useless piece of stone without the mind of the gobby girl. If we can rescue Round Rocks, Quick thinks we'll have no way to flip the hourglass. The Circle of Knowing once tasked me with recovering the horn, and 'twas mine own negligence that Travanchet acquired it. That now it endangers our world is my responsibility. Even if I were not a scion, I should do all in my power to make amends. Whatever assistance I can offer is yours. So is this something people played before A Realm Reborn? Then it begins. I'll send... That sounds like a cool moment for the nerds, you know. Biggs Wedge, ready the Excelsior. Make and prepare for departure. Let the Operation Rescue Round Rocks commence. This game does have voice acting, but we're looking at a side quest at the moment, like a really long side quest, so... So there's two cats. It's the same cat in different parts of time. Ha! The cat's called Schrodinger? Seven hells! It wasn't enough that those Illuminati lunatics had a bleeding time machine. Was it? Now it had to be a time machine with the power to destroy the whole bleeding world. I mean, I'm used to the future of Aozi being at stake, but this is the future, past, and present all rolled into one. We have to get Round Rocks out of there before those gobbies can put anything else into motion. Speaking of gobbies, have you talked to our Backricks lately? Turns out the kitten you met wasn't Shinoa at all, just a doppelganger. He's already taken the little furball back to the shortstop and given it a name, Schrödinger. However you pronounce it. Anyway, back to it. I'll get back to myself. Mew? Ready to head back into the belly of the Beastmaker? Alright, let's get this mission off the ground. As far as we can tell, Round Rocks is captive in the central chamber. Quickest route is straight through the head. Let's crack some skulls. Alright, next one. History itself stands in the balance as the Steel Colossus is revealed to have the inconceivable power to transport its occupants through time and space, a power which the Illuminati are all too eager to rewrite the past and remake the future in their own twisted image. With the time quite literally of the essence, you must find passage to the very heart of the Colossus, where the unfortunate Round Rocks, the key to Quick Thinks' dark plot, is being held captive. Once more into the breach, worry line. We're 99% certain that the Enigma Codex is also in central control, both it and Round Rocks being required to operate the Colossus. Intriguingly, the pattern which will take us there seems to have been installed quite recently. One can only assume the original design to make the place less readily accessible for reasons of security. Happily, however, the Illuminati favoured a more practical arrangement. I'll go with Sid and Ishtola. Oh. And rid Midas of any lurking Illuminati ambushes. Round Rocks is counting on us, friend. Be safe. We'll see you on the inside. Oh shit, it actually looks different again now. Let's fly up to it while we're in queue. So this is the entrance we're at now. Oh, this guy's definitely doing the story alongside me. Because he's up here now. Oh, there's two players up here. Let's see what the idle camera does up here. That's the little rabbit noise. Looks like we have an owl there as well. Little Tinkerbell. Hold on, does that guy have 2 minis? Can you do that? Debbie FIFA Springer voice actor, future Guild Wars 2 content 2022. Yeah, I know. I would do a bang up job of that. It's 1 summon and 1 mini. Oh, it's a summon. Wait, which one's the summon? Oh, the fairy is a summon. It's the scholar pet / mechanic. Oh, I didn't even know that. Why does a scholar get a fairy? That's weird. Does this game or lore or anything have druids? I feel like druid would be a healer class they might add eventually or something. I'm thinking like green-robed nature lover. Druid. I'm not thinking like Stargazer, and I'm not thinking World of Warcraft Transformer. I'm thinking like real life, like Stonehenge Druid kind of thing. And I know they were Stargazers too, but they, you know, they were sort of naturey, hippie, cleansing kind of. You think White Mage covers all that, so they won't do a full-on Druid thing? Okay. Scholar is a pet of fairy. Green mage is a thing. Green mage? I've never heard of a green mage. In Final Fantasy? Is it just in 14 or is it in other ones as well? What does a green mage do? They have 70 classes to pick from. They actually have very easy jobs since it's the FF franchise, but I don't think I've ever seen a druid in Final Fantasy. Green mage isn't a 14 class. I know it's not a class, but someone's suggesting it's in the lore. Green mage is in tactics. What does it do in tactics? What does a green mage do in tactics? It's been mentioned before, but it's not in game at the moment. Maybe in the future. For some reason, that really excites me. Black, I know. White, I know. Red, I know. Blue, I know. They're all mage types that are very standard to all the Final Fantasy games, really. But green is very strange to me. I've never even really considered you could have a green mage, and for that reason I quite like it. What else could you do for colours? Yellow? Have they ever done a yellow mage? Green's a status caster. Well, in 12 there is an idea of green magic, and yeah, depending on whether you're playing the original release or the international remakes, green magic is status oriented. Yeah, so like an idea of a status mage. That's Evilis as well, so I guess that's where they're inheriting from. Lend support, shielding and crippling. That sounds lame now suddenly. That's not cool enough, really. Green mage as a necro would have been cool. Yeah, because they don't really distinguish that. Black mage in Final Fantasy is really elemental mage, isn't it? Let's be real. And they throw statuses in there as well. And they throw, you know, you get typeless damage and shit, Ultima and stuff. But generally the idea is it's like an elemental kind of vibe. It's not like an undeady vibe. It's not like a warlock kind of. I mean World of Warcraft warlock is what I mean. So a green mage for Final Fantasy XIV that's very much an undead caster. I mean, they've already got Dark Knight. They're adding Reaper. They're pretty undead-ish, undead adjacent, aren't they? Kind of. I mean, Dark Knight isn't undead adjacent. There's nothing I've seen lore-wise that's about. Well, it's a little bit deady. My Ulrico possessed Frey's corpse. Beastmaster has been a meme or asked for a long time, but I don't remember any info that was expected to be added. So a Beastmaster, so a pet class, basically. A Guild Wars 2 Ranger, right? What does Guild Wars 2 have that this... Guild Wars has so much that this game doesn't have, to be honest. I wish that the this new wave of elite specs were more distinct. I really think they're dropping the ball with these elite specs. I really... Why can't they just do cool class ideas? I just don't get it. I don't know if Guild Wars fans really have figured out, like, the opportunity cost that's occurring here at the moment. Like, they just haven't picked anything cool. It's all just, like, vague, like, hodgepodge stuff. I think probably Bladesworn is the closest, but even then they should have called it the Gunblade or something. Why is it called the Bladesworn? We've waited 4 years for these elite specs. Yeah, we have, but they haven't. I mean, the ugly truth that, like, if people knew what was going on, they would have rioted around POF. I made this observation earlier on today's stream. Does people really get, or was it yesterday's stream? Do you guys get, like, how, like, imagine if, as POF came out, you realised what we now know to be the truth. We know the truth is that they weren't going to do another expansion. We know that they weren't committing to juggling Season 4 and something else. They weren't making any new elite specs. That was it. Can you imagine? But that's the truth of it. Can you imagine the uproar if that information had been realised when POF came out? No one would have bought Path of Fire. Why would we have spent any money or invested or gone deeper into an MMO that they're essentially saying, no, we're just fucking it around with Living World forever? No one would have done it. I mean, it's just such a huge thing. And as far as I can see, it's not the first time the studio did it either. It looks like the studio did it before Heart of Thorns as well, during the Season 1 era. So it's just crazy. And then the final kick in the face, whatever this whole sacrifice they made, whatever that whole sacrifice was made for, didn't even come out. It got shit canned behind scenes and a third of the company laid off. I mean, what a disaster. No, people do not talk about that enough, I think. I mean, it is... Oh. And here we are now, streaming a game that never had any of that. They just kept going. Green Mage could be an Ellie idea. Oh, it looks like we're back to a city type thing. It's tragedy on both parts, us and ANET. I mean, certainly till the devs that were building something they loved and got laid off. I mean, you can't... Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jesus. It's worse for them. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it is worse for them. That's their job. That's their livelihood. And they lost it. You're just a fan. That's literally what they were doing for a living. They were passionately devoted to something. And not only did they lose their paycheck, they lost their baby. That's their life. And I can speak from personal experience. The success of Guild Wars will be, continues to be, whatever, my life to a degree. You know, I've tethered my fucking professional prospects to it as well. I think for just general fans that are like, oh, okay, I don't get to have fun with Guild Wars, it sucks. But it's a lot worse for the people inside, you know, that were making the next big ArenaNet thing and then it died. It's much worse for them. Yellow would be tanky. Why would yellow be tanky? I'm not even like marveling at these grind rails anymore, but they are great. My favourite parts of these fights so far are these bits where it's essentially like a dungeon-y experience. Oh shit, are we separated again? Blood weapon too late, but it's okay because we're going to break combat anyway. ArenaNet seemed passionate as fuck. You think NCSoft's the main villain? I haven't really seen any evidence for that. I'm sure there's some story going on back there. But, and they fucked up WildStar. Well, was that NCSoft that did that? Was that NCSoft tampering, or was it the studio themselves? What was it, Turbine? Do you want to try main tank WP? Somebody does know me here. Yeah, I'll try it. That's Rin again. Rin wasn't saying well played. He was saying, do you want to try anything? Holy fuck. Maybe I need to use more defensive. Oh, okay. If I hold him this way, when he spins around to laser beam. Oh, no, that's not how that's working. What are the light up panels on the floor? There's a crystal. There's a star and there's some, like, meat shanks or something. Gob Rob Rush. Rush Gob. I'm dead. Why am I dead? I don't know what's happening. Holy shit. Can we break this? I assume we want to break this. Holy fuck. Oh, it clicks in once each time, does it? Is the main tank over there? No, he's not even really on the field, is he? Should I step away before that happens? Possibly save some damage? Do I need to stand here with everyone? Okay. Oh, the guy's tanking now. Watch what he does, maybe? I was blinded. Everyone else is much tightly on his back, so maybe I stand tightly with him. Single charge. Oh shit. I'm not getting hit by that, right? No. Is the roller coming back at any point? He's got a tether and he's moving it away. I feel like I might have had a tether earlier but not realised because I'm standing next to the guy. Goblin of Fortune. Don't know what that was. The things on the ground were traps. People or the boss can trigger. Oh, okay. So just avoid them. Hello, Kerry. My character looks brilliant. And I think you know it looks brilliant. Ah, there you are, Macon. We were met by a small welcoming party, but it was nothing we couldn't handle. Biggs and Wedge just contacted me as well. They're headed here as we speak. Round rocks. This is such a weird story. So this is the Enigma Codex. And that must be the third and final call. 12, have mercy. If you could but see the volume of aether issuing from it. Oh yes, much swirly bright. Time wings can spread. Travel to overtimes. Make bad things good again. Could it be? Do we truly have the power to change the past? I could erase my mistakes. I could see him again. 3 years ago, Mide lost dear one. Mide wants dear one back. Yes, Round Rocks. Round Rocks helps Mead. No, you must save your strength. Mead worries too much. Round Rocks is strong, Gobby. Uplanders. Hold on to brain cases. Time wings spread. Seven hells. Is the girl gone mad? Stop this, Round Rocks. Stop, I say. Pigs, where are we? And why is everything spinning? Pigs, Wedge, can you hear me? Round Rocks is engaged Alexander's time distortion mechanism. We're hurling into the past. Wait, what? Oh, here we are. It's 3 years ago, and the Alexander's not in the lake. What? It's me down there with those. Hold on, they're performing the summoning ritual. Bugger me, we really are in the past. What in the seven hells? Someone's taking control of the Colossus. Hold tight, I think it's about to go berserk. Damn it all, this isn't right. We must abort the summoning. Quickly meet the Sill. Oh, damn. Diane, no. This one quest seems like a whole living story. They really have focused so much. This one quest seems like a whole living story. They really have so much focused. And better development. Sup, nerds. Hello, Sean. What is Metal Making Kitten doing? Oh, what the fuck is going on? Oh, she got hurt. It would seem we're back in our own time. Past is made right, and we return to now times. Treasure hunters' friends die, as is writ, as must be. Uplanders serve quick thinks, well today. I've completely lost track of what's going on. I've completely lost track. Uplanders are not grasping meaning. Quick thinks breaks into bitty pieces, fit in Uplanders' tiny brain cases. Time is flat round shape. All things Uplanders and Gobbies did are doing and will do over and over again all 4 times. So, when Mead and her friends attempted to summon Alexander 3 years ago, what they actually saw was us travelling back in time, but that's madness. Time is an endless circle, my failure, my pain, my suffering. It was all doomed to unfold like this from the very beginning. Let us away, quickly. Mead must hurry. No, nothing remains for me out there. My future, my past, my reason for being it all ended before it ever began. Mead! Mead! Oh, we've actually been loaded in up here this time. Chief, you're Stoller and Round Rocks. Gods, I've never been so bloody glad to see you. I thought we'd never make it back in one. Wait, where's Mead? Mead stays behind in Giant of Whirlycogs, all because of Round Rocks. Round Rocks must go back into the Whirlycogs. You leave that to us, child. Wedge, get Jessie on that link pearl and tell her to bring the Excelsior around. I don't care much for the answer. We may finally know the truth behind the events of that day 3 years past. The Illuminati masterminded the massacre, and, through some ungodly trick of time, 'twas us that brought them there to do the deed. And what about me? The only thing that keeping her going was the hope that her beau's soul lived on in the machine. But seeing what happened to the poor bastard. Aye, we witnessed the truth with our own eyes, sucked into the core of the Colossus to sate the primal's appetite. If aught remains of him, it's no more than heat and light. ArenaNet is like afraid to not have something voice acted, which may have been to their detriment. Yeah, I absolutely has. Well observed. You're absolutely right. It's not may, it's definitely. QuickThink says the future's already been writ, eh? Then we're fighting a losing battle. Well, we got a thing or two to say about that, don't we, Macon? Round Rocks is safe with us, which means the Illuminati won't ever be turning time on us again. And that's not all. Thanks to your efforts, you've got ourselves a straight path to the third and final core. Aye, the very heart of the Colossus. Put it out of action, and the whole thing will grind to a halt. Let's go and save Mead while we're at it. It's like an afterthought. This honestly could be a lot snappier. This feels like I'm in a Realm Reborn again. Right. Is this the last one, or is there one more even after this as well? I think there's one more after this as well, right? Heeding Round Rocks' innocent words, Alexander spreads forth its wings of time, swooping you into your bewildered companions 3 years into the past. There you witness with your own eyes, and in a shocking turn of events, help to bring about your own hand the tragedy that befell Mead and her companions that fateful day. Is time truly not but a circle, the past, the present, the future, long since preordained, and the mad goblin prophet would have had you believe? In the face of daunting odds, you press onwards that you might yet seize control of your own destiny. Having to voice the commander 10 times for each race and sex is definitely a major time and resource sink compared to FF14. Well, yeah, you're also forgetting three languages. People always do that. It's really important to remember it's 3 languages, guys, because it takes the number from 10 to 30. But yeah, you can just be a lot less agile about what you write and how much you write if you're voice acting. It's not just about the commander, it's about the whole lot. You know, you can't make a last-minute change or, like, make a clever little tweak or, you know, really dive into something. You can't really respond to stuff. It all has to be very, very careful and very stringently done. That's how the Nod Master of FF14 was given form. Yeah, and it's like you get over it, you know. I don't really think about the fact that I'm a silent protagonist anymore. It's clunky and a bit iffy and weird, but I don't think about it anymore. Yeah, translating all the text takes a considerable chunk of time, even if they rush localization. Yeah, but you know, that's true in Final Fantasy 2. All of this is getting localized, isn't it? Really? Actually, how many languages do they support in this? I don't even know how many languages they support. Come on, accept, man. Let's go. You just do some theatre of the mind when the Warrior of Light is supposed to talk. Are you looking for the word imagination there? And I'm pretty sure that's what they're expecting you to do. They do German, French, Chinese, Korean, and Spanish. Holy crap. That's a lot. Someone typed the word Jap there. And again, apparently that's people don't like that. The OI mod came up and said you're not allowed to say Jap. Man, I'd really like to see 14 localization with Catalan Spanish. Should be mad. DPS queue is longer. Maybe they'll turn on the kettle. Yeah, I'm thinking I've got to get another fucking coffee. I saw there's an add-on that allows you to put it in both Japanese and English at once, and that helps people who are learning the two languages. I don't know how they did it, but yeah, you can so when you're reading dialogue, it has both text on there. Can you ask why I'm on NA servers? Because my friends and girlfriend play NA, so I did it for them. I know that it means no one can play with me because of my EU times, but that's why. Alright, down we go. I love these little bits. I think he's just running through dungeon style. What on earth is this? The music's at 100%, guys. It's 100%. Oh, I fucked up. Holy shit. Oh, it's a spread mechanic. I understand these. Oh, thanks so much for the sub, Sam. I really appreciate that, man. Oh, what do I do? I honestly couldn't see what was supposed to be. Do I do something with that coil? Oh, shit. I'm glad I put a defensive up there. Where is the coil? I can't target it. Transformation module. Open duct. I activated duct. Oh my god, what? What? What is this? Active time maneuver? What? We're all on it. What is going on? Press the button to descend. Success. Why was it showing a PlayStation controller? What? They have quick time events. Oh my god. Is this the Power Rangers thing? I don't know what. I don't know whether I should have left there or what. No one else did. Just spam buttons. It's a stupid quick time event. They start off easy. The first one is a single button to press with a 5-second delay. Right. What do these rings mean? Don't stand on the line? Do I hit the shield? I think I hit the shield. It said the shield was invulnerable. He's invulnerable. And did zeros. Oh no, damage is back up now. Oh, I was hoping there'd be another quick time event. Limit cut Monka S. What does that mean? Limit cut. What is that? Your team DPS is top notch. How do you know that? You haven't seen such a fast kill. I guess I got queued in with a bunch of gods. The last mechanic you saw was limit cut. Outstanding, Macon. Another Illuminati creation, reduced to scrap metal. I'll wager the mere sight of you is enough to send the gobbies scurrying back to the drawing board. Is this an aetherite in here? Limit cut's an ability the boss uses that poons groups in the ultimate mode. There it is, the heart of the beast. Only now do I see it up close. Do I comprehend the true scale of the thing? To have reached its size in so short a space of time, the core must be taking in aether at a positively ungodly rate. Kerry, I'd be willing to wager that it can regrow itself faster than we could ever hope to chip away at it. Which means we'll need to change tack. The central control room houses everything we need to operate the Colossus. It's not inconceivable that we might be able to find a way to regulate or even shut off the flow of ether to the core. Of course, any attempt to control Alexander is doomed to fail without the guidance of the Enigma coders, and there's only one person who knows its secrets. But Chief, do we really need to drag the poor girl back here? What if she falls into the Illuminati's hands again? Can confirm it goes by so quickly. My group was stuck in it for like 3 weeks. Wow. Blah, Uplanders waste their tongue flaps. This ends badly for you. Uplanders think they can just lazy walk into the central control. I think not. All passages are sealed. You can't make it. I've seen it. Bad Shinoa, stupid creature. I didn't click there. It auto-clicked. Oi, Wedge, is it just me or are you getting the feeling we've seen all this happen before? I really think there's either going to be a torturously long explanation of everything I've seen, which I'm not looking forward to, or I'm going to have to like go to the wiki to read what the fuck this time loop is all about. Because I'm so not grasping it that it's making the whole thing like not click. It's a watcher book of Backricks. And look, writings... If it wasn't these fucking goblins, they're just so tedious to read, the way they talk. What, though? You mean to say the book Quick Thinks has been reading from all this time is your journal? The same journal that slipped from your hands, which we travelled back in time? If so, that's how he was able to anticipate our every move. He's no prophet, just a gobby with delusions of grandeur in a diary from the future. So the glorious bleeding future he was always going on about, the one that was writ was nothing but Backricks' record of the stuff we've already seen? Bugger me, I've just had a thought. Oi, Cat, are you Schrodinger from the shortstop, or are you Quick Thinks' familiar Shinoa? Twice for Yale, was it, Chief? Yes. I knew it, she's both. After Schrodinger went tumbling down from the Colossus, and don't ask me how she survived the drop, Quick Thinks found her, took her in, and gave her a new name. It's like they're two cats, but also they're one at the same time. Setting aside the moment the question of whether or not that even makes sense, what possessed the confounded cat, whatever you call her, to do all this in the first place? I swear she's done is made a right old mess of everything. Is the soul of the boyfriend in there? Now, Wedge, taking out our frustration to a mule and kitten won't get us any closer to dismantling the core. Backtricks, you said the journal ends right where we left off, yes? I'm guessing that was a joke there, because it would help. There's nothing but blank pages from that point on. Do you hear that, everyone? Though Quick Thinks would have us believe otherwise, the future from here onward is yet to be written. So we can win. How dare you insult the gobbies? I mean, come on. I've been reading gobby dialogue for 6 hours, 55 minutes. Limit cut is one of those things that gets a lot harder if you have overseas players in the party. Harder to get the position right if you can't trust your eyes about where the other people are. Future book is gone, but no matter, all knowings of true times are safe up here in Quick Thinks' break case. True times choose Quick Thinks to do their bidding. True times send Shinoa into the past. Deliver to Quick Thinks knowings of future. True times live inside, guiding all of Quick Thinks' doings. Every tongue flap, every busy deal, every brain spark of Quick Thinks brings world closer and closer to perfection, guides Illuminati to rightful places of rulers of the new world. True times will not be made unmade by ignorant uplanders. Quick Thinks needs no future, no gobby girl. Quick Thinks needs nothing and no one but own self. Future has chosen and future chooses Quick Thinks. Yes, even now, power granted by True Times wells from Quick Thinks' fingertips. Power beyond understanding of Uplander's feeble brain cases. Alexander, Overwatcher of True Times. Deliver divine judgment or ignorant Uplanders and crush them out of existence for all times. Beyond help at this point, I think so, yeah. Oh my god, that didn't even progress the story. That whole thing didn't even progress the story. I had to read all of that just because. Let me see if I got this right. 3 years ago, the quick things of back then found the journal of the Backtricks shop now, which was only possible because we travelled to the past, with time in a circle and all that. So he had a look inside and, not knowing the truth of the matter, got into his head that it was some kind of prophet chosen to set history straight, and that Shanoa, who miraculously delivered the book to him, was a messenger of the future to show him the way. And that's all well and good, but the question remains, why did that bloody cat start all this in the first place? What could you possibly stand to gain from setting in motion this ridiculously convoluted series of events? Another answer found, another question raised, eh, Macon? Big steals himself for what may well be your final confrontation with the Illuminati. Christ, I hope so. Alright, Macon, this is it. We still don't know exactly how we're going to disable the core, but we do know that our only chance is to get it back in the central control room. We also know that there is only one way in and that Quick Thinks isn't going to let us through without fight. Now, we can be pretty sure he can see the future, not anymore at least, and with Roundrocks to read the code for him, the codex for him, will be turning back time on us either. But there's still a power-mad maniac with some of the deadliest machina in the realm at his disposal. After losing that book of his, I'd weigh the trigger fingers feeling pretty itchy. Aye, we'd best prepare ready for battle and a half. Muscle against metal man, man against machine. Gods, I don't know whether to laugh, cry, or soil myself. Mayhap all three. Ah, here comes the chief now. It's time to do that. Oh, we're back inside without me queuing for the duty. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time moves on in perfect past, giving way to perfect future. Worthy or unworthy place in New World Order, Alexander will judge. Oh, it's another, like, barrier. It's another time barrier thing. Oh, he's frozen time. Oh, shit. It's, like, actually him. Yes, all is as Quick Thinks foresees. Truth hammer of Alexander falls on Uplanders. Ignorant and unworthy are not welcome here in Illuminati future. Here, Uplanders meet their end times. Couldn't they have given me a shocked expression? Macon looking exactly how I feel there. If I had a face cam, that... What? Freeze time field is deactivated? No matter, Uplanders will be reduced to smolder dust. Fire! Yeah. Oh, we've reacted. Seven hells. Now that was a bit close for comfort. Is everyone alright? A Colossus inside the Colossus. Look, I don't know what that thing was, but I'm pretty damn sure I know where it went, or more accurately, when. If I'm not mistaken, what we're looking at is a localized distortion of time. The only question is when our metal friend will reappear. Better not to wait, lest it catch us unawares. Macon, I need you to head to the distortion and dismantle the thing. We'll secure the path to central control while you do. Good luck. Okay, I need to put a limit break on my bar, do I? The soul of the creator. I have it on my bar. I have a limit break on my bar. The whole time I've had it there. It's been here on the bottom right. It's control, it's my last num button while holding control. Talk about a narrow escape. If I'd been standing so much as a yarn to the left, I'd be a pair of smoking boots by now. Anyway, we better go around where the certain areas so Y'shtola can bring up the rear of Roundrocks. We didn't want to drag the poor child back in here, but she's the only one who can access the controls. I'm quite certain we just witnessed another manipulation of time, but by whom? With Roundrocks gone, and the Enigma Codex rendered useless, it can't very well be the Illuminati. Could Alexander have a will of its own? At any rate, we stand ilms from the core. Very heart of a primal. Whatever the true nature of the entity that awaits you there, you can be sure it will be like no foe you faced before. Godspeed. That's a player. So, the swelling void is some sort of ripple in time. Can't say I like the sound of that. You take care in there, making. Alright. This is quite interesting. As the crystalline heart of the primal swells ever greater, its thirst for power unquenchable. Your only hope lies in calling upon the knowledge of the Enigma Codex. This is the last one, right? To cut off the flow of aether to the Colossus' core. So it is that you and your companions must make a final brave foray into the belly of the great steel beast. Yet your path will not be an easy one, for the Illuminati mastermind Quick Thinks has promised that your next journey to the core will be your last. Who will be judged worthy of inheriting the future, and who will be cast aside as a forgotten afterthought to history? Your final confrontation with the Illuminati is at hand. Right. Join. Idle cam. Right, so this is relevant for later, you guys say, in some way. When you do the boss, there will be a phase where you are separated from the rest of the raid. When that happens, look down. Okay. Any advice for when I should limit break? Anyone? This is one of the normals where tanks get to use a limit break. The other tank could do it too. When you're on the upper platforms during the fight, look down at the main platform. Actually, there won't be. It's a DPS mechanic. The tanks remain in the main phase. You'll now clearly when it's time to use it. When the countdown reaches 5, there's a countdown telling you when to limit break. Never mind, he's a tank. He won't see the thing. There will be 4 ads that spawn and 4 portals. Remember to go through the portal. He can go to do the ad phase. It's the other tank that holds the boss. So I have to off tank and I get to see the cool thing. If I'm off tank, I can go do the whatever. Normally you limit break around 3 seconds left in the countdown. A lot of mentors in chat today. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Usually if I ask chat something, they know. I mean, it is quite incredible. Limit break level 3 lasts a long time for tank. 3 seconds is stretching it. If memory serves, the portal only take 1 person, and that's the DPS. Well, I don't know. Oh, he's not as big as I thought he'd be. Holy shit, this is like the City of Undying Dreams. What is this? I'm Alexander the Creator. You would prove yourself, be judged. What is all this? The lore seems to have just gone crazy for a second. I don't know if I was meant to move out of that. Oh god, I have aggro. I lost aggro. Sacrament. Oh my god, what the fuck are those orbs? Should I stay away from them? Oh. How am I supposed to know where they attack? Where they're going to strike? Mega holy. Blazing Scourge. What are those orbs that they're carrying away? What is this? Damage down. Vulnerability up. I guess I failed something. Take off your stance. Okay. Holy fuck. General's might. General's wing. Are we trying to? Oh my god! Oh whoa! Okay, that's more like it. Holy shit! Alexander Prime. DPS go inside the portals later. What the fuck? Executing judgment protocol intense. Is this it? 5 seconds? 4? Oh, someone else cast it, I think. I don't know what that. You who would inherit the future, you've proven yourselves worthy. Shall we stand behind it? What the fuck is that? Everyone's running away. Time is stopped. Oh my god, look at the background. Did I fuck that up again? This is a lot. This is way bigger than... What is the equivalent to this? Zera? This is the Zera fight, basically, of Final Fantasy XIV. Which one do you guys prefer? Punishing Heat. Temporal stasis. Shall I stand with this guy? Green marker, don't stack. I'm dead. Did I have a green marker? What does a green marker mean? It all seems so like arbitrary and unpredictable. Punishing Heat. Green marker means you'll die if you're in the stack. Yeah, but I mean, what would have taught me that? How am I supposed to know where these go as well, by the way? Portal phase, the gap. Gravitational anomaly. Oh, I'm floating. No, I'm not. Well, everyone took a lot of damage there. Mega Holy again. I can't do anything about Mega Holy, right? Alexander Prime is summoning Alexander. Oh my god, he's there. Holy fuck. Oh, I messed my thing up. Oh, is it happening again? We don't have level 3 ready though. I have a laser beam. What do I do with my laser beam? Put it away somewhere? Oh, it's like a flak mechanic, right? Oh, I'm frozen, and he's dead. You can cast that damage down debuff for Mega Holy. Oh, okay. Mega Holy is a raid wide. So a raid wide just means it will hit everyone, no mitigation. What's the, like, look down thing then? Keep construct vibes? Yeah, it does have keep construct vibes. This all predates that, though. Okay, actually, someone in chat, can you tell me, is this 5.5, 5.4, 5.3? I think someone told me it's 5.4, right? So what's the date for 5.4? What's the exact date for 5.4? Yeah, I'm flubbing. 3.4. So this is 3.4. So what date is 3.4? Let me see. I do have that spreadsheet. 3.4 was... Oh, wow. This is over a year after launch, you know. Oh, there's actually a huge time difference. We've just gone a year beyond Heavensward. This is Rising Flames. This is Rising Flames. Interesting. Alexander sends 4 bots to the past to freeze you in place so that you can get blasted. And you send the DPS players in the past 2 to kill the bots to disable the stasis field and save yourself. Okay, so for the portals, you know how before this fight you're in a time bubble and it randomly shut down before the laser was shot. The DPS shut down the time bubble. Wow. You do not disappoint, old friend. The path to the control room is clear. Everyone follow me. The flow of aether to the core must be stopped. Oh, could I have claimed a mini there? Rip. When Quick thinks winds back time, doings of Uplanders will be undone. History will be rewritten and will rule the New World Order. If you think you can take round rocks from us, you're welcome to try. Foolish Uplanders, knowings of the Enigma Codex are not known to just one. Oh, the cat can read the Codex, can it? When you go into the port, you're above this platform, and when you look down, you could have seen yourself and the NPCs dodge the attack. Oh, that's really cool. When the final core is activated and Alexander fully awakens, its power will be such that it could entirely consume any who sought to control it. You're too craven to risk your own life, unless you had no choice. Treasure Hunter? But Treasure Hunter is too slow. Future is chosen. You poor deluded fool. You never did work out, did you? The future doesn't choose us, we choose the future. The green marker means you're going to be hit and you are given a debuff bald magic vulnerability off for a few seconds, meaning that if you take magic damage at that time, you take so much damage you get killed outright. Standing in the stack marker with the green marker over your head killed you because you take so much magic damage with the debuff on you. Right. So, the knowledge of the Enigma Codex allowed you to disable the core. There's no more Aether, so it will just fade away. Round Rocks is glad to see Treasure Hunter safe, but how is Treasure Hunter sneaky hiding from Illuminati? I don't know. There was a great shaking and I was thrown from my feet into some dark, cramped place. I must have lost consciousness because I don't remember anything until a few moments ago. Sounds like you had a nice nap. Oops. With Round Rocks, we saw the Codex grant its knowledge to a child with pure, innocent belief in its ideals. Seeing Crit things do the same, it would seem the crazed obsession is a suitable substitute, not that it availed him much in the end. For the presence of the horn beneath us, it and the core have become as one, forming an instrument of unbridled destruction. If we don't stop the core now, it will soon grow beyond the ability for anyone to contain. It's low, it's obvious why our foe wouldn't reach it, touch it with his own hand. Mew. Poor Mide. The lass truly believed that her beloved was alive somewhere inside that still beast. Can't imagine how she's feeling now. The chief says the advanced calculating device inside the Colossus, Alexander's brain, if you will, is still running on auxiliary power. See that device glowing red over there? There are ones just like it installed all over the place. I truly remember nothing, as this I was floating in a vast, dark emptiness. Right. So you just want me to escape? To assume our work here is done, let us take our leave. Oh shit. Damn it, didn't we kill that bastard? Negative. Quick thinks better built own body made stronger than ordinary gobby. Quick thinks is not unmade by simple flesh wound. Better built? Seven hells, that's not a mask, it's his face. He's more machina than goblin. Oh, Alexander, Lord of Steel and Worthy Cogs, outspread wings of time, let ignorant and unworthy feel divine judgment. Codex responds, he means us to return us to the past. Access denied. What means this? The red glow. Alexander is refusing to obey his commands. Alexander, junk brain machine. Quick Thinks is chosen one. Tongue claps of Quick Thinks must be obeyed. It would seem Alexander has achieved what a simple flesh wound could not. Quick Thinks is permanent deactivation. Quite how and why is less clear. If I didn't know better, I'd say the machine had a mind of its own. It's your boyfriend. Is it because we won his respect or whatever in the fight? Diane, my love, could it truly be you? You were in there all this time, weren't you? Watching over me, keeping me safe. Did he just blink twice? Bugging me, the machine's actually talking to her. So his soul really was in the primal this time. Chief, is that even possible? Cool, without the codex to bridle its power, it rages out of control. Birdle. It drinks like aether, like no primal that I've ever known. We must stop it now, lest Eorzea be blood dry. Fine, I see. This is why you summoned me to this place, isn't it, my love? Thank you for guiding me here, Macon, and Round Rocks. Know that I shall always treasure the time we shared. Farewell, my friends. Mido, no, Mido must not go. My friends, leave this place. Leave now. Fear not, Alexander will trouble you no longer. Remember the conversation you will see soon. It's going to come up in Stormblood. Okay. My love, what is this place? How best to put it? We stand inside a mathematical simulation, calculated and projected by the device at the heart of the Colossus. One might equally say it's the dream that Alexander dreams. And what of our companions? Are they... Their fate was not mine to change, Mead. All that came to pass did so for a reason. History is as it was, as it should be, free of the paradoxes that spelled its undoing. From this place, unfettered by the mortal construct of time, Alexander looks out upon past, present and future, seeing infinite possibilities. I see what it sees, and feel what it feels. This perfect machine, born from the yearnings for an ideal world. Oh, if you could see the worlds we've seen. A world in which the Illuminati rule history with an iron fist. Every nation brought under their yoke. A world in which Alexander spread wide the wings of time and swept the lesser moon from the heavens, averting the calamity. Is that the... So I'm getting... I don't know. I won't give voice to that thought. Alexander dreamed all the realities imaginable. All the realities mathematically computable. And in the end reached a single logical conclusion. It would change nothing and erase itself from existence. Oh, suddenly this is really quite interesting. He's Dr. Manhattan. But why? Alexander possesses the power to travel through time and space and reshape history for the better, but such power comes at great cost. The sheer quantity of aether consumed in the process means that Alexander itself would, mayhap not immediately, but inevitably, bring ruin to this world. This perfect machine, the supreme manifestation of logic and science, deemed its own existence a threat. And so it chose to do nothing, to leave history untouched, and the future in the hands of man with all its imperfections. Such was Alexander's divine judgment. A time will come when the fate of this world is placed in the hands of one warrior. For reasons hidden to me, the future from that day forth remains shrouded in mystery, beyond even the Colossus's ability to calculate. And yet Alexander chose to believe in the man, and the light within him. I met that man, my love. I believe in him too. There was but a single time Alexander was spurred to action, not to change history, but to preserve it. The summoning of the Colossus and the events that followed had potentially disastrous consequences for our reality. Its fabric strained to accommodate an infinite number of potential futures separated by nary a thread. So it's like a machine attempting to calculate infinity, which would take infinite resources and just fuck everything up almost. Were the wings of time to fall in the hands of the Illuminati, the repercussions would be dire indeed. History would be rewritten over and over again, each time bleeding the land of ether, and in the end, the Colossus would usher in another calamity. To prevent this tragedy, to preserve the circle of time as it had already been set in motion, Alexander set forth a humble servant to do his bidding. The cat. A clockwork curl, an eternal child, to gently nudge history back onto its proper path. Oh, it's clockwork. That's very cool. And now but one, because that's the idea of all their minis, isn't it, in this? And now but one task remains. Having become one with the horn, the core is well nigh indestructible. It would only regrow itself until it bled the world dry, until we must heed Alexander's wish and seal it away, far from the reach of man. A closed pocket of space-time. A fraction of an instant that will repeat in perpetuity for all eternity. That is where the core must go, and us with it. Don't you see, my love, we were already there. In coming here to you, I have closed the circle of time. I'm all but certain of it. When I accepted the horn all those years ago, the man who gave it to me said that it had the power to grant any wish, and so I took it in my hand. I prayed, and with every ounce of my will, for the one true desire in my heart. To be with you forever. Yeah, so I missed a little bit because I wasn't playing during 1.0. Wow, look at how different it looks. God damn. Roundrocks is back in Idleshire with the chief. Everyone's safe and sound, except for Mead, that is. The poor lass always had a flair for the dramatic, but to think she'd throw herself into the core. It is odd, though. I could have sworn I heard a voice in there, saying the Colossus would trouble us no more, or something of the sort. And for what it's worth, it has been sleeping like a baby ever since we got out. And that's not the half of it. Take a closer look inside the barrier maker. It's like time is standing still. Buggy if I know what all of that means, but I'd like to believe Mead and her love somehow sealed the core away for us, off into the blow of it, you know. Biggs has been reflecting on your final confrontation.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Thank you very much for the sub, Myrias. Thank you very much. Phew, I'm still not sure how we managed, but I'm just happy to be out of that godforsaken place in one piece. Of course, it's a damn shame what happened to Mead. Hold on a moment. She's what? Oh, Chief, leave it to us. Bloody hell, Macon. Roundrocks has gone missing. I've been worried sick about the poor lass ever since we got back. I mean, how would you feel if you saw your best friend throw herself into a running engine? I'll wager she's run off somewhere the two of them used to frequent together. Wedge and I will have a look around here. Why don't you search the collector's quarter? Come on, let's find it before she gets herself into any more trouble. I have a theory that Alexander's the only primal that isn't really summoned. Whatever you call him, he'd just come from another point in time. Interesting thought. Hello, Roundrocks. You're here where she was looking at the thing. It's unbelievably pretty over there. Oh, it's the Uplander. Why does Uplander come to this base? Roundrocks is sorry for worrying Uplanders. Roundrocks just wants to go to a quiet place and do some back thinking. Running out of giant whirlycogs. Roundrocks feels something rattling in pocket, so Roundrocks reaches in and cannot believe what she finds. Rattling thing is glowstone, Roundrocks' favourite treasure. Whoa, but it is dark. Even with many tryings, glowstone does not glow for Roundrocks, not anymore. There you are, child. We're worried sick about you. Is Artemis. Macon. The Codex no longer responds to her touch. Intriguing, if not entirely surprising. Were I to guess, I would hazard it that it is because this experience has served to open her eyes. The Enigma Codex was born from one man's all-consuming pursuit of perfection. Its knowledge sealed off from any who harboured even a sliver of doubt as to the merits of the ideals it espoused. Quick thinks, Mead in her youth, Roundrocks, though their reasons might differ, arrogance, youthful idealism, childish innocence, none of them thought to question the words within, and so the Codex opened itself to them. But now Roundrocks has seen with her own eyes what blind devotion to ideals can bring. So that's how it works. And she is not the naive child she was before. Aye, it's all well and good to dream of building something perfect, but sooner or later you have to stop dreaming and start doing, hammering it together by your own hand with your own blood, sweat and tears. In doing so, you're forced to confront your own failings and deal with your frustrations at the world's unfortunate habit of falling below expectations. Oh my god. This is like, it's like the game's lecturing me that I need to stop ranting about MMO imperfections. Hell, there needs to come a time where you might just want to tear the whole bloody thing apart over and start again. But more often than not, you emerge from it all with something you can hold on to and carry with you into the future. And that will do a damn sight more to you than any starry-eyed ideal. That's why we have End of Dragons, guys. Sure, Roundrocks understands. Roundrocks will collect more and more junk, build cities of treasures with own hands. Actually, in all honesty, in complete sincerity now, that probably is a developer nod to the disaster of 1.0 and rebuilding it. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe it's not so transparent in its original localization. Roundrocks has just one wish. Not glowing glowstone is piece of Mead's dream. Roundrocks would give back to Mead. Game low-key telling WP to drop Guild Wars. I would actually think that would be saying to stick with it. I never wish, child, would that we could grant it, but I fear that I need to make my own MMO, am I right? But I fear the steel giant and all that lies within the barriers, far beyond the reach of mortal hands. Frozen in a single moment until the end of time. That is a fate I would not wish on anyone. Can I throw it on the floor and break it apart? Look who it is. You have a real knack for turning up underfoot, don't you? I'm reminded of the apparent ease with which this little girl seemed to slip in and out of the Colossus. Were it not for the small matter of time having stopped in there, I'd send her with Roundrocks' glowstone without a moment hesitation. Meow meow. Yes, 2 mews. Might that suggest a willingness to try? Mew mew. You would subject yourself to an MMO player base. Why would you want to be in charge of your own MMO? Because I think I have the constitution to ignore people a lot of the time. Giving a stone to a cat in hopes of delivering it to 2 souls trapped in time. Now I think we've seen everything. Do you think those 2 will ever be free of that place? Mayhap one day, when the perfect future they sought to bring about becomes a reality. In that sense, one might even say their fate is in their own hands. Poor, leave it to Roundrocks. Roundrocks works hard. Builds sparkly, shining future for Mead. Meow. 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 As shall we, child. And with that, Macon, we must take our leave for all that you've done to stave off yet another primal threat you have. I thought this would be like a proper wind down, but instead it's like, I contacted Biggs and Wedge to let them know that they can call off the search. Needless to say, they were relieved to find that Roundrocks is safe. There's also the matter that you were looking to discuss with you. They said they'd be waiting for you back at the short stop. Did I already do the Heavensward Alliance? No, this is the first post-Heavensward content I've done. If you would be willing to return to the shortstop, I would ask a small favour for you as well. Pray deliver this volume back to Backrix and tell him I believe that is that which he seeks. Till next we meet, Macon. If there's ever a 14-2, I hope we see the Seat of Junk. Well, I would just call it Final Fantasy 17. But as a direct sequel, maybe? No, that doesn't work. It would have to be 14-2, wouldn't it? 6 hours of Gobby Speak. It's actually nearly 8 hours now. Meow. Meow. Why would they make a sequel? Just make an expansion? Well, I mean, that's a discussion to have. I don't think it's a yes and no thing, though. Sure. Now Randrocks is safe at shortstop, and Backrix is easy breathing. Uplanders have thanks of Backrix. Uplanders bring present for Backrix. Weathered manuscript. Judging from the wear and tear of this parchment, this elegantly penned document entrusted to you by Y'shtola appears to be quite ancient. This is a Sharlayan legend book from Y'shtola. Backrix has waited legend book long time. Backrix has been reading about many, many things about the Enigma Codex and blue-haired Uplander that writes it. Maybe these knowings will save Gobbyflock from a giant of whirlycogs. Thanks, Backrix. Now, a giant of whirlycogs sleeps and Gobbyflock is safe, but still, Backrix would fill braincase with knowings. Fill pages of Watcher book with data. Let Backrix see. Oh. Can someone just tell me, is there another long arc coming with a beast tribe? I think all the beast... Like, I don't think I could handle this if it was the Vanu either. Or if it was the Nash, or whatever they were called. Yes, yes, it is just as Backrix. Are Backrix's eyes playing tricks on him? Oi, you feeling alright there? You look like you've seen a ghost. Page tells fairy legend of Hotgo tribe, uplanders of blue hair. Many, many years ago in old times, 2 children, boy and girl, outstep from belly of great steel giant. 2 children grow to man and woman, becoming father and mother of great people of Hotgo. Names of 2 are Dayan and Mead. Look at handwriting, even faces same looking. So they raise a family? You gads, if that's our Mead and Dayan, why that means one day they'll be freed from their fate and reborn far, far in the past. So after searching for near an eternity, they finally found the perfect world they were searching for. It may just be a fairy tale, but I for one would like to believe it. And fairy legend goes on. 2 children step out of steel giant holding small stone. Stone is dark when sitting on ground, but holds stone in hand in shining lights. Glowstone of Randrocks. Let me see if I get this straight. The codex fragment you gave to that cur a few moments ago now features in a legend from ages past. That can't be possible. Wedge! Yes, it can! Where have you been this whole story? At this point, they're going backwards. At this point, I'm about ready to believe anything. But that reminds me, there was something I wanted to ask you, Macon. Remember when we went into the core and almost got our asses fried by that Colossus inside a Colossus? Well, I found the strangest sensation then, a feeling that chilled me to the bone, as if something terrible happened that I couldn't for the life of me remember. I felt it too, so tell us, do you see anything when we were going in and out of time? Did you have any idea what happened to us while Quick Thinks was spinning the hands of the clock? I'm afraid I do. You're afraid you do? Well, that's not ominous in the least. On second thought, how about you tell us you don't tell us? Thanks very much. You'll get no arguments from me. There are some secrets better left secret, and from the look on Bacon's face, I reckon this is one of them. Anyway, it seems this long and thoroughly mind-boggling battle of ours has finally come to an end. Of course, there's still plenty of work to be done, but now that Quick Thinks is out of the picture, I've got high hopes for Randrocks and our friends will one day build their shunning kingdom out of rubbish and refuse. Speaking of work, we better get back to it before the chief catches us. It has been raining this whole time. It's of course pitch black out now, but it's been raining this whole time. And there's the cat looking on. There's no blue quest. Holy fuck. Is that a mount? That is a very cool mount. That is a very cool mount. Oh. That is not what I thought today was going to be. But there it is. Thank you very much for watching, guys. To those who stuck it out in chat, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. And who kept me company and chatted away. That's fantastic. Anyone watching the VOD, if you want to do like a little bit more of an explanation. I'm a bit scared to go to the wiki and sum up what I read there because I'm really scared of spoilers on like big ticket shit. So I guess I'll leave that for now. But yeah, they're their own ancestors. Yeah, it is a bit weird, isn't it? That was very cool. Thank you guys. Looking forward to tomorrow where I'll probably play 3.1. Or maybe the Alliance raid. I regret doing the dungeons off screen because I think that would have been really fun watching. But yeah, there'll be story dungeons and stuff coming up, no doubt. Lots to look forward to. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I won't wiki, don't worry. And yeah, any advice for me on any topic that's come up today, anything at all, just let me know. The more conversation, the better. The happier I'll be with this. As long as chat's active, I'm happy. If chat's not, then I feel a bit bad. So aside from that, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Take care now. Don't forget about the Guild Wars 2 teaser. And I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye. Yeah, and I have Warring Triad. I don't know what that is, really, but we'll figure it out. Oh, yeah, I'm going to set up my combat macro swap thing as well. That might be fun. All right, cheers, everybody. Bye-byes.